The test is now going to be out there for whether or not PandaCat does, in fact, have zapophobia. I'm upset you can't have the candy.
It's peanut butter, dude. I can't just be out here like, what is it, like
yeah,
smacking my mouth
yeah, it would
and whatever.
definitely.
Yeah. Just not enough time. You should have
that
taken
was
that
more
video
thought.
longer.
Oh, that's my bad, man. I'll go back in time and do that next time. I was thinking you were gonna go like there was like some obscure lemur fact about how they can't have peanut butter or something.
Yeah, lemurs can't have peanut butter, it turns out, and I'm committed to being a lemur. I keep forgetting what I am. I'm glad you guys keep reminding me.
Can lemurs eat peanut butter? Lemurs would also like peanut butter, even if it doesn't come from Madagascar. That's a weird sentence for it to pull out, but there we go. Instead of looking at that, we can look at schedule standings, all the fun stuff that is getting into this set. Now, this is the not last Sunday game, but the last set of a 3-day week we're going to have. Again, next week is just Saturday and Sunday.
That's right.
If you want to, though, tune in Thursday, because we're going to be having, let's see if I can remember. I want to say solo laners. I wrote the schedule for it like just yesterday, and it's already blank. But I believe the Hound's coming in on Friday. We're going to do content. You can play with them on stream, sit down, whether it's a roll queue or a team check-in, waiting room, all of that good stuff Thursday and Friday. Then Saturday, Sunday will be SPL. This is also Mifflin, the second, and for this regular season, last time these two teams will play each other. The first time the Ravens played the Leviathans was the very, very, very first set of the year.
Yep.
And have since literally not played each other because they've been in opposite divisions. And so it's only once a phase that they've had it. So it has been months on months on months. 5-4 for the Ravens, 7-2 for the Leviathans. This is the chance. Back up what Zap said. Does PandaCat have zapophobia? And more so, to put them in that conversation, right? 8-1, 6-2, 7-2. You've got some teams up at the top on, I think, each division that have really been able to do a lot and prove themselves up there. And the question right now is it a top 3 or is it a top 4? And I think this is the set for the Ravens to answer that question.
You know what? I like that a lot. If the Ravens win, there is a top 4 teams in the league. I'm willing to stake everything I have as an analyst, all my pride. Yeah, I'm with that. Because right now there is only a top 3 teams in the league. I'm getting a stinky look from our interviewee right now. He did not like that I just said that. He's actually mad dogging me. I don't like that at all.
You know, normally I like glance out of my peripheral to see who's over there.
He's scaring me, bro.
I've got flying squirrel mouth flap in. Is yours not insanely high? You know what? We're going to cool down. We'll figure that out. Instead, we're going over to there. See, I had to look. To Hurriwind, who's standing by for an interview.
Hurriwind, give him a little bit of the stink eye over there. He wasn't too happy about that. How does it feel knowing that you have the power to intimidate Mifflin from this far away in a room?
It's a power I've known that I've always had. And also, he's just making stuff up, let's be honest. I wasn't doing that. I would never do that.
You, Tyler Whitney, would never do anything like that. Let's talk about this matchup, though, because this is an important one for both you and the Leviathans. You guys need to get a win to try and get up to that first seed spot. We'll have a lot of dependency on how the Warriors kind of play out the rest of their phase. And for Leviathan to win here, we're kind of forced the hand of the ferryman. How big is this matchup for you guys, and how important and how much emphasis you guys put into this final matchup?
I would say more than likely the set is not going to change standings for us. It's not something we're like really banking on, so like it's pretty unlikely, we'd say. So more than anything, it's our opportunity to play the top 3 team, as Mifflin stated. Very bold take as well. To see how we face up against them, and I think historically we've have a good matchup versus them. So it's just an opportunity for us to kind of like get a testing grounds here at the end of the split and see kind of where we stand.
And kind of talking about one thing that Gore brought up earlier, I believe this is only the second time that your teams, at least the franchise this year, are playing up against each other. So knowing that this is only the second time, how much extra weight is on that, and making sure that you can get the better impact this time around?
The biggest thing to look for if you're watching this set is Zap versus PandaCat, because I could be wrong, but I don't think they've played since we've gotten Zap. So this is like his kind of revenge arc, and also it's a big rivalry between those two. So even if this set didn't matter at all, those two are going to be trying very hard, I'm sure. So the dual lane's definitely going to be a good place to watch.
Yeah, we heard a little bit of discussion about the zapophobia. Well, Hurriwind, I'll let you get back with the team to prepare for the match. We'll throw it back over to the desk. Keep it going.
And to go on what that is,
he cocked his arm back the second the camera went away.
Yeah.
What's going on, dude?
You know how it is, man.
He's technically an employee here. I could talk to HR, right?
I don't know how that works, man.
I'm
not the right.
We'll have to
call like Aaron. You're just like go down the hall when you get home and ask Kabam about it.
You know what? I'm going to give you, this is an actual true fact. The
Okay.
first time I ever met Hurriwind in person, he said, hey, Mifflin, you got anyone you care about? And that was the end of the statement. Like, he just asked me that and then walked away. That is a 100% true fact.
And he's living rent-free in your brain ever since. He did it right.
Dennis the Menace type beat.
I do have to note on what he had said, though, as you can see. Oh, wait, maybe he's letting it out? I don't know if Zap can look menacing, actually. He's got too much of the smile going on. But Zap versus PandaCat, since Zap, I guess with the roster change, has officially won his 1v1 and rivalry over Barra. That's probably the longest matchup now, right? Is Zap and Panda.
Yeah, I guess so. You're right.
You got to think that's winning the rivalry. If you get booted off a team for the other dude, he's won the rivalry now.
Look,
right?
you are treading dangerous waters right now. If there's one thing I've learned in my tenure in SMITE, it's that you don't say Barracuda's name unless it's talking about how cool he is.
Dude, I love me some Barra.
You are choosing sides right now, Gore. That's
What
dangerous.
side? I can still love Barra. I'd say, yeah.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to the Barra Club, the fish tank. What are they called?
Well, you know what? I don't have to, because I can just DM Barra and say like, "Hey man, what's up?" and he'll like smile.
Okay, weird flex.
Yeah. So
we've squandered our reel here.
yeah, all of the analytics we could have been doing. This is actually a really, really big set, and the question really is, Mifflin. Hurry highlights the duo lane. I think that's for good reason, right? PandaCat, Zapman. They have very different styles. Zap is definitely the kind of guy who will die for the team, and let Vin, somebody else step up, be that hard carry. PandaCat's the kind of guy who's going to solo you, taunt your body, and then do it again when he gets the opportunity. So definitely clashing styles, it feels like, over there. The jungle matchup, I think, is going to be really, really interesting, right? Scream versus adapting. The solo lane matchup feels like it's going to be big. If you like watching solo streams and solo YouTube content, this is like the matchup to watch.
That's true.
Because it's just going to clang against each other. It's just really, really fun to watch. Ravens have looked great. And the question is, how great can they look against the Leviathans, who have been doing nothing but getting better and better? And of course, shout out to PandaCat, because he is the one other person who decided to dress up today.
Nobody asked him to do it. Nobody told him we were doing animal onesies. He had a hard read on the studio and looking good doing it. PandaCat.
So what are the odds that he just like has a panda onesie that he keeps in his car, and he saw that we were dressed up and was like, I'm in?
I would say 0%.
Okay.
I feel like he most assuredly purchased that for today or for actually Halloween.
Yeah, probably that one that you just said, actually Halloween. I'm interested to see. So Reel starts off on fineokay. We talk a little bit about PandaCat. fineokay, though, in that highlight playing Chang'e, we've got the Chernobog for Sheento. It feels like this team, whether it's because of I'll throw fineokay out there because of how much he streams and YouTube content, things like that, has a lot of flexibility and is willing to pick up some mages that other teams aren't even looking at. And it is, I don't want to say pioneering things, but is definitely taking a step out of the comfort zone for him.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can only do so many bronze to grandmaster A to Z runs before you start to add some eclectic gods to your pool. And fineokay is certainly the guy for that. But the Leviathans, we have our fun talking about the content creators, this, that, or the other. Adapting's been around for a long time, old man. This is a team that has earned their recognition as a top 3 in the league. They've got so much talent behind them. Ronngyu and Sheento in particular have really impressed me so far this year. The conversation of, is Sheento just a farm goblin and he's just ahead of everybody because he's putting his jungler behind? Not exactly true anymore. He's diversified that play style, has added some assassins to the god pool, has gotten very aggressive. Ronngyu, maybe the most consistent member of this team as well, adapting, slotted in. PandaCat, hyper aggressive, has now given the Atlantis Leviathans a lane that they can play through consistently. It's a very scary squad, and I imagine this is going to be a very evenly matched matchup.
It feels like there's a lot of, on both sides, a lot of, hey, you can't let this guy have this god, and that goes for, well, maybe not as much. Zap has a very deep god pool, will play weird things. Heimdall, old reliable. Hachi, PandaCat has a deep god pool. Can't let Ronngyu have Yemoja. Can't let Sheento have virtually anything that's under the mage tab, and some things under the assassin tab, and some things that are under the hunter tab.
Don't give him the bog.
Yeah, very, very difficult.
Don't give anybody the bog. There it is.
Bans, and yeah, immediately bans it out. I want to know, with Yemoja gone, where is your mind on some of the first picks right now?
with Yemoja off the table, I immediately go to Athena, but now she's off the
Yeah.
table. So now I'm going to things like Raijin, and wouldn't be
pretty
surprised to
good.
see that off the table. Baba Yaga comes to mind. I know it's easy to forget recency bias. That last set, neither team really has a Baba Yaga player. That god's still really good. Need to keep your eyes out for that, and I imagine the Ravens and the Leviathans will keep their eyes on it as well. Outside of that, there's the Magical Hunters, of course. Soul deserves priority just for how much pressure she essentially guarantees you in the duo lane. Leviathans, though, eyes for the second. I was off one. I'd be surprised if Raijin makes his way through.
You know, the Ravens more than likely willing to let it through in their ban because
Yep.
they'd like to scoop it up as much as possible. Amaterasu's been pretty high up on that list. Not just not bans really, but when it comes down to people who are getting the most pick, most games, I believe so far this phase is on Ama. Athena, as you had mentioned, was kind of up there. Also, Pele fell off the face of the planet.
She was the best pick in the world 1 week, and then we come back in on like week 5,
And she's
day
gone.
2, and she just vanished. The Leviathans still do go towards it, though.
Something honestly, I wouldn't mind. And when we look back towards it as well, I believe Vin played it a lot in mid, so maybe there's some propensity for it here. But Raijin is gonna make it through this time. Will it be first
Yes.
pick? That's the question mark.
Forgot about Puch.
Could be Haddix, could be Vin. But yeah, like you said, Opwash is deadly. The Khepri ban, you know, it was again, we were already talking about the fact that Ravens want something like the Raijin, want something like the Opwash. And so they have that opening. But, you know, we and Inbound were talking about, like, after Yemoja and Athena, it really does feel like a pretty big gap for the next Guardian to who's going to actually, like, fill that role.
Yeah, I think Capri's closest to next up. Maui seems to be on that cusp as well.
I
It is
heard he
worth
has a
noting-
new advanced GG flavor, too.
Sure does. You can and cup.
And cup.
Shaker cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, for your advanced GG. I'm not a chair one. I don't do ad reads. Capri is not actually a genetics exclusive, though. Ronnie's been going towards it pretty consistently. The Leviathans have essentially patented the Capri plus Anubis, just run it down play style. I've been a massive fan of watching them pilot that one. Won't have the opportunity this time, though, as the Highland Ravens have taken it away and grabbed themselves an incredibly high priority pick in the Raijin. Great initiation from distance, non-committal initiation through the Taiko drum. Flexibility, can go mid, can go jungle, and with the Ravens, wouldn't be surprised even if it goes into the... Wait, I said jungle already, excuse me.
Yeah.
Jump the shark. Mid solo, could go jungle, because Scream's weird.
Yeah, but luckily for them, at least for the Leviathans, Morgan Le Fay locked in. Something we've seen not only in matchups, so this is where it gets really complicated. And for those of you who are maybe unfamiliar with where the meta has shifted, mages in solo has become a pretty big deal as of right now. And so what they've got right now is Raijin. Could be mid, could be solo. Like you said, there's a world where Scream, who's weird, plays it in the jungle. But let's stay in just the 2 roles for now. Morgan Le Fay could be mid, could be solo. Has a good matchup against Raijin in either of those. And so flexibility is on the mind for all of these teams. That maybe helps solidify a little bit of where things are going. Although also, Mifflin, I'll say it doesn't, because we've seen Ama in the jungle with 2 mages solo as well. So there is still some flexibility for the Ravens with this Amaterasu pick. But Ratatoskr on the other side, you know what to expect out of. Means more than likely not getting a Thor from adapting. We're still going to see him have a semi-global presence, though.
Yeah, functionally the same, I'd argue. Just a little bit more utility on Rat in trade for burst. Thor's got that double hammer tap that could just immediately remove anybody from the map that doesn't have beads. This Anhur, however, is throwing me for a loop, because I had thought Amaterasu soul guaranteed. Okay, there's the pressure. That makes a lot more sense to me. Anhur's really good, and he is in the conversation of like top 3 hunters right now, but the amount of pressure that soul brings you, just ridiculous. The objective secure, the scaling to the late game, the first 5 levels, just knocking down bastions on second wave. Soul does all of that, and she does it every single time. So I much prefer this for the Ravens in the top 3. That's not to say Anhur wouldn't have been good, but Soul's just a little bit better.
Now, Charon gets locked in for the Leviathans. And Miff, out of conversations I've had both with you, Inbound, Trelly, and almost any pro that comes in through those doors, Charon's not really looked highly upon. So what's he doing up there?
Yeah, I mean, Charon's been back a bit recently. We've seen him in the last few days. I believe on the tail end of last week as well. Charon made a few appearances. I'm still not big on this god just yet because of how much he suffers from playing into a deficit in particular. It's kind of similar to Ares in that regard. Just, oh, I fell behind, so my game's ruined. Charon's kind of there. Difference being, though, a little bit of global presence, so you don't exactly need to put yourself out of position like you would on an Ares with no escape. You don't have to blink in and sacrifice yourself to apply some of that CC. Trade-off is that CC is a little bit weaker on Charon. But from ahead, Charon is stifling. He'll stick to you. He's got dot damage, so you're not allowed to utilize blink. He's got great HP shielding, low cooldowns, relatively high damage for supports. So as far as aggressive selections go, if the Atlantis Leviathans need a little bit more pressure on map, I think Charon fits that style. I thought it'd be a mismatch in support and duo, support and ADC, excuse me, if it hadn't been Ullr unlocked in. But it says on her. Now we're looking at a pretty aggressive kill lane for the Leviathans.
Now, my question for you, Charon, there's been a little bit of conversation. With Morgan the Fae up there, Charon, do you prefer solo? Do you want him in support? Is there a spot where support?
I think so.
Can't flex. Or I guess he can, but not preferred.
Yeah, when I think of solo laners right now, damage seems to be very, very important. I know we talked to Haddix, and he had said, look, it's damage output and it's utility. Charon's got some damage output, but not exactly the highest. If he wants to be tanky, he doesn't exactly have the greatest scaling on his abilities just by being a guardian. So mages tend to outshine him, unless you decide to build him full mage, and then you're just too squishy to be a frontliner. So in support, just be a tank, be someone that can start up the fight. His ultimate is so incredibly disruptive, in particular around Gold Fury and in the Fire Giant Pit. Just throw it through the entirety of it, and all of a sudden the mental math of how much damage do I have here? When do we commit to the objective? It gets thrown at least a little bit for a loop.
Well, good news, Raijin versus Morgan the Fae. That's something I highlighted towards the beginning of the Picks and Bans. Seems like that's going to be what we're getting, because Ama versus Hades has been a very stable and kind of tried and true, done it for 6 weeks now, matchup in the solo lane. And that's going to be the last lock-in for the Leviathans. So, we've been looking at it. Early game pressure is definitely always in the conversation. It feels like Soul brings a lot. Ratatoskr brings a lot on opposite sides. Do you have a lane that you want to see either of these teams playing out of? That's where they need to put their pressure?
Almost always duo lane. The meta kind of dictates which lane is most valuable.
That shield buff is nice.
Controlling the shield buff, Gold Fury being the only feasible objective for the first 10 minutes of the game. Bastions, just controlling all that farm. Purple buff's one of the most invadable buffs in the game too, because you're not sacrificing pressure around Gold Fury like you would if you decided to invade a blue buff. And both of these teams electing to go for high pressure duo lanes tends to make me believe that Hurriwind was not just spinning us a tale in his interview. This seems to me both sides really want to play through the long lane, really want to play through pressure. There's a lot of volatility here. I mean, either side could fall down. And I don't see either side making a significant comeback if they do start to fall behind either. I mean, this is very, very volatile.
Well, the good news for Soul, Tower Killer, right? Just great at shredding objectives. Anhur wants to fight as much as possible. So the question is going to be duo lane. I mean, that's, again, where I keep my eyes. With supports, it's a different conversation. Once they get out of there, though,
10 minutes
keeping
in.
my eyes
Takes a
just
while.
for fights. Yeah, so we got a little bit before we get there. And since we're talking about 10 minutes in, we can look towards mid-game, late game. We've seen what Raijin can do. We've seen a team fight around Ama. But I want to look at the junglers, because it feels like Rat early to mid, he usually is I'm going to herald you into a lead, and then I'm just kind of a knock-up stun guy from that point on. But Lancelot feels like I'm a horse guy no matter what throughout all of this. Once I have my ult, we can start to fight. Do you see Scream being a huge impact?
Yeah, Lancelot is very good in the level 6 to 15 range. I really like him there. Once you have the Grand Joust, at least one full item, your damage output's very significant. And if you establish a lead, there's going to be a portion of the game where he's 100-0 everybody. Yeah. If you're 2 levels up at level 14 and everybody else is level 12, he's going to absolutely run the map. But once things start to equalize in the absolute latest portions, that's where Lancelot tends to run into the issue of, I'll do a lot of it, but I need someone else to just get that last 5% of someone's HP bar. I need someone else to start off the fight for me. Whereas Rat, I think, is in a similar conversation where he's very strong on map because of his global presence. But the difference is Rat leverages Burning Blink just so much better. The Scorching Blink, excuse me. Blink through Acorn Blast, true damage, sit there, take that damage. Lancelot doesn't really have that same level of, hey, I'm just going to one-shot you with relics. So there's a little bit of nuance to the absolute latest portions of the game.
Well, you're going to hang out with me and Miff here for another couple minutes. We're remaking the lobby because that guy on your screen, the first 2-time that existed, the only back-to-back jungler who was 1 world champion, the only jungler who has 2 world championships on his belt. They locked a banned skin for Rat, so it's just going to be a quick remake for him.
You think he's on the anime skin, too? I think that's the only banned Rat skin.
I think so.
Yeah.
So, look, and if there's anyone that is the most anime, he, like, winning Worlds, like, it was made with the Super Saiyan hair after he, like,
that is true,
like,
yeah.
powered up.
Is Adapting the most anime SPL player of all time?
That's a tough question.
Who else could it be?
Man, that's actually the better
I've watched
question.
Adapting legitimately hit the Dragon Ball Z power-up on every set win he's ever gotten.
No, it might be him. The only other person
Him,
who has,
capital
like,
H.
protag-esque plot and protag energy would maybe be Zap, just because it was each one of his wins, outside of the Leviathans one, came from a team that was really far behind, who put it all, like, literally in the tournament arc at the very end of the year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good call out. I don't know, maybe Genetics is in there, but as like a villain.
Yeah.
Like that guy.
I can see him being the anime villain.
He's for real, like, he's either an anime villain or he's that meme of like me scheming to my 17th century playlist. Like, Genetics the type of dude to steeple his hands and look out windows. Like, that's the type of dude he is for sure.
I could see that. I feel, man, but if Adapting had hair, it would just straight up be Super Saiyan hair. Like, I can only envision him with that at this point.
If Adapting had hair.
Is that
Super Saiyan hair. That's... I thought we were done with bald jokes.
Was that a bald joke?
I mean, kind of.
That wasn't meant to be a bald joke. It's just meant to be like, he doesn't. Therefore, if he did...
Yo, we got to get into this game, man. Adapting. This is on you. This is on you. Should have picked the anime skin, bro.
It's all on you for being anti-anime? Well, no. He's pro-anime.
Yeah, he loves it.
We're anti-anime. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
We're pro-competitive integrity, and that skin has just no sound effects.
I will throw out Lewis in the back. If Glads, after this phase, did like a training arc time skip and then win Worlds, they'd have the most anime ever.
Ooh,
So
that's a good call.
they're in the running for it.
I mean,
maybe
if we're
Kiri
talking,
could
like,
be the protagonist.
If we're talking anime runs, though,
Yeah.
and I love anime, I could do this forever. Oxygen Supremacy's like 6-man gauntlet run.
That was pretty good.
Like that's, dude. They almost made it through just because the day had gone too long. Like, it was like 10 hours in. They're like, bro, just one more and you're in.
Pressure's there. Speaking of which, I'm in like episode 160 something of One Piece now. So just so you know where I'm at. The grind
That's
is on.
gotta be a post-desk conversation.
Yeah, that's well, we're on anime right now. That's the last.
No, yeah.
That's I'm gonna dip my foot in fully and then bail on it.
Okay.
Instead, look at this matchup. It's game 1 as they remake their lobby. Myth, between these drafts, which one are you vibing with more?
Man, I really do like what the Highland Ravens have got just because of what Fafnir brings in comparison to Charon. I think that is the primary difference. Like, if I look at every other role, I'm like, okay, there's conversations to be had for either side just winning out. I like Fafnir a whole lot because I watched a fire giant go down in 2.8 seconds. I believe that was yesterday.
Yeah.
And
You timed it too.
Yeah, Fafnir does that. I went back and watched it in 0.25 speed, so I got the exact counter. So as far as that is concerned, I think I'm with the Highland Ravens at least a little bit.
Did you, when you time, like, were you timing it with a timer? Was your timer also at 0.25 speed?
No.
Or are you just watching the numbers?
I was just watching the numbers.
That's smarter than what I
yeah,
said. What I
that's
said was
crazy,
dumb.
what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
In reality, it was a half second.
man, I don't know. That was
He's on episode 180 of One Piece, by the way.
no, hold on, 168 or something like that.
My bad.
Yeah. Actually, it might be in the ones. You know what? Yeah, we'll figure that out. I'll open Crunchyroll after this, and we can jump into it, and then we'll see. Right, front page adapting is the mainstay. I'm really curious though. You know, this matchup. The last time we saw them, it was first off best of 3. Sheento was on ping, wasn't in the U.S.
Not
yet.
ideal.
So it was a 2-0 for the Ravens. but not really a whole lot that we've gotten from that set specifically that can mean anything for this matchup. Hurry had said he thinks that they kind of have a good matchup into a lot of the guys on the Leviathans, but I'm kind of wondering, you know, essentially when you go into this completely blank, you've seen what the Leviathans have done in the past, you've seen what the Ravens have done in the past. How do you prepare for that kind of game?
Man, the Leviathans are a very adaptable team, and I think that's true of both of these squads, so it's difficult to say, like, when I play, or when you would play against the Camelot Kings of Season 9, it's like, all right, we gotta blitzkrieg them, because if they get to late game, they're just gonna win. Yeah. Or the Oni Warriors in Phase 1, it's like, we just gotta not get blitzkrieged, or they're gonna win. There is no absolutely clear identity for either of these sides. It's just, they play good Smite, they play their compositions well. I think if I'm a coach prepping, I would look at most recent games, what gods are they fishing for, top 3 in selection. Maybe we can try and take apart the compositions that they've been playing through. These are not exactly the standard compositions for either side, so I think both teams did do a good deal of homework. So we're looking at maybe plan B or C on both the Ravens and the Leviathans. It's just about whether or not they can execute on that plan on game day.
And the good news for both of these teams is because of their positioning, right? Seeding will change, but where they are in the standings will not, or at least they won't drop out of playoffs, which is the important part. Which means in a couple weeks, that's a double elim. That's going to bring a lot of weight to it. Again, top 4 teams from the playoffs go to Worlds. Top 6 teams from this phase go to playoffs. So if you're going to be there, this is a lot of pressure on this set to do well, but also maybe a glimpse of what you're going to have to deal with in the future. That's going to do it for myself and Miff. We'll jump into Game 1 with the casters as they started off.
Thank you so much, Gore and Miffla, as we jump into Game 1 with the Highland Ravens and the Atlantis Leviathans. It's J-Mac, it's Inbound, and it's Doug here to bring you the action for our first game. And these two teams got a lot to fight for here. As mentioned, seeding still on the line a little bit, see if maybe they can try and jump up just a little bit, but not going to be able to fall down below where they currently are, so trying to really get that fight between themselves to really try and hone in, try and get to that first seed if possible, but that also does rely a little bit, Inbound, on other teams kind of making mistakes along the road. So for now, the here and now is what's the most important for these two.
Yeah, and I think there's also something to be said about getting hot going into the play-ins, into the top 6 tournament. You want to be going in hot, and if the Ravens take this, they are going to be beating one of the top 3 teams, the top half of the league team, and they're going to be, feeling themselves going into that tournament. On the opposite side, the Levi's want to kind of solidify themselves as that top 3 team. I mean, Warriors looked great all year. Ferrymen have looked great all year. Levi's are starting on the come up. With PandaCat, they've looked fantastic, but now kind of have to see them put it together, end the phase strong. This is a team you need to beat if you are a top 3 team.
And one thing that was mentioned was the Zapophobia potential that could pop up for Leviathans going up against Hurriwind, Zapman. First time that these two hunters have faced off against each other on these respective teams. That's because it's the first time they've actually faced against each other this phase and since those roster changes have taken place. So we're going to see how Zapman and PandaCat can fare against each other in this dual lane with Hurriwind and Ronngyu. And I think I want to kind of pivot the conversation a bit towards Ronngyu and maybe specifically this Charon. If we don't have a major fight breakout in mid, adapting low beats you. Scream, he's used the dash, and he needs a little bit more damage. Not going to get quite enough to finish off the kill against adapting, but low health bars and a beads burn on the jungler.
And forcing beads onto Rat means he can't play too aggressive anymore. That beads is kind of needed because there's so much CC on the side of the Ravens, the cripple on the Lance, and the CC on the Venenu.
Does get the blink knockback, a crashing by Venenu,
Big
a
stun.
good stun by adapting. Make sure to bail himself out of danger, and the damage on top from Sheento puts both of the Ravens at half HP here in the mid lane. Will at least give the Ravens advantage, though, to move over towards the right side. Mid Harpies might see the Leviathans split over towards the left side once their lane is cleared out. But kind of going back to Ronngyu, this Charon pick, we've been seeing it a lot so far this phase. Jake, Ronngyu really becoming the 2 players to go towards this pick consistently for Ronngyu. It's been working out fairly well. Some of the strengths of this god have really been made known, maybe in part of the aggression that PandaCats had over in that dual lane. So for this matchup, going up against this Fafnir, this objective-heavy style of god, what does the Charon really offer here for Leviathan's comp?
I mean, it's that neutral part of the game where you're going to see Charon just walk up and just kind of harass you, poke you, and just kind of make life as difficult as possible for all the squishies on the Highland Raven side. But the job of Hurriwind is to allow this all-in potential onto Ronnie, to allow, the objective play, as you said, because Charon's not an objective god. He's not great around objectives. He really doesn't do much around it, doesn't add secure like Ymir does, or extra DPS like Ymir does, or even extra burn like the Fafnir does. So there's pretty obvious strengths and weaknesses to both of these dual lane comps. And I think even talking about Anhur and Soul, one of them does, good extra damage and also helps his team do a little bit extra damage with that shred. But Soul's got really good confirm in the 2 in Stellar Burst, or 2 in the ult.
Yeah.
The 2 is Stellar Burst. Yeah, 2 in the ult. So really good confirm and damage on the Highland Raven side. But you kind of think about how those objectives are going to happen, and there is so much bait potential that this Levi's comp has.
Yeah, I mean, I look over at the Ravens. You've got, as mentioned, the Fafnir Soul as a combo. That's already kind of scary around any objective. But then you see Haddix make a rotation over, and you might as well potentially kiss that objective goodbye. You better hope that you're able to weave in a bit more damage to try and steal that one away, which Sheento very capable of doing so on the Morgan Le Fay. Kind of going back to mid. We've seen the Warriors kind of slant a little bit back in the Soul lane this week. It's not quite the mage takeover. We're still seeing mages there, but we're starting to see some of these Warriors kind of pop back out. We're seeing the Morgan Le Fay move back over to the mid a little bit here for Sheento. Venenu taking the Raijin over towards mid. So going from what we've kind of grown used to seeing the last couple of weeks of maybe these more kind of tanky, heavy cooldown style of mages, now going back to more kind of their traditional burst roles.
Yeah, and they're both getting heavily prioed still. It's not like the value has gone down. It's just that flex potential is getting exploited a little bit more. And the gods and how they play change up a whole lot when you compare them in solo to in mid lane. In mid lane, a Raijin has one-shot potential really just right about now. If you don't have beads, you don't have Aegis, he can just one-shot you. And you look at the other side, Morgan, same thing. You don't have beads, you don't have Aegis, there is one-shot potential there. There's not as much, chance for harass because they can't put themselves out of, they have to put themselves out of position a little bit to be able to get that damage off, and they're not going to be building as tanky. So that is something to kind of look at. There's going to be less poke kind of in this game. Little damage.
Ultimate from Adapting. Trades out with Haddix. A bit of miscommunication there from fineokay and Adapting. Fino did get the dash from Haddix, and Adapting able to catch it off the tail end, but no further follow-up there. fineokay just still channeling the ultimate during all of that. So Haddix able to escape a gank. Does cost him an ult, but in trade, he gets 2 of them. And I think going back to your conversation on beads and Aegis, specifically for these mid laners, if you don't have those available at this time, going to be dangerous to step into. Adapting does now have his beads back off. After that initial 2v2 fight in mid, might be seeing Adapting and Scream now square off in the solo lane. We know there's no ults for Fino and Adapting. Scream still holding on to his, gets stunned out, and immediately forces that grand joust. Got to play a little bit more carefully when you're standing around a Hades and a Rat.
Yeah, the CC potential, and Scream has that blink. Actually looking for Adapting maybe here, something pops off.
Hear him around the corner of the wall on top of the horse. And a rotation from Venenu means that Adapting won't go for the blue buff invade. Instead, that one will go to their respective lanes and their respective teams for each of those ones. But we're already starting to see these junglers get active across the map. Adapting, rotation to soul lane. Didn't pan out on too much. Scream, similar. Lose out of his ult after the fact, so no bloodshed just yet.
And even with no bloodshed, the Ravens have kind of firmly solidified what they want to do in this game. They've played a lot for these shield camps, and that's kind of the value of Soul. She doesn't have, she's not like the greatest character in the game with how much, her damage is or anything like that, but one thing she is great at is her pressure in that lane. And as you can see, she's getting a bunch of purple buffs, shield buffs, and they're almost having to play in the back foot onto their own purple buff, dragging it in between the tier 1, tier 2 tower. They've got a 1,000 gold lead just from farming better.
Yeah, just these small little camps are netting a lead for the Ravens. You even see Hurriwind start to get aggressive on the Fafnir. Forced a green buff pull all the way to the back of tier 1 tower in mid, just to make sure that one doesn't get stolen away. So we will have to see what the Ravens can keep doing with this pressure. And Hurriwind having this frenzy means that any objective can be started up, and haven't seen a push to the Gold Fury just yet, but that's always got to be on the mind of Leviathans.
And that's exactly it. this is the point where there is legitimate threat, especially with like a back right here. There was high potential here for Hurry just to transform into the Draconic Corruption form, and they can just burn this. They have so much damage, and they have solid secure. So if you see, you know, a Levi's triple back like that, if that happens again, and the Ravens see it, there's very high potential for that Gold Fear to go down.
Probably see, at least in part of that, why we're going to start seeing a lot of vision around that pit. Look at the circle around the Fury as PandaCat drops a pillar inside of his tower just to act as a body block. But if you look at the circle around the Gold Fury, there's one ward up to the top left, right under the purple buff for Leviathans, but it's a slew of blue wards from the Highland Ravens just keeping vision. At any point, they will know when someone from the Leviathans is either backing in the jungle or heading towards that Fury. As Scream once again tries to put pressure on PandaCat. Man, this starting to feel like old school Soul right here. This little 7-minute tower, my goodness.
There is a little bit of a worry taking a tower too early. This should mean Hurry's going to play to this side of the map, and Scream should play to this side of the map a little bit more too, because if you take that tier 1 down and you just leave your ADC on that side of the map, there's high potential for a gank, especially if they're playing something that doesn't have, you know, that quick ability to get down the lane like a Hachiman or even like a Heimdall. So I would expect the Highland Ravens to keep playing through duo and then try to transition that to that Gold Fury.
Do you think there's value for the Highland Ravens now since Zapman's already pushed a tower out? Do you think that there's some merit to maybe rotating Zapman out of this lane, maybe having a little bit of a lane swap with Haddix?
Yeah, 100%. As soon as this Gold Fury goes down, like if I'm the Ravens, I want to go for this Gold Fury and this purple buff. This is perfect by them. Around this time, and then I want to swap Zap and Haddix as soon as I can get this Gold Fury. It is high gold potential on the map and high, you know, trade potential when you get that soul into a different role.
Oh no, they pulled the purple away from him, stolen out from under their nose. Scream just walks in, taps the buff one time, and gallops away with it, leaving Venenu all by himself in mid though. Ultimate from Adapting in response. Will not commit to Venenu. Instead, it's the tidal wave chasing out. Adapting jumps back, but will not crash in with the Highland Ravens.
3 ults used on the Levi side, so now they're going to have to be on the back foot a little bit. And another opening here, if they can get, you know, Venenu's back off and get him back to full health, this should be a Gold Fury angle.
Ronngyu stunned out by the jump. The disarm from Hurriwind, not going to do too much, but Highland Ravens, they're still just going to try and maintain this pressure a bit. No Fury down, a 1,500 gold lead, no kills yet. So no first blood bounty to either team at this time. And now we will see the Leviathans rotate over towards the right side, clear out these Harpies, get themselves a little bit of extra gold because they're going to need every bit they can. They're starting to fall behind just a little bit. As we do see, at least with Venenu able to go back to base on this last rotation, picks up his Aegis. Sheento just now going back. So mids have relics, but this is exactly what you were talking about. Few players go back to base. PandaCat's near. He has a chance to steal this. Yosin with the ultimate does take that away. PandaCat doesn't need the team when he can do it all by himself.
Someone should be zoning there. Panda should not be able to walk up 1v4 and allowed to be able to, you know, steal that. Whether it's Scream, whether it's Venenu, somebody needs to put damage onto him so he cannot walk up like that. It is a risky call to just take that 50-50. Why not just guarantee it and push PandaCat out of that area?
Now, with the play by PandaCat, ties the game back up. Still no kills, gold, 200, XP, 1,000 at this point. Not really a lead at 10.5 minutes in with that next beacon spawning up. Maybe could be our first real breakout fight that we see because it has been a very quiet game for these two teams. And kind of going back to this Fafnir a little bit inbound. You know, Fafnir got a buff coming into a few patches back, got his dragon form, goes a little bit longer. I'm sitting there going, man, that's a really good buff. Like, we had like 60-second dragon at like level 20, and then nothing happened with him. Kind of sat back for a while. We saw buffs come to Ares, where it kind of made him a Fafnir-like in a sense. But now seeing the Fafnir come back, it really feels like his build hasn't had to change much. fineokay will be good for the time being. And talking about, again, the Fafnir, the Shogun's Kasari, kind of where I was leading to on this one. Just feels like we're right back to the Fafnir style of play. But fineokay just can't catch a break. Quick blink. Jump in by Hurriwind. Dash away by Fino. Should be fine even with hammer off the mark.
Maybe a dive setup in left lane, too.
Zapman in danger. Jumping by PandaCat. Will first blood be going to the Leviathans. Adapting. Crashes in as well. Gets the supernova and a first blood to PandaCat. Who cares about Zapophobia? You take him down. You ain't got to be scared of him.
And after stealing that Gold Fury, killing Zapman for that first blood, and getting this Tier 1 tower, the gold lead has just gone heavily in favor of the Levi's. This is about a 3,000 gold swing in just the past 3 minutes. Now they're getting bullied out at their green buff again. And that great Ravens early game that we saw has now kind of collapsed, and it's all Levi's now.
Leviathans has stolen away the control of this game. Off of a couple quick plays, fineokay distracting 4 people on the right-hand side. It's kind of the age-old story. You send 3-4 people to one lane, we're gonna send 3-4 on the opposite end. This time it wasn't for a Fury, instead it was for a kill onto Zapman, who's now down. Well, still even in levels, but that 1 kill going over to PandaCat just gives it a little bit of extra confidence over in there to keep that boxing going. And with that Tier 1 tower, now no safety for both these hunters.
No safety for both those hunters, but Panda doing a little switch up with the build. Usually we see Xe Kins a lot of the time. He's going for a crit build here, going in for that. I don't want to presume what it is. I'd assume Demon Blade after the buff. It's now got more power, more attack speed. It's got pen built in on it. So it is a very strong item, especially after the buff. There is potential for a Rage. There's a potential for Boomerang, potential for Deathbringer. But once he gets that Demon Blade online, if that's what he opts for, the shred potential on objectives, on the enemy tanks, and on the squishies because of that extra damage you just get from crit is going to go through the roof.
I think you're right to think maybe that Demon Blade. I believe it was Zapman who kind of started pioneering that item into his build. And he was doing it like right before we even saw that the buff was going to be coming through, so maybe he was already trying to test things out. Now we see Haddix going deep. As soon as he sees Sheento, realizes that blue buff not a good option to try and take away. I mean, this stage of the game, blue buff, not really worth losing your life over, especially with objectives coming back up. Pyromancer spawning in, Gold Fury in 20 seconds. Being down your soul laner, one of your big push targets. I mean, we were talking about the combo of Hurriwind and Haddix. You lose one of those pieces, makes it a bit easier and maybe more confidence for the Leviathans to step up.
Yeah, and with that objective burn on those 2 characters, you kind of see Ronnie building into that Shogun's also. Going to help him also and his team on these objectives also. There's going to be a lot of burn on each side. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see more of those 50-50s where it's just, let's just try to burn this and then we'll just try to get out after. With Pyro up, with Gold up, we have a big grouping over here.
Adapting, takes a bit of poke, but Haddix forced out of this. We do see Zapman still on the left side. Meanwhile, the entirety of the Leviathans surrounding the Pyromancer, maybe collapsing in for a kill. It's a blink by fineokay to get an ult from Venenu, but adapting, waiting to crash out of the tree on top of Venenu to the backline. BJ just burned from the mid laner, but Venenu still goes down. Adapting gets one, Hurriwind the second one. Now the 4v4, and Zapman has shown up to the party. Adapting, stunned out by Hurriwind, trying to escape the best he can. The Dragonflight to bail him out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Ravens coming out with at least a big kill for themselves.
And a 1v1 trade with a lot of stuff used. We have no ults on either side, and a lot of relics are down on each side also. You actually have every relic on the Levi's side down other than the beads by fineokay. We've got a few more up on the Ravens. Actually, Zapman takes a ton of damage there. Aegis is forced out. He does live, but that is a big relic, and now we're down to just 3 beads available in the entire game for the next 2.5 minutes.
Sheento chasing Screammmmm, unless he can break through that shield. Probably not going to get too much kill potential there. Screammmmm does jump over the wildfire and will be fine for the time being. So the answer back from the Highland Ravens, starting that fight 4v5 and then being able to actually strike a kill right before adapting does. Just shows the tenacity of them in that 4v5 setting, in that team fight. But Venenu now down relics for 100 seconds. With that Fury online available, might be a moment before we see the Ravens step up.
And I think if I am the Ravens, even though I am a little weak right now, I think this is a pretty large opening with how many relics the Levi's are actually down. I feel like they are a lot more relic reliant than you are on the Ravens. You have a lot of immunity in Venenu's ult. You have Zapman with a good amount of safety with the ult, the 3. And then as soon as Hurry's ult comes up, if somebody gets stunned and they don't have beads, they're just dead. So I want to see when Hurry's ult comes up, maybe a force here, especially with, Panda going back to base right now.
We do see Zapman pivoting out of lane. Well, go back to base, so maybe no Fury just yet, but anytime you got that Fafnir, could always be the chance of an objective. Frenzy's still down for 10 seconds on Hurry. Bracer for 50. I think with Vision inside of the pit, maybe why the Ravens are a bit hesitant to go towards those objectives for themselves. I believe during that last fight, Ronngyu didn't even have his second relic available to him. Now got a chance to go back, does pick up the Sunder. We haven't been seeing very much Sunder as of recently. Is there maybe a reason why you're thinking the Sunder could be the pickup for him?
Sunder, after it got nerfed, its niche kind of disappeared with... A lot of the times you'll just go Frenzy instead because it gives you more more capabilities with it instead of just burning one person or killing one shield. But actually, a little fight on the left side.
I'll have to see if anything comes up for Panda. No, it does not. A tidal wave clips in from Ronngyu, but not much he can do to bail out PandaCat. And now, just like that, the Highland Ravens go straight to the Fury. Don't even need Hurriwind ult for this one. They can grab that themselves. No Fury steal. But Leviathans this time a crash forward, but Sunder popped out from Ronngyu. Now Zapman might be in danger. fineokay gonna use the ult, adapting, will crash down for the second kill. Hurriwind now shoved against the wall, gets a stun, leaps away, but it's a chase right back in by adapting. Venenu low, Venenu gone. Ronngyu takes down one, and adapting's gonna try and take the 2v1 in the back, but those are two tanky targets. He's gonna need some help himself if he wants to grab those kills.
Maybe a little bit of an overchase there. After getting that objective, just play back. You've used a lot of relics, a lot of cooldowns. Just take the win that you get. Fortunately, chase out a little bit. 2 for 1 after getting that Gold Fury. And with that, you also lose the beacon. So that small win you got is now probably a little bit of a loss, especially with just this Prio, this Fire Giant. They're looking for Fire Giant.
Leviathans starting it up. They don't have that same level of burn, but they've got plenty of damage. Try and take this. fineokay is zoning out one inside of lane. Hurriwind spotted out. Along with Haddix, can the two tanks be able to stop this one? On the Highland Ravens, the Leviathans have it down to 30%. Sheento playing zone duty on the mage, goes in with the ultimate to keep chipping away at Haddix to try and get away at Scream. The Leviathans grab the Fire Giant. It's around for all 5.
And just one small win by the Levi's, winning that 2 for 1 at Gold Fury, gives them enough of an opening with their builds and how they've itemized to go for this Fire Giant. And as you said, it's 2 tanks and a Lancelot. There's not a lot of steal potential or threaten potential there in that fight. So unfortunately, the Ravens have to let it go. 5 strong, 5 with Fire Giant. Pyro spawning also again soon. I want to make sure we get that Pyro before we go for those sieges. So if I'm the Levi's, push out waves once, twice, but make sure you're on this Pyro timer.
Got to give shout-outs to Sheento for not only zoning on a Morgan Le Fay. Sure, he's built a little bit of defense to help out, be able to stand up there, but when your mage, who is a lot of your burst and a lot of your secure, is able to comfortably frontline against an Amaterasu, a Fafnir, and at one point, you've been able to help zone out Scream in that case with a bit of assist from fineokay. But I think the bigger highlight is already level 20. 19 minutes in the game, and Sheento has already hit that 20 point.
That's like throwback Sheento, hitting 20 before 19. And with that, no starter yet, so maybe potential for Pyro, then reset, get that starter. He is backing right now, Golden Hand, 2100. Has enough to go that Pendulum, which I assume, unless we see an alternate after it buffed, Pendulum, unfortunately. Probably the better item to build, but still love seeing alternate timeline. Gives you that extra hype in those team fights, that chance to respawn. Pendulum on the other side, a lot of cooldown, more spammability. Doesn't even need cooldown outside of that breastplate Pendulum, so he's now also got a lot of harass. And with how he's itemized, he will be able to play up and poke a little bit like those solo laners do with these solo mages.
So now the Leviathans, 4,000 gold in the lead over the Ravens here at the 20-minute mark. Low kill game, only 4-2 this far in, but it's what's been done with those kills. First couple ones, not too much to do in the first 5, 6 or so minutes of the game. I think it's actually 10 when we really started kind of ramping up a little bit. But now we're starting to see objectives go down. Get a pick, go to Gold Fury, get a pick. In this case for Leviathans, go to Fire Giant. Now, they start their push down mid tier 2. fineokay in the jungle, and there's half of Zapman's HP. He's not going to be of much use in this fight. Does still have access to ultimate, but no step up. Tier 2 tower just goes right down for free.
I think the Highland Ravens should play it like this, where they just try to slow down the Levi's as much as possible. Right now, they're spiking way harder than you. They've got the Compassion finished. They've got the Pendulum finished. Just try to slow them down as much as you can. Give up the tier 2s. You don't need to take these fights right here. And actually, as you highlighted, you pointed out to me, that Gooseberries by Zapman still only at 15 stacks. 75 needed. It's only a fifth of the way there? Fifth of the way there.
Well, he might not even get a chance to get any more stacks. His fineokay's nearly taking out his entire health bar. He and Adapting team up, and Zapman will be stackless once more. Killing spree for Adapting. The whole Leviathans are on the left side. The Highland Ravens didn't get the picture with a Runic Bomb in play. The left side Phoenix is going to go down to Leviathans with no contest from the Ravens.
And Zap just playing too far forward there. Yes, you want to slow them down, but if a lot of poke down onto Venenu there. But if you want to slow them down, you need your team with you. There was no threat with Zapman. As soon as they go in, they can commit this dive into the Phoenixes because nobody's there to peel out Zapman. You've got to respect the damage a little bit more. Yes, try to slow them down, but if your team isn't with you, don't play up that far.
8,000 gold now. Literally like a minute and a half, we were just saying it was a 4K lead for Leviathans, and they've doubled that in an instant. Fury, Tier 2, Phoenix, and Zapman, all within the course of those couple minutes. And now the Leviathans a pretty hefty lead. And guess what? Fire Giant's about to respawn back up. Another minute until that comes through, and Leviathans, they took the best Phoenix to go for it.
Yeah, and now they've got a nice setup here. They got the free, well, I won't say it's free yet, but it should be free. If you're the Levi's, you're going to want to give this up. But the Levi's now have that left Phoenix pushing down, the left Fire Wave's going to be shoving into that base if nobody's there to stop it. Zapman opting to be the one to push it out right now. But there's enough time till this Fire Giant where if Zap plays up too far, there might be a potential for adapting to look for the ult onto him. And Zap's going for the wave. This is just going to be a free pick for adapting.
Adapting, gonna ult right over. We'll need all 3 jumps to get the landing point. Uses the ultimate for immunity. Adapting's taking a lot of damage in return back for this trade, waiting it out because now he's got the rest of the squad. PandaCat shows up, throws out the pillar. Zapman's gonna fight back, but 2v1's not much of a winning opportunity for the 3-time himself. Leviathans pick up their 6th kill.
And Zap's trying to get that wave pushed out, but PandaCat has the opportunity to also push out the wave and come out of base to this Fire Giant. This is still only going to be about a 24-minute Fire Giant, so it's not the end of the world, but it's the fact that the gold lead that the Levi's are getting, the starters they are finishing with this Fire Giant, there's possibility for an end with this next Fire Giant.
Yeah, it's everybody on the side of the Leviathans with starter. Oh, Scream
Close.
Dashes away from the wave from Ronngyu. Meanwhile, it's only Hurriwind who's got his for the side of the Ravens. Leviathans start up the fire, and Sheento once again gonna play zone duty along fineokay. It's the double mage frontline now for the Levi's. Just choosing. This isn't even zoning. This is just chasing at this point. This is just, hey, don't walk in the jungle at all while my team does Fire Giant.
And there's just
and Pyro.
And Pyro. But there's just no threat onto the Morgan there, especially when Venenu shows up in left lane. There is a lot of damage on Lance when he gets to that full build spot, but he's still only 4 items deep, and you have a breastplate on this Morgan. There's very little reason for Sheento to be worried, for fineokay to be worried. fineokay is not even itemized for an actual defense item outside of his starter.
Now, has gone for Poly in that last slot. You can start putting that to use once the minion wave and the Titans start rolling forward. Titan won't be able to get too far as the Leviathans can knock this away, take down a Tier 2. Ravens can't even really step up for this defense.
And I think that's a good highlight to talk about Hades with Poly. He's a threat on these Phoenixes, so there is split potential with this Titan, with the Hades on Poly, or the Poly on Hades. Big threat from the Levi's in this fight on Phoenix.
Do see 4 grouped up for each to the right side, adapting in mid, Scream going between left and mid to try and deal with these waves. So Leviathans slowly working up for a chance to go in. Their Titans on the way. They'll have themselves a nice, free, large minion to kind of march around through. But all the while, adapting and Scream, they're not really joining in this fight just yet. In fact, fineokay might just go for the split push you were talking about a moment ago.
I mean, he's got that Poly. It's threat, but it's a slow threat, and ult's down in right lane.
Venenu uses his to immune out the one from Ronngyu, but now with the Titan crashing in, it's going to be an easier push for the Leviathans on that Phoenix. It's already down to 10% HP. It's a 2v1 now. Adapting might not realize that Haddix is there. Dashes away and up into the sky, but guess where Adapting can go? Right back with the rest of his team towards mid, because the right Phoenix is already gone.
Both outer Phoenixes down, as you said. Middle is the next threat. Titan is dead, and Hurry is in Faf transform. Played a little slow here if you're the Levi's. Just back up, keep backing up. Fafnir jumps in.
Jump by Hurry. fineokay stunned out, uses the beads. Might not want to use the ultimate because Scream's wrapping around. Does get some damage onto PandaCat, but fineokay's getting collapsed on as Venenu crashes in with Haddix to take him down. Flight is good by Sheento to help Adapting take down Ven, but in the backline it's a low Adapting, but an even lower Hurriwind, and now Sheento can just chase out Haddix and Zapman, but Scream is going to try and wrap back around, may just end up going back to base. Leviathans are just healthy enough. They got plenty of damage and a runic bomb. That's all 3 Phoenixes.
Little worry here. They're little low. Adapting is not here. This is only 3v3 here. Yes, you have Fire Giant sustain, but it's still Play this slow. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, you don't have to do anything big here. You do not need to win the game. You maybe could have if you get one more kill, but since there's still 3 alive, they've got good enough clear, good enough survivability. Back off. Get ready for this. I mean, Fire Giant, Pyro aren't even spawning for another 3 minutes. You have time. Little worry here for Sheento, though.
Yeah, Sheento all by himself. Haddix could chase. Sheento's got decent self-peel. Silenced out, turn around Dragonflight. It's an ultimate in response by Haddix, and even Sheento, he's going to turn back around. PandaCat's on the way. The tidal wave could crash through from Ronngyu, though it's a little off the mark. Adapting on the tree, has found Scream, crashes in. That nearly breaks the shield on his own, and he's going to keep the fight going. This 1v1 is going all adapting, but PandaCat will weave in one small auto to make sure that he can get the kill for that one. Leviathans now with 9 total, 1 down for 50 on the Ravens.
And Scream's ult just comes up after he dies, so he does not have that immunity to be able to get out. But now 5 strong versus 4. Hurry forced into the Draconic Corruption before the fight even starts. 4 on Fire Giant with this Levi's comp. No ults really outside of adapting, or PandaCat and fineokay. You still have got time here. 28 seconds on Scream.
It's a long time that Hurriwind does get to use that Dragon ultimate. But the Leviathans are slow playing this one. Adapting left, the rest of the Leviathans mid. 15 seconds till Scream is back up. Playing it patiently, but once we hit that 5v5, you no longer have the advantage. Sunder used up against Zapman, adapting, waiting around the pillar. Zapman knows he's there, but it's a commitment from the Leviathans. A little bit too much damage coming their way, and the Leviathans can take game 1.
And an easy end. All they're waiting for is just the waves to get a little bit closer, Sheento to get a little bit closer. And as soon as fineokay sees that they're ready, he dashes in, drops ult, and there's just way too much damage, way too much tankiness in that Hades ult, and he's just able to tank it the entire time.
Yeah, just so many protections offered for Hades during that Pillar of Agony just makes it to where he kind of does become that pseudo-tank without having any of that defense there. But, I mean, this was a game that felt like once the Leviathans were given a single inch, they were just able to weave in 500 gold here, 500 gold there. I mean, we saw a 4K gold swing in the matter of a 2-minute span at that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and we even saw the early game. The Ravens played a really strong early game. Without any kills, they were getting a lead. Unfortunately, that early game, that lead didn't lead to much. The Gold Fury gets stolen, First Blood's given up, Tier 1 tower killed, and they're not getting anything on the solo side of the map. But, highlight, Ravens, very good early game. You just got to get that Gold Fury. If you get that first Gold Fury, completely different game. You get that First Blood over in solo lane instead of giving it up in duo. Also talking about a completely different game. But great team fighting by the Levi's.
Yeah, Leviathan's able to bring the team fight, and that's what ended up mattering at the end of the day for them. They take game number 1. We'll take it to a quick break. We'll come back with game 2.
raving slashing spree. Isaiah here with a patch update that's out of this world.
That's right, it's the 29th, which means there's only a few more days, including today, to get in on all of the sales, the slashes that are coming through from Isaiah in SMITE in-game for the Reaping, whether it's the chests you want to roll, etc., etc. So make sure that while you have the opportunity, whether you're in costume or just vibing at home, to get in now while you can, and take advantage of the Reaping before it ends on the 31st. And otherwise, Mifflin, if we're looking at what got reaped, you reap what you sow. There's probably some wordplay in there, and I'm not clever enough to figure it out right now. Ravens lose 1-0. Leviathans. Maybe it's not much the Ravens lose. Leviathans just look really good. First few minutes feels pretty Ravens. And then a steal into a first blood into a tower kind of spirals things out of control. And I feel like from that moment, it did not feel like the Ravens had their hand on the ball.
Yeah, in the interview, it sounded like maybe there was a little bit of rivalry between PandaCat and Zapman. I'd argue the rivalry is between King Kennett and Zapman, because King Kennett just decided that Zapman wasn't going to be allowed to play this game. At one point, it's 4 kills for adapting, 4 deaths for Zapman, and it just tended to be that way the entire time, getting involved here once more. It's really difficult for the Ravens, I think, to play through this match if their soul isn't in a decent position. And considering Zapman spent the majority of the mid-game dead, there wasn't exactly a lane that the Ravens could go to consistently play through for pressure. So when you've got Soul on your side, you really got to put all your eggs in the basket and making sure that he has a decent match. And the Leviathans put all their eggs in the basket of making sure he didn't. So clean stuff there. Clean executed identity from the Leviathans and strategy to deal with that Highland Ravens composition. And as you said, after that objective, after the first blood, objectives tended to continue to roll the way of the Leviathans until eventually their gold lead was so significant that adapting didn't really matter who he was diving on anymore, because they would just die. I saw a few times where he just said, yeah, I know it's a Hurriwind, or I know it's fineokay, or excuse me, Haddix, but I'm going to kill him anyway because I've got that much damage to play with. And unfortunately for the Ravens, adapting was just right.
There were a lot of moments, Zap would try to just go get some farm. Like he just wanted to be able to play the game, and adapting would punish him. PandaCat would come over and punish him. By the way, I don't know what the name of the skin was, but whatever skin PandaCat was playing was A, on theme with Halloween, and B, really cool, and now I know exactly what I'm going to be playing when I lock in on her. Great game from the Leviathans. Good damage numbers, good control on the map, and a lot of it starts, it feels like 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game. So the big thing for them and what is going to continue is just trying to keep that going. Ravens, meanwhile, Mifflin, are going to have to try and figure some things out. Where do you think it goes wrong? The Ratatoskr feels like it is the catalyst, but can you ban Rat? I guess they had a Kepri ban, so you could probably afford to put it in there if you really wanted to.
Yeah, you could ban out the Rat, but then you've essentially got Thor, who's going to be doing the majority of the same stuff. So I think it lies in just execution on field. I don't think that was a composition from the Ravens that was incapable of winning out in this game. In fact, I went into that match actually favoring their draft had they been allowed to leverage it towards objectives. So if that first objective goes just a little bit better, maybe the Ravens could continue to roll through them. But unfortunately for them, Leviathans look real good in that regard. Otherwise, maybe you draft a little bit more counter-engage. If the Leviathans go for a similar composition, you could play something like Terra to prevent that all-in. So when Rat is dunking, things aren't looking as good. Won't be the Rat, though, but it also won't be the Ravens banning it. Levi's say, hey, that's a really good pick, and I don't want you to have it.
Understandably, right? Rat, Baba Yaga as well from the Levi's. Well, our first pick as we go into Game 2. Chernobog Athena, banned out by the Ravens. Yemoja's been high up on that list. We talked a lot. Amaterasu's been high on that list, despite whether or not, you could argue, yes, she deserves to be up there. No, she doesn't. Raijin, as well as, it feels like a couple other mages have kind of wormed their way, right? Soul sometimes is in that conversation. Ullr sometimes. I think that depends on the team. Puch, as of late, has been on the rise. But the Leviathans decide they don't want the Ravens to have that, and they also don't want to have it for themselves, so they get rid of that. Yemoja comes to my mind just because it's something you do not want Ronngyu to have if you can avoid it.
Yeah, gotta ban that Yemoja, right? And they do. So where does that leave the Leviathans? Raijin on the table. Maybe you want to grab something like Morgan Le Fay if you're not exactly feeling the Raijin right now. Capri makes his way through, saw a good deal of priority in the last phase of bans that we had seen in game number 1. Could be the Leviathans put their eyes there. But me in this position, I'm always kind of leaning towards that Raijin. I said Morgan Le Fay as a throwaway to buy time to let my brain work.
While you were thinking about other stuff.
Yeah, I was just like, that's a god that gets locked in sometimes. I threw it out. I really did not think it was going to be MLF first slot. It's good. It's got flexibility. It's not awful there. But there really was a lot. I mean, the Ravens, if they want to, this could just be Raijin Capri.
Now, and I'd have to look at this up specifically for God versus God, but it feels like she's got a decent matchup into Raijin. Maybe is that what's going on? So is that like a, hey, if we're going to get it, we'd rather grab Morgan and throw it where you throw Raijin than grab Raijin and let you get the Morgan Le Fay. But what is it about the matchup? Is it just God v God, or is it kind of surrounding cast really matters in that matchup too?
I think Morgan in particular is good into Raijin, and that's why they take it in that slot. But if we were to evaluate who's good into everybody else more often, I'm leaning a little bit more so towards Raijin just because of how much utility he affords the team through Taiko Drum. I think Taiko Drum is just one of the best abilities in Smite right now. Do you need damage? You got that. Do you want to get someone off of you? You can do that. Do you want to get them closer to you? You can do that too. And that versatility and engagement of, do we need peel? Do we need initiation? Whatever we need, I got it. Makes Raijin so difficult to deal with, as well as the fact that he's just got really good flex potential.
I'm sorry, I just found out this costume has pockets. I did not realize that mine had pockets. I thought I sacrificed pockets for wings.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to use them, but that's real neato. Naja gets locked in alongside the Raijin. Look, I'm just preparing in the event that they choose a ban skin again.
Yeah, we got to figure out what we're going to come back to.
We're just killing some time. Naja gets locked in alongside that, something Scream has loved and looked really good on. Feels like good setup right now for the Ravens, good engage and good fight potential. But it's answered with Soul and Charon. Kuzenbo gets locked in, and it gets locked in the top 3 for the Ravens. You have to imagine there was something higher priority there, right?
Yeah, I mean, plenty of things, and I think it'll be revealed to us in this second phase of bans. I mean, there's a lot of value out there. Kuzenbo's not poor. Kuzenbo actually has really good matchup into Morgan Le Fay and Soul in that when they're defending themselves, they're just going to kill themselves on the Kuzenbo Thorns, so good disruption, can block out some of those auto attacks. Charon not exactly known for his peel, so Kuzenbo should be able to stick to that backline really well. Just surprised to see him there. Thought maybe we'd see an ADC lock-in for the Highland Ravens in that slot. Either the Anhur or maybe something like the Heimdall if you want to take something that we know Zapman's comfortable on. Another strange hover. I'd lose my mind if we're looking at a Kuzenbo Jormungandr game. Instead, it is Ishtar. Makes a little bit more sense to me. Good pressure. One of the few hunters in the game that can at least match some of that wave output on Soul. You're not going to quite match it perfectly because Soul is a mage. She's just going to push a little bit harder than you, but having those cleaving auto attacks going to help out significantly, especially post Gooseberries. Once Gooseberries is done and your lob auto attack is hitting multiple targets and then also bouncing multiple times, or getting that pseudo golden bow effect, makes it really easy to clear out some of those waves.
I know one thing, at least I've always gotten to be a big fan of Ishtar ults in the right moments.
It's great initiation.
Seals, engage, yeah, I mean, it's kind of got everything, and flashy, right, on top of that, which is maybe the other half of it. It does, again, with those 2 picks, you got to imagine, I wonder what they're going for. The Yorm hover earlier makes me think that they're still contemplating something for Haddix. Kuzenbo's flexible in that regard. Raijin's flexible in that regard, letting themselves see the full draft of the Leviathans. We did see Thor, Mercury, Ama, and Anhur get banned in that second phase, which means that the Leviathans got to change some things up. Those things are going to be a Camazotz, which has been very kind to adapting so far this phase, and then an Ullr, which Mifflin in the grand scheme of talking to you, I've kind of learned Sol you prefer in duo, Morgan you like in solo, and Ull, well, mainly because Ull you'd like in mid. But I also know, if I'm remembering like your words right, is you'd probably prefer just like Morgan over the Ull if you could duplicate it and play in both.
Yeah, Ull's in an interesting spot right now. I have changed my tune a bit. I feel like true 6-slotted Ull with Bluestone is actually enough of a threat that it's just really annoying to deal with. Like, let's say Ishtar gets clipped by Hail of Arrows over a wall one time 30 minutes in at Fire Giant. Ishtar is now 50% HP just about before the Fire Giant dance. So that poke potential of Ull, one of his primary strengths. But we've also seen the duality of Ull in that SOT dominated a game and then immediately stopped doing anything because he's a squishy target that's easy to jump on. And it is interesting to see someone decide to go for a 5th pick overall ADC into a composition that already had Kuzenbo on it. Feels like that's just another easy target for Kuzenbo to make life difficult for. We'll have to see. With Thoth locked in, I think that does essentially guarantee the Raijin for solo lane. And I want Morgan Le Fay to go wherever Raijin is. So that does now put Ull in mid for me.
Is there a world where, if it was Raijin mid, would you still prefer... Like, you want Morgan Le Fay to follow him?
I want Morgan Le Fay there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I see Thoth, and I'm like, there's no way that you're throwing him solo. That being said, we've also seen some weird things, and you never really know. But Raijin, Morgan Le Fay has been a solo matchup that we've kind of gotten used to. The Charon worked out well. You had mentioned the Sol and the Ishtar. Last time around, Sol for Zap kind of bullied, not necessarily because it was Sol, but just because that's where Adapting decided to just nest up on the Ratatoskr. Camazotz, Naja doesn't feel like they have that same kind of impact the Rat would have in chasing down something like that. Do you think that this is going to be better for PandaCat than it was in Game 1 for Zap?
I think so. It's that global presence from Rat that just makes it really difficult to deal with. With Naja rolling through, you've got time to charge up to Saporate. As long as you press it right before the Sash hits you, you can get hit by Sash, you can get Wind Fire Wheeled. Eventually, you're going to be Aegis in the sky, right? And you're not taking all that damage from the Wind Fire Wheel. So I think Sol, much better matchup there. CC immunity kit means that when you're reacting to some of that CC from Naja, you should be able to avoid some of those stickier situations. I will say, though, the potential for Adapting is still very high. He could just roll through the dual lane and say, hey, man, you're Ishtar. You got some CC immunity on that ultimate. That's really cool. I didn't pick a CC god. I'm going to kill you. That's my CC. Grayscale. And I think there's very high potential for that, even to just straight up avoid the counter initiation from Ishtar. So often we see Ishtar, oh no, jungler's in my lane, let me throw out the Sacred Swords, stun him, dash away, I'm all good. Bat Out of Hell doesn't care about what you're doing, right? It's just going to chase you down and apply that damage regardless. So I think the Highland Ravens in a similar position here, where it is likely that Adapting puts his pressure there.
You know, in a good way, he also can avoid a lot of what Kuzenbo wants to do, right? And just,
Watery Grave, yep.
Cool, I'm just going to go up into the sky, bro. Have fun spinning around down there. I'm going to go for your carry now. And it also has been really kind. Coming into this week, 70% win rate on the Camazotz for the Leviathans, so it has treated them really well. And so if they are looking good, their carries are feeling fine, Adapting can still run rampant, the question then has to become, what do the Ravens do to tie this setup? Like, where do they find their pressure? You know, you had already mentioned Ishtar can kind of get got on by this Camazotz. I guess we'll have to figure out how the Ravens are going to handle as we jump down to Game 2 with J-Mac and Inbound.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Game 2 between these two titans of teams. So we're going to figure out who is either going to tie up the set if it's the Ravens on a win, or if we're going to see the Leviathans push this to match point. As we jump into the second game, it is J-Mac inbound and Doug back here once more. I kind of want to go maybe to some of the discussion about the little bit of a rivalry we might be seeing here between Adapting and Zapman now at this point. Because last game, we saw a lot of Adapting camping out this dual lane, making sure to get farm up on Zapman, diving tier 1, diving tier 2. We saw the push all the way back to Phoenix at one point to make sure to get that kill. Now that Zapman's gone over to this Ishtar and Adapting to the Camazotz, do you think we could be seeing maybe some of that similarity here in Game 2?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if nearly the exact same thing happens. Ishtar's got probably only one weakness, and she is not incredible against the dive. And when you're getting dove by a god like Kama, who can burst you down and then banish himself from the map while still doing damage to you, Ishtar's going to struggle a little bit, especially when you look at the comp around her. There's not a ton of peel. The peel is space created by the team. There is a lot of CC. I mean, we have Raijin, taunts, fears, we have Naja, ults, and sashes, but a lot of the time, that's going to be backline, hitting the enemy backline, trying to set up for the Thoth. But when you see adapting, you think about what adapting wants to do and what he did last game. He kind of farmed up a little bit through the early game, maybe a couple visits to the side lanes, but it was mostly farming till he got that first item, and then maybe he would show up for a shield camp or something. But that was the point where Zapman was so far ahead, shutting him down kind of puts the game completely in the Levi's favor, and that's exactly what adapting did.
And it really feels like the Ravens have kind of pivoted themselves as far as their kind of team composition goes. Last time, it's a very objective, focused style of comp, and we really didn't get to see much objective. We saw one attempt at Gold Fury get stolen away by Panda, and then we never really saw the Ravens go that direction. So you think this pivot now puts them more in line with kind of that team fight or maybe that pick style of play?
I think it works both team fight and pick style. They have a unique comp, to say the least, from what we're used to seeing, but this is a very well-drafted comp. They've got pressure in duo, they've got kill potential in wherever Naja goes. Thoth is going to be very safe during this dive. He's a god that can also space himself farther enough from adapting so the threat is not as scary. And then they have just one-shot potential onto 4 players on the Levi side, because a Morgan who's getting brought up into the air actually, I would even say into the late game, there is near one-shot potential with that Thoth ult, Naja ult combo. So that's everybody on the Levi's bar, maybe Ronnie, have to be very careful with their positioning. But I love the comp. It makes a lot of sense. It flows together easily. You highlighted they didn't do objectives very well last game, so let's pivot off that. I think this is a lot better.
Now, you're talking about Screammm, and I took a look over towards what Scream's doing. Relics. Usually we see Blink or Beads kind of as that first option for the junglers, but Screammm going for the Aegis and now going for a wraparound towards Ronngyu. Zapman in a bit of danger. PandaCat low. PandaCat gone on. So much damage his way. A root from Ronngyu gives him just enough space. The Kappa bounce into the tower. Won't get much there. Good body blocks and good peel for Ronngyu. Keeps PandaCat alive.
And forced to use med, but I mean, I'm happily trading out med to keep my ADC alive. Beads were forced not too long before that, so Panda had very little safety there. Franny doesn't play it how he does. Panda is going down. But the Aegis on Screammm, this is a Screammm Naja thing. Actually, Zapman dashes in, really no threat. It was a little worrisome.
That was a Zapman classic right there. When the god first came out, we saw somebody accidentally dash forward instead of, I think Zapman's exact words will hold the discussion on there. Aegis now off of Screammm. fineokay going for the blue buff invade with adapting. Haddix might just have to let this one go. Throws damage towards adapting. fineokay secures the blue, but adapting pops the beads against Screammm and goes in with a ring toss is bouncing in. Haddix might just dash aggressively, but good peel from fineokay. Dragonflight pushes Haddix away. He's able to secure the blue and peel out for his teammate.
And that was almost disastrous for adapting. He takes a lot of damage. Beads are forced. Fortunately for him, fineokay pushing out Haddix and Screammm just enough. And as you were talking about before, we got so rudely interrupted by all this action on the map. The Aegis on Screammm, it is a Screammm special. This is something he likes to do with Naja. So when he goes into the air and he comes down, he has that immunity when he lands, can maybe bait out, get more abilities up, and then look to fight even more. And it works out really well. He becomes almost a bait on top of having a god with setup, kill potential, and it makes him almost a tankier character because of just how much tankiness, or I guess Aegis is 100% immunity, but how much, you know, you can bait with that Aegis.
A bit more survivable when you either miss that ability,
that's a good word.
Either when you miss that ultimate, or when you hit it, you crash down, and now, as you mentioned, 4 squishy and susceptible targets to deal damage back to him. Sheento, fast beads, gets the ultimate away from Screammm, and that was Screammm before going back to base to buy his Jotuns. Gonna be a longer cooldown this time as opposed to that 20% CDR we're more used to.
Yeah, a lot of times you will see the junglers back to get that Jotuns, and then immediately sprint out of base to try to ult somebody to force those relics. Fortunately, no Jotuns yet for Screammm. We'll have a little bit of time, but a susceptible god that he got those beads from. There's no immunity at all on this Ullr, so if Screammm ever sees him, there is potential for kills there. Screammm seeing his back's invaded. Maybe a little fight here?
Ring toss used, sash on adapting, but adapting knows there's no ultimate. He's got one of his own, but it's not going to stick around for this fight. Good call from fineokay. No lane partner there. to deal with him, but Haddix and Thunder Crash over the wall, lands on a fineokay. The Taiko drums are there, adapting to have the juke shoes. He's already used the ultimate. He doesn't have beads. Sash by Scream, but a jump by adapting bails him out. Is it enough though? Because Hurriwind and the ultimate from Venenu crashes through. Final judgment puts a nail in the coffin for adapting.
Huge rotation by the Ravens. 4 people to try to clean up adapting who's clearing out those back camps. But it pays off. They get the kill. That first blood is worth. And beads now forced on fineokay. This is 3 beads now down for the Levi's. And Scream's ult, you see it, 3/4 going to be coming up soon.
He's still standing nearby. fineokay going to try and secure this cooldown buff, but he misses the timing on it. Surprised you don't see Scream turn and burn right back to him. But as you just pointed out, Scream still hasn't gone back to finish the item. He's still sitting on that tier 2 mace.
Well, he backed. He just didn't have enough gold, I guess. So now he's finally backing at 6 minutes at level 6 to get this Jotuns. He picks up that cooldown buff also. But now there's only 60 seconds left on Sheento's beads. Is there an opportunity for him to punish? Will Sheento, play a little bit safer? Because you'll sometimes see mid laners who don't have those beads and they know the enemy ultimate is coming up. They'll completely relinquish pressure, and it's up to you to punish that, either by going for an objective or forcing you into the jungle. So now it's kind of on to Sheento. Will he respect this ult coming up, or is he going to try to greed a little bit more farm?
Leviathans, even with first blood going to the Ravens, have to highlight that it's Leviathans who are out on top in gold. Still early, 500s, so gold back and forth. Not really a whole lot at this stage of the game, not even really there, but just goes to show that the pacing Leviathans were starting to set beforehand, getting advantage in that farm, adapting, stealing away camps. You saw Fino invade the blue buff. All that started to translate to a Leviathan's lead with the Ravens' first blood. They were more so able to kind of stem that bleeding for themselves. So now we're going to see the Highland Ravens continue that fight back. Scream's got Jotuns. Love to see him go to one of these lanes, try and get another set of beads. fineokay is still down for 75 seconds.
And he got that ult onto... Wait, beads are still down.
Oh, Scream is able to pick up Sheento. Where's the follow-up? Ronngyu throws the wave, and it does manage to clip through 2, but Sheento's out for now, able to jump over the wall. Scream is the one low instead, in the middle of adapting, and the rest of the squad, the swipes down in. It's adapting who turns the fight back around, and he might just go on top of Haddix. Paps, Scream, jump, Aegis from Haddix, not enough. Double kill for the king. Adapting's got 2.
And that is a crazy sequence. You think as soon as Sheento goes into the air with no beads, he is going to be killed by that Thoth ult. There's not enough damage from this Naja, from this Thoth at that point. Only one item finished, and it's that Book of Thoth, so he does not get the flat pen from that. He does not get the flat pen from this Deso/Divine, whichever he opts for, assuming Divine. And he doesn't get much from his passive either at this point. So he's just not at a point where he's doing enough damage. And Sheento at this point also very, very far ahead. And you see Charon with that shield that he's providing to his team. These are huge swings in the favor of Levi's, and that is a 2-for-1 trade.
Sash on the Ronngyu. Ring toss hits him in Sheento. Sheento's got jump. Ultimate used. It does catch Ronngyu. This should be a death on landing. This Venenu, the follow-up. Yes, 2 hieroglyphic shots do so. But here's the return back in from the Leviathans. PandaCat here, but adapting can't close the gap on Venenu. So it will just be a kill for the Ravens. Adapting went in, but he gets shoved around, and now he's just getting tossed around by the Ravens. Able to juke out, but with Zapman on patrol, the Ravens pick up their 3rd.
And a little bit of a, I don't want to say sloppy game, but there's a lot of fighting going on and a lot of invades. And this is kind of what you want to see when you're playing this Naja. These aggressive, for lack of a better word, sloppier games are beneficial to you. You're pulling relics, able to punish the relics right after. As we saw, the Levi's won that first fight, but Naja sticks around. Cooldowns come back up, that ult comes back up, they invade that green buff, and then you get a kill, you get another kill on the rotations, and just talking a minute ago, this was a Levi's about 2K lead. Now we're swinging about a 1K difference back to the Ravens, only down 1,000 gold now. And Ronnie, not wanting to lose that farm right there, assuming he was probably just trying to ult Zapman, but we're going to assume he was trying to get that farm, gets those those ranged minions with PandaCat.
Zapman's just sitting here going, bro, why is there a wave coming my way? What's happening here? Are there more people? Like, what's going on? Why am I taking this random global from Ronngyu? I actually think if we pan back over to Ronngyu and get a look at kind of how he's prioritizing his level ups here, I think he has been maxing up that second ability, so bigger shield for his team to really try and continuously bail them out, and maybe some of that coming in clutch during that last fight.
Yeah, and on top of that, what you get with putting points into the 2 is you get cooldown. So you're getting more ability to use your 2, you're getting more value than also from the 2. So it makes a lot of sense to put points into that. The damage, going to be lacking a little bit. Don't expect huge numbers from this Charon unless you're putting points into that 1. And as you saw, only 2 points into the 1 so far for Ronnie. But those shields, we saw that shield onto adapting when he jumped in. It was huge.
Well, now, about 2 minutes from that first beacon spawning in. This is about the point last game where things started to slow down for a couple minutes, wait for that beacon, pop itself in. Maybe we see a team fight break out, and then over to Fury. There's the Ravens who had started the Fury last time, stolen by PandaCat. We won't see a Fury this time by either team just yet. Still waiting on a few relics for these players. Ravens mid laner, Venenu, missing out on his. All beads back up for the Leviathans, though. And I think that's another thing that, you know, maybe a bit of a neglect on me to mention was that the only person who doesn't have beads to deal with this Naja to fight against this Kuzenbo is Ronngyu on the Charon.
Yeah, and he's not that tanky at this point, so there's potential here. Hurry getting collapsed on takes a little bit of damage.
3 people, Supernova. Does manage to get ultimate from both Zap and Hurry. But look at the health bars on the Leviathans. They just walked up casually,
Gold Fury
forced out a couple of abilities, and now can wrap their way over to the Fury. Zapman lost a bit of his steal potential, and PandaCat will be the one to start up zone duty up against Zap. Gold Fury started up. Sheento on the way, but it's never a guarantee. Not with the range that Venenu's has. So Sheento's got a zone 1 out. Scream is going to walk in himself. Sash pulls Ronngyu up. They could just go for the Fury and leave Ronngyu until the landing. Ronngyu still alive throughout. Oh, it goes for the tidal wave. Pulls Scream back in. Scream silenced out. Gets the Sash on Ronngyu, but he doesn't have the follow-up
shields
that he needs. Ronngyu keeping himself alive, and the team gets the turn and burn.
And those shields from Ronnie, as we saw the points into that too, going through the entire team, everybody is hitting these massive shields. And even though Scream's ring toss is hitting 3, 4, 5 people, it's just hitting the shield. It's just killing the shield. It's not actually doing damage to the actual health bars of the enemies. And Levi's pull that Gold Fury, have enough burn on it. Scream opts to ult Ronnie to try to make them reset that Gold Fury. Good play by the Levi's to keep that Gold Fury aggroed. They pull it, and there's nobody close enough to out-secure them. Levi's, so far, they've not put a ton of pressure on the map for actual kills, but the pressure is for invading, Gold Furies, sending people back to base, and then with that small advantage, they're gaining gold leads. Like, they're already up 2K after a really, really slow first 10 minutes.
I think it's also important to recognize the zoning that has been coming from the carries of the Leviathans. Sheento says, man, that's a Thoth. That dude has, like, unlimited range. What if we don't let him step in the jungle at all? Make sure to zone out 1. We saw PandaCat keep Zapman at the very beginning, and then went back to make sure to juggle that aggro. Leviathans, they're saying that anybody is a frontliner if you just try hard enough, and they're proving that theory here in game number 2. Zapman has stepped up. He's got his bees, but shouldn't be too much danger. It's only Ronngyu on this side of the map.
And Ravens down almost 3K. There's left towers looking to get pressured a little bit. I'm a little bit worried if I'm the Ravens right now because
Adapting's doing that.
Yeah, you're getting ran at in your own jungle. You're losing your tier 1. But outside of that, this Kuzenbo's level 9. This is a character where you want to get ahead. You want to be able to return enough damage so you can actually dive the backline. If you're behind, you're not tanky enough for your 2 to actually be sending enough damage back. Your 3-1 base damage is not high enough for you to actually be threatening. And the level 11 Ronnie on the opposite side, there's just so much more value in his kit when he's at this spot.
PandaCat pushed back by the Kuzenbo, uses the Supernova defensively just to make sure to keep Hurriwind and Zapman from pushing in. Battle of the solo laners, we've been seeing this a lot. Typically with Warriors we don't see a whole lot of kill action, but we've been seeing a lot more with these mages over here. For the time being, it's just a bit of poking and prodding because, well, both of them have Vamp Shroud, both of them already have their Pythax piece, a lot of sustain available to them. How much sustain is there? Adapting. Gets spotted out on the ward by Haddix. Quick flicker back for Haddix, even to the safety, and keeps Adapting from going for the furthered rotation towards solo.
A little bit of a grouping here by the Levi's. They have got a good lead, and the Levi's, or the Ravens can't really step up.
It's never a free objective with Venenu around, so collapse on the Thoth might just be the call for Levi's. Beads from Ven, charges up that final judgment, lets it fly, slams through Adapting, and now he's got to bat out of hell away from here. How far of a distance can he go? A good stun by Sheento should bail 1 out, but Haddix is going to keep up the charge for it on the Raijin. Ronngyu pushback, has the tidal wave. It does clip through 3, and Scream is
Sheento.
falling low. fineokay still standing by, and Sheento is charging forward, but he gets shoved back by Hurriwind, and now might be a turn back on the Kuzenbo. Sheento has no fear when the team's standing by.
And there's just not enough damage on the side of this Ravens comp right now. You even saw the massive ult onto Adapting by Venenu, but there's just nothing else there to actually pick up that kill. And Sheento is so confident right now, he is jumping over the enemy's green buff wall and trying to find Zapman here, looking around maybe the corner.
Do you see Zapman without that tower? No longer a very safe place for him to go, except if you want to sit all the way back in tier 2, and that's never fun this early in the game. So a 4,000 gold lead already established now by Leviathans with just that one Fury. And now immediately going back to it once more. They don't even know where everybody is on the map. They just now know that Venenu's hit mid. Hurriwind knows that Leviathans are at the Fury once more. They don't have their zoner from Venenu. You got to keep him out when you go for these objectives.
And just not enough damage there. You kind of need PandaCat's consistent auto-attack damage. Yes, Sheento's got very good burst, but the consistent damage isn't there. They opt to drop it, but it's good, kind of like testing the water, seeing if the Ravens are willing to contest, if they're going to walk in, if they're even going to check the Gold Fury. Fortunately for them, the Ravens, they do check it. And looking across the map right now, it's a Demon Blade second item by Zapman. And on the opposite side, Ronnie has already itemized to stop that and to stop that nausea damage. So maybe he's expecting to get picked up by that nausea, and then he's just trying to mitigate as much of that damage as possible.
Not as if Scream's doing a whole lot to him right now with
True.
his build,
Very
but
true.
Ravens do start up the Oni Fury, half HP. They've got really good secure with Venenu's ult, so can you stop Venenu from ulting through? Tidal Wave, Scream goes over, Venenu shuts down PandaCat, and now Scream's able to ult away. But Sheento and Adapting are on the hunt. They know that there's a low health Naja. Can they find him is the question. Venenu trying to zone out. Zapman going back to base, but Adapting's lost sight of Scream. He and Ven are sticking around on the left side of the jungle while the rest of the team's being collapsed on. Adapting jumps on top of Venenu. No ultimate available to the Thoth. The quick dash out, but he went right into their waiting arms of Sheento and fineokay. It's a killing spree for the mid laner and a kill for the jungler. No, that one over to Sheento. It's a double for him. 6 kills for the Levi's and 4 of them on the belt of the mid laner.
And that fight is a perfect start for the Ravens. They confirm the Gold Fury with Final Judgment, and at the same time, the ult also hits PandaCat, wiping him off the map before he can use a relic. And that is just a great setup. Unfortunately, Levi still far enough ahead, and there's so much stuff used on the side of the Ravens that they can still take that fight after. But that slows the game down. This is a 4K gold lead. It's been a 4K gold lead for 5 minutes now, something like that. As you can see, also XP lead only 5,600 also. But now if the Ravens can just slow this game down a little bit more, if they can get more farm onto Hurriwind, because as you see, this is at level 10 Kuzenbo at 17, 18 minutes, and he's no threat. And you know what is a threat? The Levi's pulling this Fire Giant.
Already down to nearly half HP. It's fineokay zoning on the Morgan Le Fay. The Ravens have got to know what's happening, but they just can't get into the pit. Maybe Hurriwind can sneak behind fineokay and try and go for a steal. There's not a whole lot of steal potential.
fineokay?
But just collapse on a fineokay, says the Highland Ravens. Fire Giant is not a guarantee. The Leviathans get it, but what about the fight after? It's fineokay out first, and Ronngyu might be second. He's low, but Adapting has shown up, throws out the bats. And the Highland Ravens, nearly everybody's getting clipped with that tidal wave by Ronngyu. That might just be enough to bail the Leviathans out. All the Fire Giant consumed up by Leviathans. Only fineokay loses his buff.
I'm thinking if that Charon ult does not hit 3, there is a Haddix dash in there, and that fight goes exponentially worse for the Levi's. And a risky pull also. Pulling a Fire Giant like that and not being able... Wait, actually. Oh, no. Haddix, maybe a little threat here.
Adapting, chasing. But there are 3 people there. Oh, Sash misses by Scream. Bat out of hell. Only's going to hit Scream this time. Hurriwind's waiting for the push after. Throws to the Kappa. Gives them a good old 180 turnaround. Now Adapting might be just falling down. It's Scream getting the turnaround kill. Now it's 2 Fire Giant buffs gone.
And I was going to say, it was such a great peel ult by Charon. Peeling out, hitting 3 people. Different story if maybe that doesn't hit. But now... Adapting goes, tries to make, I don't even want to say a hero play, because they're in a great spot to win this game, or to at least expand their lead. And unfortunately, he goes for a little bit of a greedier play, tries to find Haddix, and Haddix baits him in, and they kill him. And beads were also used there by Adapting. Yes, he's not the one with Fire Giant, and yes, Zapman no longer has beads also because of that axe from Sheento. This is a level 19 Ullr. That was half health in one ability almost.
I think the one auto that Sheento landed did more than all of the abilities that end up, well, if they would have hit, surely, yes, that does more damage. But I think I saw a 365 basic that Sheento hit Zapman with, and we're not even full build yet. That's not max Bluestone. That's just with the party punch standing by and already been consumed at that point. Sheento's slamming right now.
And Sheento just hit 20. He's about 400 gold off of this starter.
Where's he keep getting all this farm?
He's not on the ward either. Wait, Zapman's walking up. Oh, he just walked on the ward. That's tough.
He's safe.
Sheento, he was trying to find Zapman after forcing the beads, but he's just trying to farm up this last 300, 400 gold, and then he's going to back. And that 375 with that Bluestone is going to be kicked up a little bit more, and those abilities are going to be kicked up more, and maybe a kill.
But Zapman knew he was there, and Sheento doesn't care.
Wait,
he probably
Venenu?
should, though, because Venenu and Scream are on the way. Ronngyu hung out to dry. The support will go down against 5. Ult hits 3, but he's buying so much space. The rest of his team is pushing out mid. Ronngyu will go down to Haddix, but it's a tier 2 push by Adapting. Missing out on the DPS, though, from PandaCat. Nowhere to be found there. The Highland Ravens are just picking apart the Leviathans. It's only Panda with the buff left.
And there is no fire on those two pushing middle, so the damage on that tower is just non-existent. And now Adapting has no beads, but ult is available. He should be fine. And he is fine. He's going to be forced into that ultimate. But now that is a Fire Giant, where all they got from it was Zap's beads. They did not get a tower. They did not get a pyro or anything. Actually, I do think they got... No, because, yeah, they didn't even end up getting the pyro. They got literally nothing from this Fire Giant other than Zapman's beads.
Well, that's a win for PandaCat. That's putting the fear. That's putting the fear in Zapman. He says, "Look, I didn't get the kill. That kill, and maybe this Fury should go over to the Highland Ravens." Look, that play was PandaCat saying, "I don't care what happens to me. I don't care what happens to my team. I just want to let Zapman know that I'm willing to box any day of the week." Sheento jumps up along with him. I should say it was Sheento who's trying to go for the fight. For some reason, my mind sees Ullr, and I go PandaCat. And I'm like, yes, PandaCat's got to go up there.
That's fair,
Embracing the PandaCat mentality.
That's fair also, PandaCat on Ullr, because it's like that 1v1 character. Panda, a 1v1 player. But it was Sheento that found those beads. But now, Fire Giant off in 10 seconds. Actually, 3 seconds. Fire Giant now spawning. We've got an even game. This game is no longer 4K in favor of the Levi's. It's a hill for the gold difference right now. It is dropping down. As we see, level 20s starting to get hit across the board. We have the Bluestone finished by Sheento. We talked about it last time. So much damage that he already had before Bluestone.
And with him and PandaCat nearly take down Hurriwind just by themselves. Venenu charging up ultimate, lets it fire.
Wow.
But it misses everything, and instead he's the one going down. Adapting jumps in, bat out of hell.
He missed.
Sweep. Hurriwind gets the second on a Venenu, needs the third. With the help of Ronngyu, guarantees it. Scream misses out on the sash this time. And the Leviathans, they don't care how far they gotta go, they will make sure to get their kill.
And Venenu walks up, almost hits the ult onto PandaCat, barely misses. And then he's just forced too far forward. The dash doesn't bring them safe enough across the map. Gets dove into that tower. And now, a big opening by the Levi's, but it seems like they are opting to not pull fire in the 5v4. They're going to back, maybe get vision, try to get more spikes. I think this is a little too safe. You know, we talk about this sometimes where sometimes we think teams play too safe. There's always like the chance that we just have more information than them. But this is something that they should know. This is a 5v4. This is a very weak Ravens comp at this point. Surely this is just a pull.
2 abilities, 20% of Hurriwind's health. Back to Fire Giant. Go the Leviathans. They've already won this game, aiming for their second with all ultimates coming up. It'll be a 5v5 with Venenu showing up, but the Fire Giant's already down to half, and so is Hurriwind's HP. He's forced to back out and cannot frontline for the squad. It's just PandaCat and Ronngyu doing damage to the Fire Giant, and really, it's only just PandaCat. Everyone else is fighting the Ravens, who have charged in. Scream and Haddix. The Haddix are using ultimate. Scream's on cooldown. Scream's health bar now forced out is the Ravens team.
Charon.
The tidal wave comes through. It picks Zapman, and Scream is already gone. Now Zapman has to use all of his relics to stay alive. Dash is there, but the fear from fineokay tries to set things up for the Leviathans, and it does just that. fineokay gets a pick on a Zapman.
Adapting, maybe looking behind. Instead, opts for the speed buff. 5v3 now leading to this Fire Giant. Some pokes still getting traded out. Still a weak Levi's comp. You're not in a healthy spot right now other than Panda adapting. And adapting, just going to be able to solo zone here while the rest do fire.
Yeah, Ronngyu going to tank this one up. Now with 2 DPS on the fire, should go a little bit faster, but Ronngyu can't tank it up much longer, so he'll trade that over to his team. Keep your eyes on Hurriwind. Not gonna. I was thinking maybe if there was a stray Nene Kappa thrown out that might try and take it away, but not gonna be the case. Leviathans get the Fire Giant on all 5, and this time doesn't cost anybody a life.
And they've got Fire Giant on 5. Last time we saw them with Fire Giant, it was someone dying, someone dying, someone dying, and they slowly lost those Fire Giants. I want to see them group up. You've got such a strong 5-man group. If anybody hits, like an Axe hits, it's a death or a beads. If Panda is able to hit a 2, it's a death or an Aegis. Like, there's so much one-shot potential on this Levi's comp. Yes, you can play split because of how much stronger adapting is than Scream at this point, but there's always the chance that you just get matched by Haddix, and that's not a fight you can really win enough to be able to get a Phoenix. So start to group up, play for Beacon 2. This is fine, but once you start to group, you have this Fire Giant, you have left you're going to be opting for, and Primal Fury on the way in, might as well.
Let's grab as many things as you can all at once. Maximize your efforts. Says, oh, PandaCat doesn't need to stand on a beacon to cap that one. You can just leave Ronngyu there. So it's Beacon, Primal, and a group up left. Now for the Leviathans. Nearly 8,000 gold in the lead to the Ravens at 26 minutes in. Sheento on the Ullr did get shut down earlier, 4-1 for him, but has been a leading charge in damage for his team, along with fineokay, who's been playing this frontline Morgan Le Fay.
And even if you see this Nasha at 10k damage, the CC he can output on a fight like this is insane. We've seen it before where just a sash is enough for Venenu to get that ult off, and with it only halfway charged, there is still one-shot potential in that. So eyes on Venenu, and a little bit of eyes on Scream.
Yeah, eyes are on Scream for sure. Sheento says, no problem. I'll keep a watch on him. His health bar, it ain't there. Send him back to base. Now you don't got to watch him anymore. Sheento steps up to Haddix, and, well, now Haddix has got to run. He goes in the ultimate, but with adapting and Sheento there, that's not a safe play. Sheento pushed under the Phoenix, waiting for the jump to come back. Aegis buys him some time as Ronngyu takes down Zapman. Panda shows up to bail out his mid laner. It is a fight across both Phoenixes. It's the left one that goes down first. Scream walks up, and Sheento's got a stray arrow for him. They went back to taunt him on his dead body. The Leviathans just have complete control. It's 3 dead for the Ravens.
And it's just a disaster fight across the map. Losing mid, losing left. Now you got 5 strong with this Fire Giant, slowly healing them up. Only downside is, take a look in the right lane. Titan is not something you can go for right now.
They can't end the game, but maybe they can end a couple more people's life bars for a moment. As fineokay goes right to the backline on Ven, fears him out. That's half his health gone. fineokay might just do the rest of it. A couple more abilities.
He caught the dash.
Sheento with a hail of arrows to take him down. Meanwhile, adapting, he'll go ahead and deal with the pesky Titan problem on his own. Won't be enough time, though, for Leviathans to end this game, but they do take 2 Phoenixes and 4 lives.
And actually, them getting that beacon before going for the Gold Fury and then the Siege cost them maybe a potential end there. They have the pressure, or the Titans in right lane. They don't have the pressure from walking down that lane also. So maybe something to think back on. Maybe that's like a bit of a turning point. But for now, Levi's in a great spot. They've got 2 Phoenixes down, the 2 best Phoenixes, as we have to highlight. Pyro spawning, and they have the Titan pressure down on right side also. Yes, fire's down in 30 seconds, but I think I want to see them push just right now. Just keep pressure on the map. Somebody's going to have to be in left. Somebody's going to have to be in mid pushing out these waves. Play with your Titan. Go for this tier 2. And if you have an opportunity, go for the Phoenix.
Will be a Pyromancer for now on the side of the Leviathans. They'll grab that one. Add a Runic Bomb to the pocket of Ronngyu. PandaCat walks up. Throws out a Stellar Burst, but doesn't get too much damage on anybody this time. But it's the Tidal Wave chasing in. Haddix is wondering where the rest of the team is. It's right around the corner. Zapman, the one caught out. Beads and Aegis are not enough. fineokay takes him down. The Leviathan stand at a 5v4 at the Phoenix now.
And Zapman's not even playing too far forward. He's sitting under the tier 2, behind it even. And the tier 2's still alive, but the double blink, enough damage from Fino adapting. You got 5 strong on this right Phoenix. Potential for maybe something more here than another kill.
Sheento's going to spam out abilities. fineokay wraps around the back. Haddix has spotted him out. Actually, Thunder crashes over towards him. as the Highland Ravens start to mount their defense. So they got to be careful because minion waves are starting to come in from both of the other lanes. The longer that this fight goes, the better it ends up paying off for Leviathans. But the Leviathans will give up. Their Fire Giant buff has worn away. Instead, they'll regroup and go for their third Fire Giant of the game. And this one, inbound, will be an enhanced Fire Giant.
And exactly that is the exact reason why you don't need to push that Phoenix. It's an EFG here. This is the game-winning play right here. It's spawning, nobody's here, you still have the pressure in left and middle. You're in a very good spot.
Do see Scream pushing up. EFG spawned in. Sheento once again playing zone, this time on the Ullr as opposed to the Morgan like last game. Ronngyu taking some heavy chip damage from the Ravens already. Venenu with that long-range artillery poke has been keeping the Ravens at bay and really keeping Ronngyu a bit worse for wear in the fights. The Highland Ravens still mounting up their defense, but the longer they wait here, the worse it might get. Sheento, half HP, but he's used his beads to get out of here. And I need to hold on to the Aegis to stay alive through this. Does do so, but the fight in the back line has done a number to fineokay's health. Zapman goes in aggressively. fineokay goes down first. Scream sats down adapting, but adapting has already taken down Zap. It can now set his sights on Venenu. Aegis from the Thoth, jump from the bat. It's adapting with the double kill. Now, Haddix, Scream, hurry. The only ones left on the Ravens, but they've got to go back. This Titan is going to start taking a whole heap of damage.
Just slowing the game down enough, getting this EFG on only 4 members. Yes, you can look to defend here, but just getting your Titans, your Phoenix up is enough. And that's what they opt to do. They give up this EFG. A big point of contention here is now no EFG on fineokay. So that split potential that fineokay is going to have is going to be rather useless because he doesn't have actual threat on the Phoenix. Very good play by the Ravens there. You also see the Levi side of things. Look at those relics. Only beads available on PandaCat. So now you have Scream on Nausea. Not a great game so far, but just 1 sash, 1 ult, and we're talking about like what a great game he has.
I mean, 1 sash took Sheento out of the fight entirely. Got beads and Aegis off of him. But with how long this game is going and how much control the Leviathans have had, 6 slots are starting to come in for a lot of these players. And with 6 slots comes power potions, comes elixirs. Elixir for adapting, power pot for Sheento and fineokay. I gotta imagine PandaCat's probably got one ready to go. Just the same. It's an Oni Fury now for the Leviathans. Fortunate for the Ravens, none of those will be Oni Fire minions since all the Phoenixes are back up. But it still makes it very dangerous around all 3 of these birds.
Also, at this point, Adapting has got 6 items, all power items. He's got a 3k pot, and he's got an EFG. Adapting is very scary right now. There is one-shot potential on this Kama, but, I mean, same with the Soul, same with the Ullr. There's one-shot potential across the board on this Levi's.
Ravens will mount a defense at the weakened Phoenix. Mid one also having respawn will be in a weakened state for themselves. Highland Ravens might just be playing around the combo of Scream and Venenu to see if they can find a pick. Sash takes someone in the sky. If it's not the tank, eliminate them on landing, or just let Venenu fire off the ultimate. He's got a decent bit of CDR. Wouldn't hate seeing him start a fight to just get some damage against these carries.
And no sustain on the Levi's for, like, actual team. Yeah, there's a little self-sustain with Kama, little self-sustain on Morgan with the ult, little self-sustain with Soul, but there's no true healer.
Do see Sheento, fineokay grouped up in mid. 2 over to the left and adapting on right to split push on his own. And right now, the Ravens are probably wondering, man, where's adapting at? Why is there only 2 people over here? Where is that Camazotz hiding out? It's Zapman who spots him, heads over to right to slow down the pace. Sheento, and he's just throwing out abilities, throwing out anything to hope that something sticks to the wall at this point. But it's Haddix who's actually getting the poke pressure on the Leviathans for now.
And a bunch of relics are coming up. Everyone fully slotted, blinks, beads. This is the game right here.
Frenzy from Ronngyu. Haddix goes up into the Taiko drum, finds damage on fineokay and gets the beads. PandaCat gets picked up by Scream to start the fight. Venenu charging ultimate, tied away from Ronngyu. PandaCat is gone. Venenu with the first kill of the fight, and the Leviathans now down their push. PandaCat dead means the Leviathans have got to bank on Sheento's damage for these Phoenixes.
Small opening here because Venenu and Hurriwind both went back to base. But it seems like the Levi's are opting to play it even slower because Sheento beats Aegis Forced. Only really adapting is strong right now. So great base defense by the Ravens. I think you got to look at, when you have EFG, you've got to split the map a little bit better. Adapting has to be able to play down that right side and take that 1v1 versus Zapman. If you can't 1v1 Zapman at this point with your build on Camazotz, then how do I... If you aren't willing to play for that 1v1, then you're not willing to play your EFG as best as you can.
Especially given, as you mentioned, the build he's got, the elixirs he's already picked up at this point, having that buff. That should be a kill on Zapman, but wasn't willing to take that risk, and now Fire Giant wears away in about 15 seconds from the remaining 3 of the Leviathans. And then we reset, we go to Fire Giant, we do it all again. Difference this time is now that Sheento has an elixir, so the random stray shots that he's going to be doing, talk a little bit back to what Mifflin was saying on the desk, all of a sudden, 30 minutes in the game, you get hit by a full build elixir Ullr from one shot on any of your squishies. That's about half their health gone. They didn't even see it coming.
Yeah, and that's the strength of Ullr right now. That huge combo of item procs and just the ability and just the power that he has right now, he is an incredibly threatening god. But thinking about the last 5v5 fight we had at Fire, it was still in favor of the Levi's. It was a clear 5v5. There was no big advantage either side. It was one of them had to pull it, one of them had to respond to it. And in that, even though the Ravens were down a lot more gold, but still down, I mean, 21,000. Yes, you're 5-slotted or 6-slotted on everyone but Hurriwind, but you've got 3K pots all on the Levi side. We saw Panda had one, Sheento had one, Adapting had one. This is still a pretty big advantage for the Levi's.
So now the Levi's got to start getting their vision out. All the Highland Ravens showing up with all Phoenixes alive. The Ravens can play this one patiently around. They can dance this fire as long as need be. Relic still 30 seconds down for a couple, all coming back up. Now for the Leviathans. With Enhanced Fire Giant spawned in, the Leviathans will start this one up. It's on the onus of the Ravens to try and slow this one down. The Ring of Fire is now up. The Fire Giant down to half HP, and Venenu still has that ultimate. That's the ultimate secure that the Ravens need. The fight's breaking out. fineokay's already gone. The Ravens can push right in. Hurriwind, even already at a 3rd HP, can just keep these Leviathans zoned back.
And through that, Hurry kind of opened that space up for that one-shot potential onto fineokay. Beads were forced, but it still looks like Adapting wants to look for something. Maybe he looks to push towards middle, but Hurriwind has to reset back to base. But now we have to see the Ravens do something with their comp. They have no blinks available now. They're engaged right now, and their real true fight potential is on to Scream with this Sash. So kind of eyes on Scream if they look to pull this.
All ultimates minus Venenu online for the Ravens. So secure, not quite there, but still has a lot of damage in hand to be able to do so. That's a 1v1 of Adapting and Haddix, and Adapting gonna take this fight. Gets the Aegis from Haddix right away. Bat out of hell, baits out the beads. Fight around the Fire Giant. It's Ronngyu, Sheento, and PandaCat versus the rest of them. Adapting will chase over the wall through the Taiko drones, but he's being feared away while Venenu takes down Sheento. A collapse on the mid laner. The Leviathans are running in conveyor belt style, and they're losing every single fight. Panda down, Ronngyu chased out, and Adapting only left to split push while the rest of his team falls like dominoes in the jungle.
And still 4 strong. Haddix backs to base to stop that push, but Adapting has done his job really. Even though his team loses that fight, he puts pressure on the map elsewhere. fineokay, no beads available. Scream, no ult available, but there is still very, very true one-shot potential by fineokay here, especially with that blink up.
Does have blink, goes in immediately towards Venenu, but he's CC'd and killed off. The Highland Ravens play the fight around the Fire Giant perfectly. They bait in one, take down fineokay. They bait in Sheento, take him down, and Haddix played it so well to keep Adapting out of the fight that entire time.
And now 4 strong with EFG pushing down right. Yes, they're a little weak, but with EFG, their health bar doesn't matter too much. It's the timing on the left spawns.
We'll have Sheento for 3 more seconds. The Phoenix is all that the Ravens need for now. They've cleared out the right side, and this is that first big pushback they had. Now Adapting was able to get mid-Phoenix, so it's a trade out of the birds. But now it's, for the first time this game, Bobby, we have the Ravens in the lead at this point. Not necessarily gold or kill-wise, but they're in the driver's seat. This is the first real big team fight we've seen won from the Ravens so far.
Yeah, I mean, and they've got 5 EFGs. They're in a very strong spot, as you said, and they have that right wave going to be pushing down now, so when they go towards left, I mean, still have to go through a tier 1 in mid, a tier 2 in mid, a tier 2 in left. There's still some things you have to go through, but with EFG, you're going to be shredding through this. And I think there's a little bit of worry if you're a Ravens player right now too, because that Titan is still only half health.
Oh, yeah.
There is very true threat to be able to backdoor there. So I wouldn't be too surprised if the Ravens, opt to play this actually really, really slow and wait for that mid Phoenix to come up, or just try to get wards all the way around. As you can see, they already have wards right outside their base a little bit. They have one in left lane towards duo. They have one in between duo and solo, or duo and mid. They're very worried about this potential backdoor.
Yeah, really the only way the Leviathan can kind of sneak their way into that base is by jumping over that left speed wall, and that's assuming they don't go through a ward at that point, or just run it straight up mid lane. But that one you got to go around the minion wave. Sometimes you've also got to go through everybody else that's currently running down mid. The Leviathans have plenty of structure still standing. Tier 1 here in mid. Tier 2 tower still over in the left and the mid lane. And only a couple minutes left on this Fire Giant play for the Ravens. The Leviathans, for one of the first times, are on defense going into these structures. Adapting is keeping his eyes on Scream this whole time.
And Zapman, I actually saw him just pop a 3K pot. So this is an ADC with crit, a bunch of pen and shred, EFG, and a 3K pot. Very scary Ishtar.
Leviathans have had a lot of control this game. They're not going to be able to defend this tier 2 tower. This one is knocked down with just a few in-hands, but now it's on to the Leviathans. Let's listen in as they try for this team fight defense.
I got a one shot.
I got a big ult.
Ishtar's low, Ishtar's low. Not dash, not dash. Can you guys help me?
You're alone,
Thoth down.
Nesh Aegis. I ult them. I'm ready you.
Just live, guys, just live. They're low. Ishtar's one. Sheento's low. Let me heal.
Careful.
Nash Aegis. He's dead. Nice. Let me heal, guys. Let me heal.
Okay. Can we chase or some guys?
Yeah, we can. When I come back.
I'm coming.
We can.
We have something.
I have blink up. Roll low. I blink up. I blinked on him. I got push. I can help. You guys help me. We can fight this.
Yeah.
Keep chasing. Guys, hit Kuzenbo. I'm gonna chase these guys out in mid.
I'm backing now.
You kill that guy, right?
Sheento should get him.
Can you guys come to me?
Yeah, chase.
I need a heal.
It was starting to look dicey there for a moment for Leviathans. 3 players under that half HP already had lost adapting at the start of that fight, but they're able to turn this one back around, and you could hear fineokay really leading the charge in those comms.
And you could tell the comms were confident. It wasn't like worry or scatter or anxious. It was confidence, even though it had lost adapting first. And when you have that confidence, even when you are slightly behind, there's an ability to win. And now you have 5v4 here, adapting spawning right now too, or 4v3.
Downside here for the Leviathans, they got to push into Venenu this time, who has both of his relics and ultimate up. Venenu essentially untouched during that entire engagement. Was able to get some big damage off, keep his team alive during all of that. So Leviathans will give up their push over on the left-hand side. Instead, PandaCat will work on a Primal Fury for himself. So we start cresting over, nearing the 45-minute mark. Still a few minutes out from there, but this enhanced Fire Giant's faded away from the Ravens. We're about another minute and a half or so till we see some big action.
And as you said, it's kind of just waiting for that point, trying to get some vision down, getting ready for this EFG. Spawning in about a minute. You have all Phoenixes back up. So now they're back to almost a complete reset. We are now sitting completely even game. You've got some 3K pots on both sides. You've actually got fineokay actually buying a mantle for a little bit more survivability. He's worried about the burst from Thoth, the follow-up from Scream using his 3 and his ult. And now you're kind of sitting in this mid point of the game. Actually, it's a late part of the game, but a mid fight in the game towards Fire Giant. And you have to think about who's got the easier engage. And you see the engages the Ravens have. You have Kuzenbo, you have Naja. You look at the Levi side, not a ton of easy engage.
The Ravens are the ones starting up the fire this time.
They've
The
got
Leviathans trying to close in. Ronngyu is being pushed back, and the Ravens secure the Fire Giant. They push in for the team fight. Let's take a listen in with the Ravens.
You should dash, man.
Take a die here.
I lived. I'm one on.
They're all 1 HP here, guys.
I have to back.
Okay.
I have to back.
I'm
getting out. Let's get out. I'm gonna slow chase him forever.
1-for-1 trade, not a bad deal for the Leviathans, especially given the one that they were able to take out. Zapman now. No enhanced Fire Giant buff. Did cost Ronngyu for the trade. Still not ideal for Leviathans, but able to get something out of nothing.
And the Ravens weren't on the same page there. 3 people were backing up. 1 was playing towards the middle. And Zapman, by himself, is actually fighting into like 4 people. I think if you see the Ravens, instead of kiting back towards their base, if they play through with Zap, that is a game-winning fight right there. Unfortunately, they do opt to split a little bit. Zapman is able to at least get the trade, so there's a bright side there. But as you highlighted, no EFG now on your ADC.
So you've still got Scream to do damage to Phoenix. It's not too bad. You've got Haddix from range, but he's kind of tanky, so he's not doing as much. So we might be spinning our wheels for a little bit longer, especially with these relics still coming up off of cooldown. Ravens, 70 seconds, and more than that even, until some of their carry cooldowns come back up. Meanwhile, Leviathans are kind of in the same boat right now, though. Slightly shorter cooldowns for a few of them, blinks from fineokay and adapting, and I think that's where we saw that big collapse in the backline, was the double scorching blink from them. Kind of keep things interesting. The Ravens do take down tier 2 tower. No Fury this time around, so without Zapman having that enhanced Fire Giant buff, the Ravens not confident in being able to step up to this fight around Phoenix.
And something we kind of glossed over during that EFG fight is they forced it at the perfect time, where right Phoenix ends up going down also. So now that is an additional advantage that they actually have. So you have 1 point of pressure on the right side with the fire waves, and now if you 5-man group, or if you at least 4-1 split, you're going to have pressure down the left side. It looks like Hurry's the one to opt to push down middle. Everyone else kind of picking up their buffs, trying to get as strong as possible to get ready for the siege. And as you said, I think a lot of them are just waiting for their relics, because at this point, having no beads is a death sentence. You're going to be getting one shot, or you're going to be getting just CC'd into a bunch of consistent damage and you won't be able to get out of it. But now we see also a 3k pot on Haddix, bomb on Zapman, 3k pot on Sheento. This is a fight right here. This is the game.
Could be the game-winning fight for either team at this point. Adapting has cleared out one wave in right. And is starting to kite his way over towards mid. He'll clear out the minions ahead of time, but poke game back and forth between the two. Sheento's losing out on a lot. Haddix goes in with his own ultimate, but it's just a zone at this point. He's only getting damage onto Ronngyu, while PandaCat and fineokay are chipping away at the rest. Zapman is already 40%, and check out Adapting, wrapping around the back, blink onto Venenu, bat out of hell towards Zapman. That's both of his relics now down, and Venenu's health bar is just melting as Zap by Adapting. He's gonna solo out Venenu by himself, nearly takes down Zap, but Sheento has dealt with Hurriwind. It's 2 down on the Ravens, only 1 falls for the Leviathans, but they could keep this chase up.
And Venenu dies in a 1v3 to Adapting, unable to get his ult off. Adapting kind of makes a hero play there. If he's not able to get that pick, if he's, you know, forced to play back, actually, cut that for a second.
Sheento in danger, Sash connects, he's got the Aegis, but he doesn't have the health to stay alive, and neither does Ronngyu. They stepped too far into the jungle, and have now left it to where it's only fineokay and PandaCat alive, and it might not even be fineokay. The Sash connects, the ultimate from Haddix, it's pulling PandaCat back in, but he's got the beads to get away from Scream. Haddix chasing in, Zapman collapses down, and PandaCat falls. It's just fineokay left to defend, and he's got to fight against all 3 of the Ravens. No ultimate for Fine. It's just his base abilities to try and defend out.
And not too much survivability here. EFG has worn off, so they don't have a ton of sustain. Wave is walking in now. It's up to fineokay.
Haddix tanking this one up. fineokay trying to poke out. Scream half HP. fineokay gets the double pick up, the double push. Scream is 1 hit away, but nobody was paying attention to Zapman, who cleans up the Titan, and the Ravens tie up the set.
What a game. That was a back and forth, stressful, no lead meant anything. That was a huge, huge early game advantage and mid game advantage and late game advantage that the Levi's had. Unfortunately, they're not able to put it away. The Ravens stick around for too long. And, I mean, 1, 2, 3 fights in a row. The Ravens are able to do just enough to get themselves back into the game. And then they start winning fights. And it wasn't easy, but they ended up winning the game.
I mean, Adapting makes a great play. Goes to the back line, takes down Venenu. It's now 4 versus 3. All Leviathan's got to do is just stay grouped up, push up a lane, and you're good. Instead, they separate, walk into the jungle. Sheento gets picked off, and then it's just a 1v1, 1 at a time conveyor belt through, and the Ravens are able to keep picking off the Leviathans.
And as you said, if that doesn't happen, we're almost at a complete reset again where we're waiting for the next Fire Giant, or maybe some fight on the other side of the map by the Levi, since they have the 1-man advantage. But because of how they play it, the game's just over at that point. And how Scream plays this Naja is just different than anyone else, and it was very beneficial to how they wanted to play this game.
The constant CC, the sashes, finding these targets and keeping these relics down. They'll net the Highland Ravens a win here in game number 2. They tie up the set, but we're going to take it to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Well, the set is tied here after game 2 in Myth. The Leviathans cultivate a lead. Lead falls away. Ravens fight back into it. Then they cultivate a lead. Ravens fight into it. Take it away. Cultivate a lead. Ravens fight into it. Rinse and repeat for about 50 minutes there. It's just a very dominant game from the Leviathans that is met with lightning strikes from the Ravens to strip it away and eventually give them the win.
Yeah, I feel like the first time around, though, where the Leviathans grab control, they lose it because they lose focus at the same time. I saw a lot of 1v5ing, a lot of 2v5ing happening on maps, some split pushes that maybe weren't very advisable, until eventually the Ravens legitimately got to a point where Scream was allowed to sash in and he wouldn't die for it, or Haddix could tank up an entire ability rotation from adapting, or Ven was legitimately one-shotting adapting. I believe there was one fight. Adapting blinks into the back line, catches an absolute banger Thoth ultimate that legitimately 100-0'd him, and I thought to myself, okay, well, seems to me we found the win condition, and it's Ven every single time. Highland Ravens show a lot of mental fortitude to defend as often as they did up against the Leviathans, but I think this is one where we could say perhaps a little bit on both sides needs some changing. There's that massive ultimate I was talking about, by the way. It seemed like anytime there was a sash, there was a Thoth as well. Loved every bit of it from the Highland Ravens. That early game maybe a bit questionable, but looking at the composition that the Leviathans had and how much pressure they should have had in the laning phase, makes sense to me that the Ravens struggle to keep up there. But it's not the early game that wins you games. It's whoever kills the Titan. That's the Highland Ravens. That 5-man grouping, just way too difficult to deal with. Too much threat on beads. Nobody was safe.
And you had kind of mentioned it, but you know, we saw a lot of the fights. I'm going to steal a phrase that J-Mac had used, but you know, the Leviathan sometimes conveyor belting in. It feels like just one at a time would jump into some of those engagements, and when they're up 5,000 gold, that's a good way to then only be up 1,000 gold afterward, and that ends up being what happens to them. They just have it happen a few times. Adapting still looks good, 7-5-6. You play well, 9-3-4 for Sheento, but those 3 deaths were crucial and super important. And like you said, it leads into beautiful amount of kills, and maybe more so, beautiful amount of damage. 45k from Venenu, only matched by fineokay in this game. And that is where the Ravens are at. Strength, resilience is the term I would use, right? They take advantage of the situations the Leviathans give them, win that game, and tie things up. Now the question really comes in, how do you stop yourself from being in that position to begin with, right? Where you have to hold on and fight back, right?
Yeah.
How do you control the Leviathans a little bit better in the early game to make sure that it doesn't spiral until it's luck a little bit that comes to you?
Well, you could draft a little bit more pressure, probably maybe try and control some of those lanes. If you know you're going to lose pressure in duo, maybe take away some of the high pressure solo laners, take away some of the high pressure mid laners, because that was one, I think, where there was just infinite pressure for the Leviathans in every single lane. Every lane was either holding their own or dominating, so they transitioned to those mid-game team fights very well until eventually lose a bit of their focus on some of those sieges. So if the Ravens so choose in first pick, I mean, they could just go ahead and grab something like Soul for themselves. We often see first pick teams try and fish for the op wash that essentially guarantees you pressure wherever he is. It seems to me the Highland Ravens doing exactly that. Khepri is a first ban. Not a bad ban, but it's a throwaway. You're just trying to leave something up.
One they used, I believe, in game 1 to give them the opportunity, whether it's Yemoja, Athena, the Raijin. I would say Baba Yaga, but that's what the Leviathans answer it with. All of those options. Charon getting banned. Mifflin, that changes the dynamic an awful ton, or an awful lot, because all of a sudden, you know, Chernobog's still on the table. We just mentioned, you know, the Athena, the Yemojas. Raijin, Morgan Le Fay. Now with the Naja banned away from Scream, we are going to be getting a lot of high priority picks available for these first few spots.
I'm kind of hoping for another throwaway ban here. What would if you want a throwaway ban, but it's not like completely out of pocket, what would it be? Maybe an Anhur. Maybe you go ahead and just get rid of like Ullr, something like that, so you leave all the high tiers available. I'd love to see just a top of the tier list matchup 5v5 here, because there really is so much still on the table. My eyes do immediately go towards things like the Raijin, the Rat, and the Rat will be banned out. So that's one super high tier off the board. But knowing adapting, he's not too concerned soaking up that ban, considering Thor's still there and can still execute largely the same game plan. Leviathans need to make a decision now. Do you want to play against Chernobog? Because I think that's the crux of it. If Chernobog makes his way through, that god just does too much winning to be left available.
They're going to get rid of the Opwash. Now, what?
Oh, Athena? Do I want Athena over the Bog?
Now, here's the question.
Yemoja's still out there.
Raijin, Yemoja, Athena, right? There's 4 that come through. I was going to say, do you opt for, Chernobog or I guess Raijin in those cases? Just because if they grab Yemoja, you can grab Athena. Like, what is the likelihood Leviathans try to take both?
Low. I mean, Athena jungle is like decent, but it's not exactly something I think of when I think of adapting.
Yeah.
Athena solo is an option too, but if you're going to take value solo laners, I think I'd much prefer to just see Raijin in slot. So, Yemoja, Raijin, Chernobog, Athena. But here's the thing in Smite.
Athena's good.
Here's the thing in Smite. Globals are good.
Yeah.
Like, they're really good. Like, we got a term for it. I don't think there's another MOBA on the planet where you say global diff. That is a very real thing in Smite.
And if they don't lock in Athena, I'm going to be a little flabbergasted.
No, they're locking in Athena, bro. Come on. Let's not play around, all right? They're locking in Athena. We got to figure out what the other one's going to be.
What would be the other one? What like Morgan Le Fay's been pretty high up there.
Morgan Le Fay wouldn't be bad. But I think the Ravens want to keep that Chernobog flexible. I guess Morgan Le Fay could still go Soul Land. Yeah, I mean, you might have hit it. Yeah, because of the Raijins on the other side. You get that matchup. Yeah. So what are you doing, fella?
All right,
whoa. I mean, that's not bad.
All right, but the next one's Athena.
The next one's
right?
Whoa. Hey, yo.
All right, if you told me that I was going to say Athena, Morgan Le Fay, and I was going to be 50% correct, I would have been like, oh,
the
okay,
Athena
so Morgan Le Fay
yeah.
is going to get banned or something.
That's crazy. All right, Leviathans, y'all got an Athena jungle? Are you capable? No way. They're not going to.
Surely it gets banned then. Oh, man.
But if the Leviathans don't take Athena here, the Leviathans might ban it, the Ravens won't.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Camazotz over Athena. Help me figure it out.
Morgan Le Fay over Athena. Help me figure that out.
Yeah,
you think on that one. I'll go ahead to the Camazotz.
Okay.
I mean, Camazotz damage output, it's difficult. I mean, anything over Athena is pretty hard to think of except for Chernobog, IMHO. Oh, man. It's high damage output. It's a denial from the Leviathans for sure. You've got okay matchup into gods like Raijin who will just go into Taiko drums and essentially ink themselves to get away. But I would have really preferred it to be an Athena. Wow, okay. And then a Marty on the other side.
Myth, I'm going to be real with you. There's not often a desk segment where like I start to second guess what I know.
Yeah.
I'm starting to second guess some things, man. Like I feel I'm feeling like I'm out in the water and I don't have a safety net. Like I can understand Camazotz and Morgan Le Fay. Like some of the things you highlighted.
Yeah, those are good picks.
Athena
in a vacuum, those are good picks.
Yeah, Athena still being there changes it. They didn't even ban the Athena, so the Ravens might still be able to get it.
Yeah.
I'm either fried or they're a little fried. Marty doesn't. We haven't seen him in forever. He's got a 20% win rate.
Yeah, it does not win often.
Where did he come from?
Usually, Marty's an answer to like tank meta too, and we're not in a tank meta right now.
We're like the opposite of that.
Yeah, there's like one tank per map, and they're usually 3 items in at the end of the game. So, Nemesis really good in a tank meta too. Man, Highland Ravens gonna really struggle to keep Hurriwind alive this game if that Nemesis gets locked in. Yeah, I mean Athena's also a Nemesis counter, so like you got to be worried about that. Why Marty? Sky Gods? What's going on?
Just why Marty?
Yeah, why Marty?
Chad, if you're wondering if your analyst is ever also questioning something, that's a sign that either it's real weird,
it's real good in scrims,
or they're doing like some 5D chess, right? Yeah. Maybe it's gonna be real good in scrims. They go for the Awilix. You know what, Mifflin? This one recently got a little buff, right?
Well, I'm big on Awilix. You know I love this pick.
You like her anyway.
Yeah, she does so much damage. Her control in the early game is ridiculous. She sets a wild pace and movement speed, so it's really difficult for any junglers to really keep up with her. I mean, her absolute late game is nuts. We talked about it a little bit earlier, the ability of some junglers to just blink through you with Scorching Blink and then make sure you die to it. Yeah, Awilix is on that list because you just got hit by the biggest knock-up in Smite into Feather Step to lock you down even longer. I think that god is just incredibly strong. She also wins just about every single jungle v jungle 1v1. Man, Athena goes unpicked, unbanned. That's got to be a first for the phase. That's got to be a first for the phase.
Yeah, she's been...
Not a first for the phase. J-Max telling me no.
No? I guess, yeah, in some of those early weeks, she wasn't really super high priority.
Oh, okay.
So
fair enough.
that
Fair
would
enough.
make sense.
Yeah, they were slow on the uptake.
Yeah, they didn't know yet.
Yeah, I knew.
She is top 3 though in terms of like how many games played so far. She has made it through a lot. Let's see pick ban. Yeah, she's at 96% pick ban.
That's good.
That's pretty good.
96 pick ban, huh?
And you know what? If you look at the screen, there's actually, you know what? There is one other god that is in the top 4.
Really?
That
Who
is
am I
not
missing?
up there, and that's Amaterasu, who's not up there.
Oh, Amy's kind of fallen off, though.
Yeah. Chernobog, Yemoja, Athena are the top 3. 99, 96.8, and then 96.6.
I'd almost just say that should, if you're gonna be locking a warrior, right? Like it should just be Amy, though. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Hercules is really good. Ducky turned me into a Herc believer earlier today.
I believe, was it Baskin yesterday? I believe Baskin was playing it and made it look.
Yeah, Baskin's a real good Herc player too. fineokay is on that list of top tier Herc players.
True.
All right, let's talk about compositions then. Let's figure out what these 5-on-5s begin to look like.
Yeah, we got lost in the sauce with no Athena.
Yeah, and there should have been an Athena. Let's make sure I say that one more time. You still do have the ability to just like absolutely decimate neutral objectives. This is, in essence, for the Highland Ravens, a double hunter composition with a Fafnir on it. So, yeah, Gold Fury, Fire Giant all go very quickly, maybe even faster because Freya's really good on neutral objectives. Kind of cheeks on Siege, but you know, otherwise pretty good on neutral objectives. Atlantis Leviathans, their draft, that looks to me to be a pick-based composition. Marty, pretty safe, also has defense shred, so whoever you decide to pick off the back of Yemoja CC or Hercules Pluck is going to have their defense completely mitigated, chain CC just all the way through for the Atlantis Leviathan, so maybe a little bit more PvP focus for them as opposed to a PvE team for the Highland Ravens. But the Highland Ravens do have advantage in PvP just on numbers advantage. If any fight that doesn't start exactly where Chernobog is on the map, he will be getting there after you use all of your abilities. And here's the thing about fighting Chernobog when you don't have any abilities. It ain't easy because he hits hard and he's an ADC.
And he also, not only, first off, gives that global diff, at least in one half of the conversation we were having, but it does create an interesting dynamic because the Leviathans, unless some things are going real wonky over there, it looks like it's going to be Raijin in mid and Marty over in the long lane, right? And like Marty, I got used to being in mid up against like Cherno. Raijin, I've gotten used to seeing over in solo. So unless they're doing something crazy, you're having matchups that we're not used to seeing. Cherno versus Raijin, Marty versus Freya, who we haven't seen, and then Herc having to go against Morgan Le Fay. Like all of those lanes feel weird given what we've seen lately.
Yeah. I mean, Marty versus Freya, talk about a snoozer lane. Oh no, I'm low HP. Up to the sky. Good luck.
Away.
It's not even like we can both go up to the sky and like shoot each other while they're up there.
Nope.
No,
I'll shoot the ground where you were, though.
You better not land anytime soon. Is one of their ultimates longer than the other? I think they're synced timers too. Yeah, they're just. That's tough stuff. Oh, are you?
I'm trying to figure. I think if Freya doesn't fire all her shots at the same time, but like if Freya, like for
Freya
some
could
reason,
just like.
if she's like just spamming it for some reason,
shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, then you're gonna be landing into death, I guess. I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting one here. The draft's threw us for a loop. We'll see how it works out as we jump into Game 3 with the casters.
It's all tied up here, 1-1. Who's gonna get on to match point first? Will it be the Ravens? Will it be the Leviathans? We'll find out as we jump into Game 3. It's J-Mac, Inbound, and Doug here to bring you the action for that third game. Inbound for the first time in what feels like forever. No Athena ban, No Athena pick. Feels like we're living in an alternate timeline right now, considering how strong that god has been with the chokehold that she's had on the picks and bans, especially in those top 3. Feels so strange not seeing her in there. But now that kind of pivots us to what was picked up in place of that. Hurriwind going back to the Fafnir again. Double hunter style of composition, though not as true of a double hunter when you have a Freya this early in the game. The comp didn't necessarily work out the greatest in game number 1, so curious to see the Ravens go back to it here in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a correct few things to highlight. We're not seeing Athena. We're not seeing Amy. Weird to see Marty at all, and weird to see Marty in duo. There are so many things that are just different about this set, or this game, and it's going to be kind of what is the... What ends up winning out here? Does this Marty win lane? Is this maybe a sneak winning matchup? Because this was picked into the Freya, right? So this is now like a, maybe this is something where Marty wins this lane and this is something that Panda likes and he likes playing it into the Freya. In mid lane, maybe Raijin has got a good 1v1 into this Chernobog. Maybe teams start to let that Chernobog through. There's a lot of potential for this game to spiral even more than just this game. Like the meta in general might spiral just based off this.
All the small nuances that really come into this kind of a draft and this style of game might give us back at least a little bit of light into some of the older portions of the phase. PandaCat picked up by Zapman, but that's because a lot of damage was thrown Zap's way from this Martichoras. And can I just say, most terrifying skin in the game, the one that PandaCat is on.
It's disgusting.
It is nightmare fuel.
It's
My
disgusting.
God. Now that we're past that, now that I've gotten that off my chest,
for a second.
had to mention that because anytime I see this skin, no, don't go back to it, Doug. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Oh God, I gotta see it again all throughout this game. PandaCat, what have you done to me, man? He said, "Yo, I'm the only one who gets to wear a black and white bear costume today."
And then he gets to use this skin also.
God.
Like, oh, he was trying to
instill the fear.
the worst.
Look, we were talking about Zapophobia. I've got PandaCat phobia now. I don't want to go anywhere near this guy. Back to the game though. Do see rotation from adapting towards the shield buff, which I think is a bit interesting considering how much pressure adapting usually puts towards the right side of the map when playing this character. We will see a bit of a battle breakout as Scream is rotated to the top side of 3v3 at shield. Adapting and Scream dealing good damage to each other, but Adapting's going to continue his chase forward. Jumps on top of Zap, but will keep him alive, but a Riptide brings him right back. It's been a while since Rongyu's got the Yemoja, but he never lost his groove. First blood to the Leviathans.
And that is a crazy play. Zapman also beads his after, so now that's 160 seconds till his beads are back up. And that was a crazy stat you told me when Ronnie locked in this Yemoja. This is his first Yemoja game this phase. That is wild to think about. He's played so much Athena. You said 10 games of Athena and then some other gods sprinkled in. But he looks just as good on this Yemoja as he did last phase when he was locking it in all the time.
I mean, this was a player, I mean, we dial back even towards Season 8, early Season 9. This was almost a guaranteed win combo. You see Ronngyu, you either ban that Yemoja or you wait for the next game because you're probably losing that. Good to see that he still hasn't lost his touch on the god if you're a Leviathans fan. Is that early first blood, giving that one over to Adapting, and that's exactly the jump start that he needs in this game. Speaking of junglers, though, we did have an invade by Screams to that top side speed buff.
And you actually saw the rotation that Venenu does there. He rotates to that blue buff to take pressure off of Haddix, so then they can just two-man split the blue buff while Scream is invading the enemy side jungle. Takes the green buff also, the speed buff, and now he's going to walk back around and pick up all of his own farm. Should lead to a nice little advantage for the Ravens from it, even though they gave up that first blood. But overall, just like a really nice macro play there by the Ravens.
So Scream still a little bit behind in XP, but should be able to get a lot of that closed back up now that he's going back to his own farm. Adapting walks over to that left speed, realizes it's been taken away. He's going to go to green buff and say, don't worry guys, we can get that. And then that one also won't be there himself. One thing you kind of point out to me here on the screen, one thing I didn't notice right away, Scream going for what appears to be a Soul Eater in first slot, while it's a River's Rebuke from Ronngyu to lock in 2. Not a lot of damage thrown back, though. PandaCat stepping up. Zap doesn't have ultimate yet. He doesn't have a get-out-of-jail-free card. The beads are down. The ultimate is slamming through. It's PandaCat with the second kill.
And Ronnie popping off, and for good reason. Zapman is not able to get out of that. He's just slowed and then stunned and slowed and stunned and walled off. And there's just nothing he's able to do with those beads being down, the ult not being available yet. And the second kill for the Levi's. Hurry trying to hold wave here, trying to get it so Zap can get a little bit of farm on the map. Scream trading a little bit with adapting.
Adapting, just waiting on Suku. The jump is already down from Scream. He's only got the ultimate to chase down, but Adapting's buying time just to be able to jump away. Ult from Venenu tried to slow him down, but didn't get there in time. So now, Scream going in with that chase, not committing the ultimate. I think just waiting patiently around that play, because he doesn't have the same level of cooldown that Adapting does, not just in the ultimate's base forms, but in build as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to highlight, the Soul Eater difference versus the Jotun's difference. Soul Eater is slightly less cooldown, but it is sustain in it, and you'll see Scream doing a lot of this because he is so strong in that trade potential with just Kama lifesteal and then the healing from Soul Eater. But he's got slightly less cooldown, but he's got slightly more power and a slight also capability of trading with that lifesteal. Adapting on the other side has a lot more cooldown. Awilix has already got very low cooldowns, and then she's also got a low cooldown ultimate. So that's kind of the difference in builds and gods that we have. Scream going to be very strong with lifesteal. Little dash in mid by Sheento.
Sheento, does he have the damage for this? Well, not when Venenu sits inside of a wall for half of it. So Sheento not able to get the solo kill he was hoping for. But also another thing I've got to at least point out to keep eyes on between these 1v1s of junglers. Scream doesn't have beads. He's got an ultimate for CC Muni, but if he gets hit by that knockup from Adapting or pulled through a Riptide just like that, Adapting can punish him. Quick bat out of hell, gets Scream to the sky, and trying to secure out this green buff. The Highland Ravens do so, but it's not a fun ultimate to trade out. Maybe Hurriwind can get the job done. Misses the hammer, so Adapting can just coast right by him and head back to safety.
And as soon as that hammer's down, the CC kind of disappears on the side of the Ravens. Really, the only CC in this mid-core 3v3 is that stun. There is the slow, there's the root from the Chernobog, but that's just about it. So if Fafnir hammer misses, expect a lot of disengages from the Ravens. But if that hammer hits, there's a lot of burst to follow up to it.
We don't see that one connect yet. And so Adapting will be able to crawl himself away for the time being. Leviathans pushing up towards shield buff, but Hurriwind's not going to let this one go for free just yet. Does end up getting secured by the Levi's, so Dual Lane can continue to thrive on their side of the map. One level up for each of them. And a meditation for Ronngyu. Now, we've been seeing this meditation a lot throughout this game, throughout this set, I should say. And it's been upgraded very early. Usually by this level 7, level 8, we've been seeing this relic maxed out.
And just like that, as you're talking about it, Ronnie goes back, upgrades that med. Now he's got that Thebes, trying to get stacks on that. He's got the med for the healing and the cooldown for him and his teammates. And then, talking about Ronnie and his affinity for this med, you see the other side. Hurry's not got a med this entire game. He's not opted for the med. He's been going a lot of Frenzy. Part of it probably has to do with playing Fafnir. You kind of want that extra objective burn, objective damage, but little difference in relics out of both of these supports.
PandaCat pushed under tier 1 tower, loses out on both his bastions, so a little bit of gold afforded to the Highland Ravens for their efforts, but Rongyu's got an ultimate. Haddix doesn't have his. He still has beads to hold on to, and will wait that one out patiently. The follow-up not there by the Leviathans. A bit of miscommunication with their support.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a weird trade out there. The kill potential's there if he doesn't have beads, and actually, pause for a second, maybe a fight?
Well, Sheento, quick Thunder Crash out. Hurriwind just throws out the ultimate because why not? I got the time. Use it to help clear out the mid camps, but that pretty much peters out as soon as Sheento crashes away. PandaCat around the wall of the jungle. Jukes out the CC from Zapman. Hurriwind lands a little bit, and that should help to try and confirm this shield buff, but PandaCat's still nearby. Doesn't manage to steal that one away.
We have a slight lead in mid lane so far. Sheento is actually level 11, while Venenu was just hitting level 10. So we're going to expect Sheento go back for that bead soon. He's already got that Aegis, but we have a pretty big lead in mid right here.
Sheento with a fancy little backstep.
He's dancing.
Nice little sidestep against Scream. He's able to juke out both abilities, and Adapting has crashed in with the party. Sheento still going back in. Scream dives in aggressively. The Raijin in the air is not enough damage. The Bat of the Hell swipes aren't enough. He's going to try and trade his life.
He got him.
He does. It's a 1-for-1 in mid. Venenu helping to take down one, but adapting gets the return kill immediately on Scream.
Scream was level 8.
Wait, fineokay teleports in. Doesn't able to get the, or does get the beads, not able to get the pull immediately after, but man, Leviathans are just playing aggressive.
And Scream was level 8 going into that 2v2 in mid. He got the kill and now he's level 10. And the shutdown onto Sheento gives him, he's actually got the lead now in the jungle, even though you see on the other side, adapting is 2-0 and 0. So that's how powerful you see these shutdown kills are. It doesn't matter if you're a little behind, little damage on his Zapman.
Is forced to the sky, waiting for him on the ground. Will likely be a Riptide for the support.
Rongngyu's
got him. The roots there from Panda, and he's got the ultimate to chase him down. One more shot from the in-hand should do it, but the cavalry has arrived for the Ravens, and Zapman is out of this team fight. Quick bailout from Hurriwind and co. Make sure that Zapman gets to live.
And a lot of pressure being put over here on the Zapman. We saw a couple early kills, a little bit of a rotation from both junglers, but you know, it's only Zapman the one getting punished. But not a massive lead over in duo, even though you have an 0-2-0 Zapman and 1-0-1 PandaCat, both still level 10, and even on top of that, there was a slight lead in the support role too, so even though they're getting their kills over there, the lead isn't following.
Rongngyu's been looking for a lot of fights this game. Saw the couple over in duo, that one there, that full rotation over to Soul Lane, that got him nothing at 2. There wasn't even any farm over there for him to get. It was just, hey, Haddix doesn't have bees. Let's see what we can do. Oh, we don't want to fight anybody? Okay, never mind. I'm just going to head back to base and we'll reset ourselves. So that little bit was enough to give Hurriwind this small bit of a lead.
And as you highlight, he's also got no cooldown. So that's 140-second cooldown. If he misses, they don't get a kill with it. That's now 2 minutes and 20 seconds where they cannot fight with that ult again. And in the early portion of the game, that's Yemoja's strength. Late game, you have spam 2 heals, you have the 3 potential. Zapman again getting gone on.
He's caught. Rongngyu's so good at finding these tiny little corners to catch Zapman on. No ultimate for the Freya this time. The whoop is down. He just gets the ult now. And Hurriwind's here to try and bail him out. Venenu drops in from the sky. PandaCat doesn't have enough, but fineokay teleports in and ruins the party once more. Zapman taken down, and Scream, fast blink on landing from bad to hell, bails him out. But fineokay on the left side of the map. It's the Gold Fury for Leviathans. No one there to stop them.
And this is the advantage you get from having a warrior in solo lane, and this is one of the few times we've seen that solo laner buy that TP, upgrade it quickly, and start rotating around the map. You talked about it earlier, that play in mid, he TPs in, he pulls beads onto Venenu. This time he rotates over, he picks up the kill onto Zapman, and they get a Gold Fury because of it. Yes, it's maybe resulted in falling behind a little bit in that solo lane, but team-wide, you've got an advantage for your entire team from that.
Love what we've been seeing out of Ronngyu on these ultimates too. That very first one that catches Zapman at level 4, it looks like there's just enough space at the end of the corridor to walk out. Nope, there's a wall there. Can't get out of this one. Zapman, same situation, thinks, okay, I can get right around this rock to get back in the jungle. Nope, just too narrow.
No.
And caught out once more, but Ronngyu doesn't have the Omi this time to lock down Zap. So bailed out just by the mismanagement of the resource for Ronngyu. But man, Zapman has just been the target for the Leviathans to focus out.
And when you're playing against a Freya, this is what you want to do. You don't want to leave her on an island. That's not a 1v1 that any god will win. So when you play this Freya, or you play against this Freya, that is the lane of contention. You want to play around it if you have her, and you want to play to punish it if you're against her. And if you really think about it, Marty's kind of the same type of character that Freya is. It's a very good 1v1 character, some sustain. Yes, he doesn't box as well, but it's still good poke, and if he gets you low enough, the all-in potential from the ultimate is very threatening. So no surprise that Ronnie's at least trying to help Panda in this lane because it's such a volatile matchup.
And so far we haven't seen the double ultimate yet that the desk was kind of alluding to potentially seeing. It's been the Zapman goes up, and then as soon as he lands down, PandaCat says, all right, it's my turn in the sky. Fires some damage back at him, or vice versa. So we haven't seen these two hunters use their ultimates for safety against each other just yet. We do see the Pyromancer started up by the Leviathans. Hurriwind and Venenu here to try and slow this one down. Haddix is on the way, but fineokay's already looped back around towards Hurriwind, taking damage from the Taiko drum. Venenu late to throwing out that crystal to try and steal that one out. Leviathans get yet another objective.
And a rather free objective. They have enough pressure to just kind of walk up and bully out the Ravens. And there's really no rotation potential from Haddix there as fineokay gets there first. fineokay, even though he's playing a warrior, and we've been talking down on these warriors a little bit because of just how strong these mages have looked, he's made this Herc look very threatening. And it's because of his use of this TP. He's using it to get around the map, to make plays, because this is the strong point of the game for these Warriors. No surprise he's trying to make a play, and now they're trying to make a play on him.
Does dash away, frenzy pop by Hurriwind, but quite literally everything misses on fineokay. He gets one pickup, and that pulls Haddix back for adapting. Ultimate now down for the Morgan Le Fay. fineokay stunned out. Sigil off the mark by Haddix. Adapting throws out a straight Jaguar to try and find anything, but man, that was a lot of abilities thrown, a relic usage by Hurriwind, and they got nothing for it.
Yeah, a few too many abilities missed there, and if you don't hit those, especially when you see how tanky this Herc is already, he's got the Genjis, he's got the breastplate, a ton of survivability for both magical and physical, and a ton of cooldowns. And I just want to take a look at the other side for a second. Hurriwind opts for this Magi's, and in the matchup where you're playing against, you know, a character that punishes one of your main abilities, because if you ever jump in or you jump out on Fafnir and you're playing into this Awilix, she's able to kind of maneuver around you as you get pulled in to also knock you up and just one-shot you before you're able to do anything. So now this Magi's is going to be a pretty important cooldown. Are the Ravens going to be, or the Levi's going to be able to punish it? And actually right here, looking to punish Zap.
Zapman, no beads. Ultimate's there. He gets up just in time. Adapting, and PandaCat will chase down Aegis by Zapman, but he gets hit by the Feather Step, and one more in hand from PandaCat. The Leviathans have their 5th kill, and 4 of those are on Zapman.
And kind of like that, you get whooped into the Awilix ult, and there's not much you can do. And Zapman even had relics there, but it happens so quickly, and you get pulled so fast that if you're not thinking about it, you're going to be dying very quickly. So that's why I expect Hurriwind picks up this Magi's to be able to jump away, and also to avoid a lot of those 3s by Ronnie, because as we've seen so far, Ronnie has been on point with these Yemoja 3s.
Scream beats his jumps over the Feather Step. Ronngyu still standing by. Magi's there for Hurriwind. Adapting's taking this 1v1. The Feather Step's back up. The Bat Out of Hell swings through, but it's not doing nearly as much damage as Scream had hoped. But that is a beats from Adapting. Good hammer from Hurriwind. Bails out his jungler and pulls a relic.
And with this Gold Fury kind of being set up right now, I wouldn't be too surprised if fineokay tries to get a back off and then rotate over to solo or to duo lane, trying to fight on this Gold Fury. As we've seen, he wants to get involved. That's why he's picking this Herc. He's trying to TP over, he's trying to pull relics, he's trying to pull beads, and he's trying to just make plays. So I would not be surprised if he's going to look for a play soon. But overall, Levi's have had a nice early portion, but a lot of it just comes down to punishing Zap. If you take Zap out of the equation, they have 1 kill elsewhere.
Maybe a turn on a PandaCat could be good for the Ravens, or Ronngyu even. One of these duo lane has got to get shut down. It's a 0-0-4 for Ronngyu, but Hurriwind is one who's just eating a whole lot of damage. The shield buff does go over to the Highland Ravens, and I want to keep my eyes on what fineokay goes in this 3rd item slot. We might be looking at Relic Dagger as a potential pickup for him, so I'm going to keep watch there while the Primal Fury almost done for Leviathans. River's Rebuke used by Scream, trying to loop around, goes up the back online onto Sheento, and the Fury has been leased entirely, but Scream gets pulled right back. The Bat Out of Hell, and a crash in from Venenu. It's a collapse on a Sheento, but they're just not killing the Raijin yet. Venenu has to use the beads to get out of the CC, and Adapting punishes Scream. Hurriwind stuns out the jungler, but fineokay pushes back Fen. 2 for the Leviathans. They might just try and make it 3. Zapman, you don't got beads, you don't got ages. The knockup is there. The Feather Step on top and gets the ultimate, but they can just chase you right down. Fear from Haddix, and a whoop will bail him out, but only for 1 extra moment. Adapting closes the gap and gets the kill.
And this TP advantage in solo lane has been allowing, you know, fineokay to get to these fights faster, and with those faster rotations, they're just winning these fights so quickly, picking up Hurry. 4 kills in that fight. Gold Fury also going to be the result. And I was just touching on, what have the Levi's really done other than punish Zap? Well, now at this point, they have punished everyone in the game except Haddix, and also gotten this Primal Fury. So a really great play. Now 3k gold, about 3k XP, 4k XP. Nice little lead, nice little advantage there by the Levi's.
Bump up an extra 1,000 gold there, and a 5-0-2 for Adapting on the Awilix. She is the target that the Ravens need to be able to pick off, but also a great call from the Ravens. Now go to Pyromancer. Gets a little bit of gold in pocket, gives them some play around objective to try and sustain in these fights. But a lot of that fight, at least what you're pointing out here, afforded to Sheento from all that physical damage, that Breastplate of Valor is getting a whole lot of use from him.
Maybe
Now,
a 1v1 here.
Venenu to the sky, buys some time, he crashes back in, but immediately has to walk back away. Just cooldown after cooldown, Sheento barrels at him.
And I wanted to talk about this breastplate because the two people that were putting damage onto Sheento there were the Camazotz and the Chernobog, and you could see just how little damage they were actually able to get onto them, even though this is a pretty solid spot. Chernobog, this is 3 full items. He's got the tier 2 trans, he's also got the Death Toll. He's in a solid spot, but still not enough to actually get any damage through there. And as you can see at this point, Zapman is trying to get farm. Is Adapting going to let him?
No.
No.
Well, Zapman's doing pretty good in this 1v1.
Wait.
Zapman could just solo it
Wait.
back out. 2v1. It's good for Zap. You don't 1v1 the Freyan. fineokay might be in a bit of danger himself. Few in-hands from Zapman are doing some decent damage, but he's got to use the whoop to bail himself out because look who is right around the corner. It's Sheento.
He's got speed.
But he goes up high this time, and Sheento might not be able to fully chase him out.
He's got speed.
Thunder Crash in. Does use Percussive Storm to reduce some of those cooldowns, but because everybody's on the left side, the Ravens have gone over to Fire Giant. It is Ronngyu and PandaCat here. Sheento gets Zapman. Hurriwind jumps in, but Panda's already in the sky. On landing, Panda doesn't take a whole lot of damage, and fineokay is the one soaking all of these up. Push back doesn't matter because fineokay has gotten himself out of the fight.
And Scream gets plucked back into it. Scream also gets plucked back, and he gets taken a lot of damage. fineokay gets the kill. They're still chasing out.
Haddix might be in danger. Does get a triple Dragonfly, but pushed out. No beads for him. fineokay gets another one, but the wall bails him, and the River's Rebuke just misses out. It keeps the fight separated, but another Riptide by Ronngyu over the wall. He is an absolute menace on the Yemoja time and time again. It has worked out for them. Haddix is still alive. The Percussive Storm doesn't reach. Somehow, despite all of the efforts of the tanks, Haddix lives through. The Leviathans miss out on the pick.
And after all that, after all those 2s and the 1s by Hercs and the Yemoja whoops, they have this big advantage. 5v4 alive, but only 2 here. It's not burning too fast either.
Hurry and Ven nearby. The steal potential is low, but not 0. Adapting gets stunned out. A couple shots from Venenu, but Adapting down to half. The Leviathans might have to give up fire because the Ravens have returned at full health. Venenu back on the line of Sheento just gets collapsed on the Ravens. Able to turn around and find one, and they might just get another PandaCat to the sky. But on landing, he'd be met by Hurriwind. Doesn't use the hammer, and said the Ravens reset back to the objective.
This macro play by the Ravens and that 1v1 that Zap gets onto Adapting brings them right back into this game. This is 11-3, and fineokay actually TP's in. A fight's breaking out.
It's a lot of damage towards fineokay. He heals some of it back up, but now he's going to chase out Haddix. Just misses out on pulling him back. A little too long on the CC immunity from that ultimate of Haddix. Keeps him alive. And the Fire Giant that was under threat just a couple minutes ago is now no more as the game resets to neutral.
And I think it would be unfair of us to not touch on how much fineokay and Ronnie are doing for this setup. The walls by Ronnie, the 3s by him, fineokay pulling beads with the dash and then getting the pluck after. It is a masterclass. It is why this game is 11-3. But those small micro mistakes, the 1v1 that Zapman gets, the ability for them to waste so much time and then are able to kind of get him off that Fire Giant. This is a very close game. We're talking 3K at 22 minutes. This is no blowout by any means, even though the score says different.
Pyromancer started by the Ravens, with the Leviathans going to try and take it. They don't do so. Hurry, we got too low. He got hit by the jump and pulled right back in by Adapting. And Leviathans once more. The man advantage head towards the Fire Giant. Haddix is nearby. A bit tankier, can try and get into this Fire Giant pit, but fineokay is going to try and zone the other 3. So now it's Sheento's job to get the enemy mage out. fineokay picks up one, the river, catches out Scream, who's able to jump away, and Venenu up into the sky. Where can he even crash back down? No, he's already low, he's already half, and PandaCat's chasing out. There's not enough relics in the world to save Venenu. 2 down on the Ravens. Leviathan's on fire once more.
5v3, Hurry's still dead for another second, but he's got to walk all the way from base. They're getting a little low. Haddix has got a lot of poke here. This could get dangerous.
Haddix has ultimate too if he needs it. Pushed against the wall. Damage from Sheento. Haddix uses the ult, but it's defensively. And he'll just be chased out by Adapting, and fineokay nearly taken down, but Hurriwind's there to bail him out. But the Fire Giant is not secured yet. Zapman can walk to the back. He doesn't seal it, but he's doing a lot of damage up in the sky. His health bar's low, but so is Sheento's. It's a collapse in, but Sheento's still alive. He's at 1 HP. Hurriwind can't get to the back line. Sheento lives. 4 down on the Ravens, and all 5 of the Leviathans live through.
And that is so close to a steal by Zapman, a kill onto Sheento with Zapman and Scream, and Hurry even had an opportunity to kill there, but just enough peel, just enough damage to get that Fire Giant. They are now 3 strong, pushing down middle. Probably not a Phoenix angle, but this is just trying to get this tower, get ready for those next towers. Beacon spawning, Gold Fear is also spawning, but talking about literally 2 minutes ago, this was a 1,000 gold lead. Just like that, it's exploded in favor of the Levi's.
Tier 2 tower down for the Leviathans. Gold Fury up, but not really in the best position to try and go for it just yet. So instead, cap up the 3rd beacon and let the Titans start marching down, says the Atlantis Leviathans. They'll go back reset because with all that gold that they'd accumulated during that, have to go back and spend a bit of that. 2,500 in hand for Sheento, level 20. Just needs to go back and sell that recipe. Might be waiting potentially that Soul Reaver to come online for himself. We'll see where Sheento goes with the rest of his build. The Leviathans regroup themselves, start pushing up towards these lanes. 2 towers left standing for the Ravens have to defend against. And a lot of this game, again, when you dial back to the beginning of this game, it was all pressure against Zapman. Leviathans had beef with Zapman. They took him down 4 times. We said, you need a little more, and they've done just that. Able to pick up nearly everybody else over the course of a fight immediately after that, and now have the option to try and push down either of these lanes.
I think a big highlight for the Ravens, though, is they've delayed a lot of this. And actually maybe delay on the Scream, because you see Adapting rotating over also.
Does have ultimate for both. I think Adapting
Chernobog
with the Chernobog will wisely not continue forward. A 2v2, not unheard of for Leviathans to take, but as close as the game had been up till now. Could have swung either way with some of that crit chance from Venenu. So with the Titans marching down, the Leviathans will knock down the first one, the Order side Titan, and then get ready to regroup because now their Titans joining in. 2v2 inside the jungle. Sheento takes a lot of damage. Zapman misses 2 of his 4 ultimate shots. Sheento's just waiting for the Thunder Crash to repel, and he gets over the wall. He's had so many people distracted, though. There's 2 people chasing him, and Venenu's going back to base. They got the kill, but what can the Ravens do with it now? Can they mount a defense elsewhere?
That's a big pick by the Ravens. Titan's not going to get here in time. They're going to be able to walk out of base and actually defend this. What a great play by the Ravens there to get this Fire Giant off of Sheento, but also not allow them to push anymore. This Fire Giant now just results in a Beacon, a Gold Fury, and a Tier 2 in middle. And if you're a Ravens fan, or if you're the Ravens in general, you're completely fine with that. You're now got level 20 in solo, level 20 in mid, level 20 in ADC. All starters on them too. Next up, Scream hits 20. You're going to have starters across the board, and that XP lead is going to start to matter less and less.
Yeah, we're essentially just a level away from it really not being all that big of a deal at this point. A couple extra seconds in the ultimate for Hurriwind's about really all that's left whenever it comes to Fafnir. So nearing that critical mass for a lot of these players. That next Fire Giant that spawns inbound will very likely be close to dancing around for that enhanced Fire Giant. Won't be enhanced as soon as it spawns, a couple minutes until that one kind of gets bailed out there. So we might see a bit more of a elongated dance. We've been seeing one team start it up, other team steps up, says, hey, no, not right now, don't do it. A little bit of fighting, reset, and then we just keep going back and forth with that style.
And a little bit of a grouping here by the Levi's before that fire actually spawns, just trying to get this Tier 2 down. So they have a few open Phoenixes to kind of threaten. They don't really need to go for the waves at that point. They can just go right to the Phoenix, but a slight look at how the team fights are going to look and what the Ravens want to do. When you're playing against Yemoja, a character that sustains shields as much as she does, you need to make sure that these fights are all engages. All in engages. They need to be full commits. It can't be poke. If you're poking with the Yemoja on the enemy team, it's not a fight you're ending up winning. But if you see the Ravens, what a great all-in comp they have. You got Fafnir transform to ready commit. You have double auto attackers. And even though Zap is 2-7, he's 4 items, a starter done. He's going to be swinging right now. And then you look at also Venenu, 5 items down. He's got the pen. He's got some crit. These are 2 scary ADCs.
we'll soon be hitting a point where 1-7 doesn't really matter for Zapman once he gets that last item online to try and match up to at least build count of PandaCat. But we are seeing 6 slots for everybody aside from Ronngyu on the Leviathans, and that's why they're the ones stepping into fire.
Hurry.
That's why Hurriwind's getting collapsed on, pulled back by adapting, and as soon as he transforms in, he is gone. It's one for Panda, and Scream's in the middle. fineokay, the target for the time being, but he's still alive and healthy, while Sheento is being swooped on by Scream. They tried to get this last time, and it didn't work out. Scream gets picked up once more. Damage from Sheento says, try and take me down again if you can, but you just can't do so. Zapman to the sky. Maybe he can kill Sheento. No, he doesn't have the damage for it either. In the middle of all, Sheento says, keep conveyor belting to me. I'll take you on one at a time.
And 3 kills down by the Levi's, so they now have got 5 strong here. fineokay TPing back in just in case. Are they going to hold it for EFG here? I hope they recognize it. It looks like they do. It looks like their DPS has slowed a little bit. But now this is going to be an EFG, and they still have 40 seconds on Zapman. They can go mid now.
Enhanced Fire Giant is in. Sheento crashes away to avoid the knock-up damage. But now, can start pushing down fineokay. He's found Haddix.
Look at that damage.
This isn't even for kill necessarily. This is just to keep Haddix from going back. Pickup is good. Couple of big in-hands, good body blocks as well. fineokay is doing a lot, but Haddix able to sustain in. No push available for Fine, but by chipping away at Haddix, he's opened up mid-Phoenix for his team. They walk right in and take the bird.
And on top of that, Haddix gets his ults force, so he's not going to be very strong here. This is 2 Phoenixes down for the Levi's that quick.
And it's all off the back of fineokay. Ronngyu pulling them back in. Venenu's just waiting for a chance to get out of the rivers. And as soon as he does, he's met by the boulder himself. fineokay takes down one. PandaCat picks up the double kill through it. And fineokay wants to keep it going. Misses the push onto Haddix. Adapting is slow. Has to resustain in the fight. The Leviathans slowing down for the moment. Transform from Hurriwind to keep this fight going back. They're not giving up their defense yet, but Hurriwind is in danger. He jumps back right into Sheento's waiting arms. That's 3 for Panda in the fight. Scream stuck in the fountain by Sheento. Haddix, he gets the ult back online, but the damage from the Leviathans is focused towards the Titan. Sheento getting low. Scream, as soon as he spawns, he's already right back in, and it's the Leviathans in game 3.
Not completely clean, but I think it's fair to say that was a pretty dominant win by the Levi's. Yes, maybe a slip up here or there, but from the beginning of the game to maybe one slip up in mid, it was Levi's the entire time.
And really all of that last little push there, afforded by fineokay. We highlighted him earlier in the game. I think it's right to bring him and Ronngyu right back to the conversation again, but primarily fineokay. He's not killing Haddix anytime soon, not by himself. I mean, we saw how much damage he did, but so many cooldowns. It wasn't to kill Haddix. It was just to distract him, to bother him, so the rest of his team could just walk up and take everything else on the map.
And that was just one of the many times we saw fineokay bullying out somebody on the Raven side. That's not a Hercules I want to play against. He gave you way too much space, and we saw him make really good use of that TP. That is probably the best Warrior game we've seen in a long time.
I'll say this, that was the first and I hope only Yemoja game we see from Ronngyu this phase, because that was disgusting gameplay by him and the Leviathans. They take the lead in the set, 1 game away from closing out. Can they do it in game 4? We'll find out right after this.
Well, a commanding game from the Leviathans gives them a 2-1 lead. And Myth, I'm going to be honest with you, it's hard to decide where to slice this one. It feels like no matter where you are looking at it, Leviathans had a pretty dominant controlling lead.
And see, that's the joy of it, right? When everything's going to one team, you could go literally anywhere with the analysis. So jungle, that's real good for the Leviathans. Yeah, ADC, pretty good for the Leviathans. Mid lane looked pretty good for the Leviathans. And we can go on and so forth.
fineokay was nuts.
fineokay went crazy. Undying on the Hercules. I mean, that pick looks pretty decent right now. I'm not sure if it's just because we're in a world where Athena isn't getting valued, so maybe you can get away with some of these warriors. But probably that. I would have said, and my desk mouse would have been boiled down to, man, the Ravens didn't pick Athena, so they lost. But the Leviathans also didn't pick Athena and won.
Well, yeah, but that's because they had Rongngyu's Yemoja, right? So
yeah, you get Yemoja.
That's literally just different. It's built different.
But the other team had the Chernobog, so like usually it's a global diff. It wasn't that either, because really Ven didn't get to do a whole lot that game. I guess we got to talk about the elephant in the room. It's
Ganesh was not there. Oh,
it's
okay.
Yeah, it's Zapman.
Yeah. I think that KDA maybe speaks for itself.
You're right.
Unless if you want to hammer in on it, you absolutely can.
No, dude, you're not allowed to yes and me when I'm bullying people.
Oh. Is that not how that works?
No, reel me in.
No, you're right. We'll just zoom in, say, hey, those numbers, you can see them. They're on your screen. And then instead look over towards PandaCat or Ronngyu or Adapting or especially fineokay, the Hercules, I cannot understate, was phenomenal. I think PandaCat, that's the one that maybe surprises me the most because I did not expect to see a Marty.
Nope.
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know if I was going to see him be very successful, B. And then C, I didn't expect to see him do a lot of damage. He did all three of those things, and you know what? I'm perfectly fine to have egg on my face for that one. It is just a good look for him. And of course, we've seen it a few times. You kind of mentioned it. Hercules win left unanswered. It just feels like he's free reign, running people down. There's a point where fineokay just did not care about any of the damage the Ravens threw at him.
Yeah, it feels like Mitigate Wounds is in a pretty good spot right now. I saw so often fineokay just walks up, pops 3, dropped down to 20%, and then was right back to 80%. I was like, well, surely it's an anti-heal issue, right? No, there was some anti-heal in play. There were some answers, just not enough answers. And we'll see what the answer is as P's and B's start to develop. I don't think you can ban Hercules. I don't think that's it. And I don't think you could say that entire game rides on a Hercules performance either. I think that there were systemic issues in that match that the Ravens need to address, likely starting with their own draft.
Yeah, we were talking about it. The Camazotz, Scream didn't feel like he brought a whole lot to the table, unfortunately. We were still kind of scratching our heads as to where exactly the Athena was. Unfortunately for Zap, that was not a great look on the Freya. So maybe some things to change up. Picks and bans, game 4. Backs against the walls for the Ravens. Leviathans will be first pick. Naja, Ratatoskr, Baba Yaga. Those are their 3 bans. Ravens, Chernobog, Yemoja, and Athena are what they decide to get rid of. Leaves open a few things.
Wait, what?
I was going to say...
Why'd they ban the
Raijin.
Athena?
I wish I had an answer for you.
When do we decide when Athena is good and bad? I was under the impression up until this set that Athena is always good.
Yeah.
I guess if Yemoja's off the table, gotta get rid of Athena, but Opwash has been permabanned up until this point. I can't get a read on these guys, man. What's going on?
So, no. Hey, Miff, I'm going to help you out here, man.
Yeah.
I think we were just right last time.
You think so?
I don't know if Athena instead of Fafnir makes that game like a win for the Ravens or not, but I feel like general theory, Athena is just real good.
Real
right?
good.
So you've got that right.
Yeah, we know ball.
Yeah,
it's them. It's not us.
Yeah,
we're good. We're cool, bro.
Yeah,
we're cool. We're cool.
Although okay, look, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but didn't we learn? Oh my God, was that just last week? You had accusations levied against you.
No, that was a few weeks ago.
I
was hoping we had buried that hatchet, but I'm glad that you.
That I decided to remember it and bring it back up.
Yeah, remind everybody.
Right here, very publicly.
Yeah.
Everybody's listening in.
No,
very
that's
hype
cool.
set. I never actually said what the allegations were, which actually might be worse, but the allegations were whether or not you do or do not know ball.
And according to PBM, I'm not a ball knower.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was about.
Yeah, I'm blanking on that part too.
I'm sure PBM
something
doesn't know either.
draft-wise.
Yeah, for sure.
Or play something. Who knows? It was something. Right now, it's do we or do we not know ball based on Athena? And I would say yes, she gets banned out. Opwash first pick. Raijin, Hachi is the answer. And again, Mifflin, this is something that Raijin makes sense. Hachiman, we talk about the carries.
Yeah.
It's a safe pick.
I think that's why we got it locked here too.
Just because it's safe, right?
Coming off a 2-9.
2-9.
Probably
Yeah,
need to
okay.
get a little bit of confidence back. Maybe make sure we're not getting knocked down. And let me be clear, that's not a 2-9 where PandaCat just handles Zapman. That's a 2-9 where the entirety of the Atlantis Leviathans said, "Hey man, we're not going to let Jenny from the block have a good game." So there is a difference between just getting dealt with as opposed to having a bit of camping happening. But here's the issue, though. I don't care how many horses you can hop on as Hachimon. Doesn't exactly stop a Thor wall. You don't hop over that.
Doesn't stop Morgan Le Fay from just existing either. She's going to be matched up. We got 4 mages on the board. You had mentioned the Thor, Morgan Le Fay, Apuash there for the Leviathans. Hachi, the carry, presumably, for the Ravens going towards Zap. But Raijin and Thoth locked in. We'd kind of touched on this earlier. There's not really a world where you're preferring Thoth solo over Raijin, right? Like, it's mostly Raijin solo, Thoth mid.
I just can't imagine a pseudo-tank Thoth doing a whole lot, right? Like, I can't imagine...
You can do a whole lot of nothing.
Like Pythag's Breastplate of Valor, Typhon's Fang, run it down Thoth, dashing in, creating space. That's not exactly it. So I think guaranteed now, looking at the pseudo carries, one of which going to be a pseudo tank, Raijin going to be a pseudo tank. Thoth guaranteed for mid.
Well, since we've gotten to this point, solo, mids already covered, 1 carry, 1 jungle already picked up. Well, it would make sense that supports are taking their lumps here. We already had Yemoja and Athena. Now joining them, Khepri, Ganesh, Kuzenbo, and the Sobek. So 6 of them off the board. 6 Guardians, which means you're going to have to reach a little deeper into the pockets. That being said, Charon, who the Ravens banned last time Leviathans played, I believe in the first 2 games, gets locked in here, presumably for Hurry. We're also going to see, I think, the availability for a couple other of these Guardians.
Might just be Fafnir.
Just right there, yeah, Fafnir, who's right there on the cusp. Do you like, Fafnir, we've talked a lot about auto-attackers. Does he need to have the auto-attackers near him to make him good?
No, Coerce is just a straight-up good ability in general, just so much additional damage regardless of whether or not you're going to have dedicated auto-attackers on your team. I think the crux of whether or not you want Fafnir is essentially, is there enough CC on the rest of the squad to make up for the fact that you're largely single target? Seeing a Thor helps out a little bit. You're not really expecting a whole lot of CC from this Opwash. MLF, decent, but not exactly the most confirmable CC for initiation. Dragonflight mostly just there to keep people off of you. So, as opposed to Fafnir, another pick that we've seen a little bit, this Maui hover, I actually really do like how this plays. Not just for the multitude of pools that he has available in his kit, and it's like 6 if you count them all. Thanks, aggro. Appreciate that, man. But it's the structure that he spawns up with the landfall. Doesn't matter, though, because it's Terra. Also has structures not tied to the ultimate. Great counter initiation. If you're worried about getting one shot by Thoth, can't really ask for more than an Earthen Fury. You've got really good backline chase down potential. You can stop some of these channeled abilities pretty consistently as well, thanks to that stun. I actually really do like how Terra plays here because it's telegraphed when the Highland Ravens going to all in. Charon's going to start spawning up a tsunami. I'm probably going to press Earthen Fury when that happens. And
usually good things, at least for the Terra, presumably are going to happen after that. Xbalanque gets locked in as well. And, we've seen, look, Zap, PandaCat, there's quite a few hunters in the league right now. And that list can go on and on and on that have played in metas all around, right? Metas where you've had to play a mage over in the long lane. And I'm not talking about your Cronoses. I'm talking about, like, taking your Thoth over there and having to lock that. But Xbalanque has been there, and it has been a crux that you come back to once every now and then. 2 games so far, one win, 1 loss in this phase. How do you feel about him? Like, do you like him getting locked in? What's he bringing to the table?
I do not have strong feelings about Xbalanque. I tend to agree with the pace of the meta as a whole, and it seems like everyone is just saying Xbalanque just kind of exists.
Yeah.
Decent survivability, incredibly annoying poke in lane. Darkest of Night still is a great resource in teamfight, especially when you've got things like Thor Ultimate that you might want to cover up, make sure that no one can look up and see him coming. It also makes it really difficult, and this is something that you don't exactly plan around, but it is a true state of the game. When there is persistent damage on field, abilities that just create no play zones. When Darkest of Nights is in play, it's actually really difficult to see where those abilities are originating from or where they end. So Empty the Crypts for Opwash, Darkest of Nights right on top of it. Where do I go to get out of here is probably something that's going to be going through the minds of the Highland Ravens. Where's that Surtur going?
It's got to be jungle, right?
It's got to be jungle.
Do you like that, or?
I'm actually a massive Surtur fan.
He's recently grown on you.
Yeah, I decided, since everybody else stopped playing it seems like, I was going to figure out why they were playing it in the first place. That god hits really, really hard. It is crazy. The combo of just, I'm going to toss my stun max range, connect one auto attack, pop my 3, instant pop it for additional burst, and just walk away from you is very difficult to deal with throughout the early game, and then is all in potential because he is essentially an off tank thanks to his passive. Having so much sustain built in makes it sneaky hard to actually peel him off of people. Your best bet is to just deal with them quickly with consistent damage, but he also has a semi-global that he's going to use to just escape for the most part. We don't often see Surtur actually utilize the ultimate to initiate fights. It's not like a Rat ult. It's not like a Thor ult. Does have that knock-up, but it's so slow, so telegraphed. You're really just saying, I'm going to blink in, I'm going to do my damage, I'm going to survive for as long as I can, and then when things start to get dicey, disengage with the ult. But the weakness of Surtur is still there, even though I've turned around on his early and mid-game, which is very good. The late game is where he tends to struggle. His damage is high, but because it's dot damage, it's not exactly front-loaded, makes it really hard in those late-game jungle 1v1s, makes it really hard in the true 5-on-5 as well. Good luck having your damage be impactful when 5 people are looking at you.
And you know what he brings to the table, like you just highlighted, it's not maybe the standard you would expect out of the jungle, or maybe it's the standard, just different style. But when we go back in time a little bit, the last time we saw this stuff, you have a lot of setup for it, right? A lot of CC.
Surtur's got it.
Is Surtur enough?
Oh, it's enough. That's a good stun. And it's long range, and it's telegraphed, and you're not missing it.
Yeah. So
Surtur stun is very easy to land. It goes quickly, it's big, it's going to connect every time.
What you're saying is if Vin misses an ult, it's not Scream's fault.
Well, it depends.
That depends.
Scream might miss a stun.
Yeah, you're right. We'll have to figure it out here. Backs against the walls for the Ravens. Can they tie things up and push us to Game 5? Let's find out with the casters.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. It's time to jump into Game 4 match point for the Leviathans and the Ravens. It's J-Mac, Inbound, and Doug here to bring the views onto the battleground. You got your finger up, Bobby. You got something you want to toss out there?
Did Miff just say Surtur stun is impossible to miss, and then said Scream might miss? And he meant it.
And he said, and I meant it. Take a look at the Twitch poll. Game number 1. This is a really close vote between the fans. I think somewhere around that 55-45. Last game, or the next game after the Leviathans win, start edging their way a little bit. And now we see with the Ravens win, it kind of comes back to even now after that win by the Levi's. The fans really kind of pushing this one out in their favor. So now we see a pretty heavy 30, almost 30-70 kind of split there in favor for the fans of the Leviathans.
Yeah, I mean, after that Game 4, it's hard to underrate how much this Levi's team can do. They played a phenomenal early mid-game, maybe 1-2 mess-ups, but other than that, I mean, it was all Levi's that entire game. And then you see this comp that the Levi's have. I love it. I love how this Levi's comp is crafted as a team fight comp. They've got really good engage, really good poke, really good sustain. All of that screams to me, this is a comp that can win this game. And if I'm voting for that Levi's comp.
And maybe Hurriwind taking a little bit of a page out of Rongyu's book. Talked about the meditation that Rongyu's been building every single game up until now. Hurriwind is going for frenzies, bracers, things like that. Now here in this game, even Hurriwind's buying into the meditation stock, picks it up for himself in that second relic. And what more does that now offer to the team? Is this just to try and match that level of sustain that Ronngyu can bring for his squad?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit with the sustain. I also think that cooldown potential of spammability. You look at the side of the Ravens, look at the little trade in mid, look at the mage potential that they have for a lot of cooldowns. So you give Thoth cooldown resets, he's going to be spamming his 1s, his 2s, his 3s more. Same with Haddix on this Raijin. And it gives their poke more oomph because it comes up a lot more often, even when team fights are happening. So yes, it helps with sustain. Yes, it helps when you get poked, but it also is very good in combat with that.
Now kind of dialing in a little bit on the Surtur. we want to talk about, maybe the pioneer of trying to bring it in the jungle. And I say try because it wasn't very successful at the beginning, was Sino. He said, all right, I'm going to play Nike, I'm going to play Surtur. Those are my two gods in the jungle. And that didn't work out very well. That was all the way back in phase 1. Then everybody kind of forgot about Surtur. Nobody touched the god. And then we see him come back again at the beginning of this phase. Scream brings him out. Sino drops him 1 or 2 times as well. And it looks almost night and day different on there. How do you kind of feel about the Surtur right now? What's his kind of place right now in the jungle meta?
I think he works really good as like an off-tank, as Miff said, an off-tank jungler. Somewhat split between damage and tankiness. Kind of can slot into either one, whichever one you need. But that buff to his 1 and the damage you get from just getting stacks onto it, instead of just being 3 per stack, it's now 5 per stack. It really does help his damage a lot in that late game fight. So I think Surtur feels very good in a lot of these games, and I'm a big fan of Surtur. Well, and I'm a big fan of Surtur, as I was saying.
Oh man, Surtur must be the best thing ever. Already first blood for the Ravens. Didn't even get a chance to see that because it's a fight breaking out a bit over in left. Quick dash out by Zapman. We'll be able to bail him back to safety. Some of the luxury of 4-2 Hachiman is just how safe he is, but adapting all the while. He's going to try and zone out inside of the jungle. Zapman beads gone. Big damage out of PandaCat on the Shibalanka. Another pick that we really don't see all that much. Adapting, well, he's going to take a page. I know that, Lasper's not the first person to do this ever, invading speed buffs, but I'm going to give credit to Lasper for really kind of bringing this back. Unfortunately for adapting, he might just be punished because of it. Beads, able to get over the wall, crash in, waiting for that final judgment slam, and there it is from Venenu. Punish adapting for the greed on the invade.
And he got it, but he does end up dying for it. 2-0 already lead, about 1,000 gold for the Ravens.
Yeah, the Highland Ravens with a great start to themselves. We missed out on that first blood. We can actually watch back and see just what happened. It was just a case of fineokay walked a little too far forward, and Haddix and Scream 2v1. Use all your cooldowns on an op-watch. Don't have much for escape. A great punish. And this is what is always talked about. When these mages are in solo lane, and you've got a lot of damage to deal to them when they don't have their defenses up, send Scream over there, have Haddix dive in. That's an easy kill onto an immobile target.
And I think I would be a lot more confident that Fine would die if it was a level 5 Surtur and a level 5 Raijin actually fighting mid quick.
Venenu walled off, able to dash away, but Sheento's got the ultimate, hits the 3 swipes, and adapting's got the hammer right back in. Now Scream in the 2v1, we saw what his damage output could be, but adapting's wall is coming back up shortly, so Scream will back away. The 2v1 this time goes to Leviathans. It puts their first kill on the board.
And Scream still looking for a little bit of a fight potential. Going for Sheento here. A little bit of damage. Looks like he's a little short. He actually gets stunned out. Just enough damage, but not enough to kill Scream. Enough to kind of get him away. Sheento abilities coming up soon. Is it enough damage? We'll never know if it was enough damage. It's just barely out of range.
Yeah, it doesn't close up the gap in time, and so Highland Ravens, they were able to escape a second death on their side. Scream 1-0-1 now on the Surtur after his efforts on right side of the map, and then going for that initial fight immediately after. Zapman, though, no beads. He's got ultimate. Should be fine here, but he's holding on to that ultimate for quite some time. We'll jump off onto the horse, back to the safety of Tier 1, and should be able to clear out these minions no problem.
And Ronnie putting a lot of pressure onto Zapman again in this game. It's a different 2v2 this game. Last game, it was a volatile fight over there. This game, it's not really volatile, and if you really think about Hachiman, it's a safe character. It's not a character you really can punish because of he's got a dash, he's got the ultimate for CC immunity and the ability to just dash towards the tower. So a lot of survivability over there. I think it is worth, because this is a lane that, while it doesn't really affect the game too much, you really don't want to play towards mid if you're running anyway, because then you're walking out of Thoth who's just going to be poking you down.
And also one that just has such a long range with his dash, too.
Exactly.
As long as he can get away from there, it's going to be tough to really lock down and pin down Venenu with this Terra. So keeping his efforts towards Zapman, who was the target last game. There's a lot of bullying of Zapman before. Took him down to, I think, 1-7 was one of the points that we had, where 4 of those deaths in the first 10 to 12 minutes just came from the constant pressure put over in this duo.
Yeah, and the pressure is kind of sticking there again soon. And I think it's just a slightly different game where even though this Hachi is very safe, you've got walls on Ronnie, walls on adapting. I wouldn't be too surprised if they keep trying to make plays over here just because that is the one survivability option, is dashing and actually playing the fineokay here.
Scream blinks over the wall. fineokay quick on his beads. Tycho Drums needed all 4 to hit, but only gets 2 of them this time. We'll never know if fineokay would have gone down to that damage, but here's the benefit of Puch. Corpse after corpse, gonna get him back up in health. Scream doesn't have ultimate, uses up now. And it's just 2 gods up in the sky. Adapting, gonna get the landing, but it's just a tad too early. I'm not sure he even had the option to wait out the remainder. Just lands, and it's not even a fraction of a second just early.
And he actually gets knocked up at the end of it because he's not immune, actually, as he lands. So a little bit of a play there by Scream. And I think you're right that Adapting was running out of time, so he kind of had to land there. But nothing really happens, a little bit of pressure over there. And I was a little curious if Scream was going to go for the full-on dive. I thought he was going to go into the ult and actually dive the tower with Haddix and have his minions tank. But he goes for the opposite, and he just tries to poke him down a little bit. Scream, no mana here.
Scream doesn't have ultimate either, but Adapting's used just about everything in his kit to try and poke out Scream. But this might just set up pressure for this blue buff. Even Sheento's rotated into the jungle to join in, but still about another 20 seconds till blue buff is up. So might have just given up their opportunity to now go for this invade. Didn't get the pick onto Scream, but knowing that Scream's ultimate was down during that time, I'd like to see the aggressive play by Leviathans.
And Ronnie backing to base, actually upgrading that Cloak of the Ascetic, which we've seen him do a lot. He really likes it as this second back where he gets his full Thebes, and then his next back he looks to get these wards, and he looks to get this upgraded med. Hurry's still not upgraded. I'm curious to see if Hurry actually upgrades it now, or if he's going to do just a tier 2 item. And it looks like he's going to be going to that Cloak of the Ascetic also. But now this is both 2 very strong defensive supports that give a lot of survivability in their base kit and a lot of survivability in their relic. So I would be very, very surprised if fights are either really dominant, like somebody's getting one shot, unless beads are down. If somebody doesn't have beads, there's always a chance of one shot. But I'd be very surprised if somebody's getting blown up with how many defensive tools both these supports have.
I'm interested to see where Scream will go with his build, because we've seen a couple of variants on the Surtur build. I think one item that's kind of come through has been like Arc Druids. Just constantly slam in, get those abilities up, get those stacks, and then hit for a bit of true damage alongside the extra pop damage from the one. I want to see where the remainder of this one goes. Breastplate of Valor plus Jotun's Wrath, 40% CDR right away. That first ability going to be up constantly to try and get those stacks up.
Yeah, I think it is curious to point out what he's going to be going, because there's also the Vital option, which is the more aggressive option. Yeah. So it's kind of what does Scream need, or what does the team need around him. Little fight here around these mids.
Rongngyu's got the walls out. Hurriwind goes for an ultimate. Will only hit his fellow enemy support this time. And immediately the fight peters out over towards mid. Meanwhile, Adapting will just go for a steal on the back camp. Try and deny some of the farm to Scream. Make it a little bit harder for him to get some of those first ability stacks on. Now a little bit of damage towards Haddix. Blue buff still down for a while, though. A little under a minute before it returns back in, so not too much threat there, but taking his beads away, probably the most important part of the gank.
Yeah, I think that's all Adapting really wanted. He just wanted to get those beads, get out, and you actually see Haddix backing. He gets the Genjis. So now this is no physical defense on Haddix, and Adapting just got his beads, so maybe Adapting looks to play back over there, especially with this blue buff spawning.
PandaCat dashes in, Zapman ults out, and Hurriwind shows up just to make sure that they know on the side of Leviathans that somebody else is lurking around the jungle. We did see Scream there a moment ago, but recognizing he didn't have a back, and also Scream, did he not have enough gold to finish his breastplate? He stopped at tier 2. He's starting to build in towards a bit more damage. Questionable by the jungler, but Adapting to the sky. His target is Zapman. No ultimate, and the beads is going to cut off his escape path. The wall is good. The double tap is there. Zapman in the grave once more, but it's Scream hot on their heels. PandaCat will beads early, but the damage from Scream is a bit too much. Rongngyu's got to bail him out, but there's no CC to help, and instead, it's just the 1-for-1. But Scream's not done. Damage onto Ronngyu. Gets an ultimate up with Venenu nearby. Final judgment. It's off the mark. Ronngyu, he throws the wall for himself, but Scream's gone too deep, and he can't get the damage done, but Venenu can because he's got the reach for it. Now it's Venenu on the run as Sheento piling in damage after damage towards him. With the glyph there and the dash back up, Venenu's bailed out.
And it looked like a little bit of a funky 4v. I mean, it started as like 2v2, 3v3. It ends up as a 4v4, but it looked a little funky from both sides. It looks like maybe the dive took a little bit too long on the Levi side. As I was talking about, the defensive tools that Hurriwind has gives a lot of survivability to Zapman. And then you see the junglers rotating over, the mid laners rotating over, and then Scream's dive. He had a pretty free kill onto Ronnie. He opts to go deeper and then tries to walk out the backside of tower. Maybe he thought Hurry had mana, was going to play up with him. Hurry unfortunately has no mana, so maybe something to look at there. Maybe the communication's a bit off.
Panda walks up, poison darts and an ultimate to try and scare Zapman away. Takes about 40% of Zap's HP. Just a few of those in-hands and the dart combo. Now, at the first beacon up, it's Ronngyu on point first for Leviathans, but Hurriwind spotted him out. Does a little bit of damage his way with Venenu nearby. I don't think Ronngyu wants to take free poke damage from a Thoth, even if it is only a Thoth with 2 items. Any damage at this point, especially with that anti-heal, will hold on a little bit better for Venenu.
And as he touched on earlier, Scream's going for that hammer, and he's full committing to it. So he's 100% had a chance to get this breastplate. He is foregoing the breastplate completely to go for this, I'd assume, Runeforge hammer. It's a possibility. It's a Dawnbringer or a Frostbound, but I would lean towards Runeforge, especially with its buff. But a little strange to see. And actually, we see on the other side also, Adapting doing the same thing, going for the Brawlers instead of going for that Hydras and finishing it off. Is there something in the water with these junglers?
It's been a long day. Look, it's been a long day for some. For us, it has been. The players, you know, they kind of got.
They just got here.
Yeah, they've only played their one set, but we have seen some of the Hydra Star where you build it, you just kind of leave it there because its stats are kind of good as a tier 2, but could just build it and get a lot of extra damage. Would be nice here up against Zapman, the double walls to keep him out, but he's able to dash out, and Hurriwind gets the ultimate to save out. Now Adapting gonna dive in and bail out PandaCat. He goes behind PandaCat and gets the wall on the Scream, and now Ronngyu can walk back through himself. Extra wall for him, a stun on top of Scream, and the Leviathans are safe under tower.
And Sheento wasn't looking to rotate, so the call was to get out for the Levi's, and get out they do. And you actually see Sheento going for this defensive option again. He's going for that breastplate. He seems to really like this Book Divine breastplate build. He's kind of defaulted to it a lot. Doesn't really matter kind of who he's playing, whether it's the Raijin, the Morgan. He just wants this defensive option, and it's treating him well. The ability for him to play up, kind of play like a solo, look for the trades, the poke, it's really working out well for him.
Zapman taking a bit of damage. Ronngyu dashes in with the Rue. PandaCat might want to take this 2v2, uses the ultimate, but Hurriwind's there to block the basics. Ronngyu gets a nice stun this time, but Scream is waiting around. He's got an ultimate. Ronngyu knows that he's there, but there's no one for Scream to go towards. He has to bail back towards his team. Wall from Adapting will catch him out for a moment and gets the beads away from the Surtur.
And a nice little trade there. Scream trying to look for that dive. Unfortunately, as he's going into the air, he looks down and he sees 4 Levi's there. Thinks better of it to just dip away. Dip away he does. So far, I don't want to say a slow game, but a little bit more methodical than I expected to see, especially after that Game 4 pop-off. And just as I say that, we're going to have a Gold Fury here, and it's just free for the Highland Ravens. Nobody on the Levi's thought to check it. And a little bit has to do with Haddix on the rotation there, just being on that Gold Fury.
Haddix leaves lane. fineokay says, okay, I guess I'll just take a tower. By the way, no Haddix here. Leviathans say, well, not much we can do now. So Gold Fury goes over to the Highland Ravens, but even with that Gold Fury, all it did was close up some of that gold lead the Leviathans already had. And with that tier 1 by fineokay, most of that Gold Fury was instantly negated right back out.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of a macro play by the Levi's. They opted not send Sheento over to rotate on that duo fight, and then Haddix rotates over, and they opt to not send fineokay over. So they get a tower trade in turn. And we've got an even game now. This is 42,000 gold to 42,000 gold. Yes, we have a slight XP lead. I think it was Levi's had a slight XP lead. But this is all in all very close game so far.
Haddix ultimate towards Sheento. Gets a returning ult right back from him. Sheento will be fine for now. Is waiting for a Thunder Crash from Haddix, but he will not go in aggressively. Sheento is firing cooldown after cooldown. 30% for him. fineokay empties the crypts up against Haddix, and Adapting crashes in. Haddix jumps back forward. It's fineokay all by himself. He might just get picked off unless Ronngyu can try and get there to bail him out. Adapting's doing his best.
He's so
fineokay used the beads. He's got the Aegis. He stays alive, but Adapting does not. Scream trades him out, but now Sheento shows up with a clothesline kill, takes one down. Haddix pushed away. Aegis is there. Fear keeps him pushed against the wall, but he's able to send them to crash out. And now it's Sheento who has to turn and burn, beats an Aegis down, and the mid laner of the Leviathans falls.
And Zapman rotates in now too. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Chasing would have to be through the tier 1, and somehow through all of that, fineokay is not the one that dies. It's adapting. It's Sheento. And after getting that tier 1, Pyro still available. Zapman on this side of the map. I'd expect them to look for this, but it seems like Panda playing up a little bit right now. Blue buff got hit by Panda, so the Highland Ravens are looking to pull that into their jungle. They get the blue buff. Pyro's a little too rich for their blood, though. But still a nice little trade out by the Ravens there. They get the tier 1, they get 2 kills, and all it took was just only 1 death.
Starting up Pyro now is the Ravens, but fineokay might be wary to this because the ward was destroyed in order to start this one up. fineokay not able to steal that one away, but look at the damage he was able to deal towards Zapman. Down to 20%, not even that, 200 HP at that. Able to head back to base, but now the Leviathans, they jump on the Fire Giant. Are the Ravens even privy to it at this point? Scream should have just now seen the ring. Even Hurriwind's dashing in. But was this an actual commit to fire, or was this a bait for a fight? All 5 of the Leviathans are here. Scream is in the pit.
They're committing.
Up into the sky he goes. The Fire Giant down to 25%. The tidal wave's in. Adapting's in the sky. Where's his target? It's the Zapman, and Venenu gets the beads from both of them. The fire hasn't been done yet. It's the Leviathans who get the objective, but fineokay's low. Scream's damage may just be enough to take him down. 2 gone from the Leviathans, and now PandaCat, he's got to stay alive throughout all of this, but there's just too much damage from Scream, from Haddix to collapse in. They got the fire, but at what cost?
And Zapman chasing out Ronnie after they got this Fire Giant. Only fire on Sheento now.
Nope.
And I'll take it back. Fire on nobody on the Levi's. They were not doing enough damage to that Fire Giant to completely just keep sitting on it. Yes, they got it, but they just got ran down by the Ravens. And through that kill, this tier 2 is open, but it seems like they're opting to get their resets off. They see beacons up, they see Gold Furies up. Gonna play it a little bit slower. But that is a bold call, and it seemed like it was more of a let's see what happens type of call, and then if somebody walks in, we're going to drop it. But they opt to not drop it. They opt to burn ultimates on it. They opt to just 50-50 the fire. Yes, they get it, but nobody now has this Fire Giant, and all the pressure is on them. The Ravens now have about a 5,000, 4,000 gold lead.
Now with this lead, the Ravens, not just the 4,000 gold, 10K experience. Wow. And with no level 20s on the map, that's a very important 10K XP. That gives the Highland Ravens momentum to head towards the Primal Fury, which will be done no problem. Maybe a bit of a difference maker around there was no crit from PandaCat. You look to the other side, Zapman, he's got Demon Blade. He's going towards more crit. Now some anti-crit's going to need to be built, seemingly by Ronngyu. Whether he goes Breastplate or into Spectral, has the option, but questionable call from the Leviathans. I think you boiled it out perfectly, as they didn't have the damage to do so, and they kind of made 2 calls. They said either we'll commit to it and take it down, or we'll peel off for fight. They kind of half and half both of them.
Yeah, their front line was fully committed. They all into that fight, and they got taken down. The backliners were consistently hitting that Fire Giant. Yes, none of the backliners were dying, but their dive was dying. So then if you're not able to kill and your front line's dying, if that Fire Giant's not dying, as it wasn't, eventually you're just going to get killed, and that's what we saw. But as you highlighted, I love seeing crit against these mage solos, so I love seeing Zapman's build. That Deathbringer is going to be so effective against everybody except Ronnie, and even against Ronnie, you'll have enough damage to be threatening to him. And after that tier 1 tower in mid, Ravens kick themselves up to about a 7K gold lead, and so far this game has just been all Ravens, really.
The Leviathans had a little bit to start this game, but it's been answered back in spades by the Ravens. 6,000 gold and climbing for them. And even Adapting can't split push at this point. He wants to get any kind of farm anywhere, but it's just not available to him. As we look between the 2 supports as well, some of that 10K XP we were talking about, 3 of those levels are in Hurriwind's favor, 2 of them for Venenu over in the mid lane. But even with these 2 supports, maybe curious relic options. Ronngyu goes for the blink. Most of these games we've seen otherwise. Not sure if he'll get any value for the blink this time, because fineokay needs more than just that. He needs a whole heap of help to get out of this one, but Hurriwind keeps him locked in with Haddix, and that's one down, but Zapman falls in the fight. Now it's 1-for-1, and Adapting lands on top of 2. Venenu uses the beads. Adapting gets the wall, the double tap is there, doesn't have the spin, uses the beads, but Hurriwind helps shut him down. Double kill for the support of the Highland Ravens, and now it's Scream on the scene. PandaCat beads, PandaCat gone. Haddix, credit for that one as Scream continues the chase to Sheento. On landing, gets the Aegis, but plenty of damage for this Surtur, plenty of damage for the Charon. It's only a matter of time before Sheento goes down once more, and Ronngyu being chased out as well. The Ravens, 3 for their support, and 1 more for Haddix. It'll be a deicide for the Highland Ravens.
And if this is not a Zapman team, let me tell you if you've heard this story before. 5 for Zapman.
That's worth.
That is a classic in SMITE. It's just, at this point, if you're killing Zapman, you're using too many abilities on him, and at the end of the day, a lot of abilities used on Zapman, and 5 going down on the Levi's. Slight positive for the Levi's is Fire Giant isn't up yet. It is blinking right now, though. But you see how low the Ravens are. This is going to be a reset into Fire Giant angle, but you're so far behind at this point if you're the Levi's. Is it even worth to contest it? I don't think so. I think you need to get some XP. You look at the Raven side. The highest level on the Levi's is 19. The lowest on the Ravens is 19.
Oh,
that
no.
is a problem.
And we're only 23 minutes in the game, and Hurriwind is at the same level as Zapman. 309, picked up all 3 of those kills in the last team fight. And for Adapting, it has just not worked out with him crashing on top of this Thoth. Every time he's gone onto Venenu, it's a fast beads by Ven, and whoever is coupled and joined at the hip with Venenu at that time, they just turn and burn onto Adapting, and he's blown up in an instant.
Yeah, he's 100% getting blown up. He's getting the damage off, but it's not enough, and it's because he's behind. And then you also see how much Hurry's able to do here. Actually, slight chase out onto Haddix. Curious if they look to keep chasing. It seems like there's not a ton of kill potential here. Maybe you're looking to bait actually into this fight.
So you see the Ravens trying to group up to answer to the Leviathans, but Levi's just got the notification that at least one was at the Fury, but they can't go for fire. Hurrywind's going to try and start the fight with the Tidal Wave. Throws that one out. It catches fineokay and it gets Sheento's ult, but Scream's just going to mosey right through the fight. You know, did some damage towards fineokay, and he'll fight back, but Venenu will shut him down. Final Judgment off the mark and off on the point, and Scream out of the fight now. Highland Ravens, they've got their one, but health bars aren't looking so hot.
No, and Scream's actually forced back to base. This is a 4v5. Positive, though, no TP on fineokay, so you still have about 35 seconds of an advantage. Yes, your relics are in a great spot. Yes, the other teams has great relic spots too, but you still have a 5v4. Zapman gets ulted.
Adapting lands on Zap this time. It's working out so much better, but Venenu's still pumping out damage. Zap goes down. Venenu charges in. Ronngyu is a bit low. The wall blocks off Venenu's escape path, and Venenu's able to get a rampage now. 5 in a row for the mid laner, and it might just be 6 because Ronngyu gets rooted out. Venenu crashes right back in and picks up the double kill. Sheento low and Sheento gone. 4 down on the Leviathans, and the Ravens can march right back to the fire.
And another fight where they kill Zapman, and another fight where 4 people get taken down. Yes, you're killing Zapman, but there's still so much value that the Ravens are getting. The upside for the Levi's is Adapting's here. Adapting has ult soon, but they see him.
Oh, he got caught by the wave. Hurriwind just threw that one out. I'm not even sure if he was aiming for a body at that point. But Adapting dips his toe too far into the water, and now fineokay might just be left out to dry. Stun missed by Scream. fineokay can't get in here. The Fire Giant doing a lot of damage to Hurriwind and Ven, and it will go the way of the Highland Ravens, who take down 2 during all of that and still get fire on all 5.
Now if you're the Ravens, you need to start getting these Phoenixes down. We're 25 minutes into this. Yes, you've been dominating fights, but this is a Levi's comp that's getting into a solid spot. 20s. We were talking about this just 2 minutes ago. There was no 20s on the left side, and there was basically 5 20s on the Raven side. But now you see it, and they're all kind of catching up. We have some starters coming through. The Shroud on Opwash. Pendulum maybe 60 gold off for Sheento, and once that's done, a lot of damage coming out there. And you have a level 15 on Ronnie. He's about 30 gold off also. So this is by no means a free Phoenix, but there's still such a massive gold lead. You have about 6 items on everybody on the Raven side. I mean, yes, XP doesn't matter anymore, but that is a wild number to see, 23,000.
Not just that, the 13K gold that goes right alongside it, which may be the most valuable of those ones, because the only person who's even starting into a 6th item is PandaCat. That's a tier 2 Odysseus bow with still an unupgraded starter item at this point. Everybody on the Leviathans trying to buy some farm at this point while the Ravens continue their tirade across the map. Tier 2 tower, the next option. Even adapting is going to leave the rest of the team and start split pushing on the right side. Takes down a minion wave, but he didn't hit 20 off that, so he's got to come back to base to defend against the Ravens.
Eyes on Opwash here. You have the big ult.
Does throw it down. Haddix responds back, but all the Ravens backed away. Really only Haddix is the one who took any major damage during the start of that fight.
And adapting, trying to clear out the mid-wave. Scream goes to answer it there. Looks like a 4-1 split. They also have only 3 ults available because a Charon ult was also used.
Now fineokay's ult down. A lot of their AoE is gone. Crash in by Scream, though. It's on top of PandaCat. Aegis is down. Beads are gone, and PandaCat removed from the map. The Highland Ravens have taken down 1, and Scream's about to take down 2. Sheento low, but adapting slams down to try and stop the Ravens from pushing in. Zapman's health bar a bit worse for wear, but the Highland Ravens, they regroup. They keep their team alive.
And they push them out just enough to keep their Titan alive. 1, maybe 2 more people goes down. People on the Levi side go down. We're talking about an end game call. Haddix just dashed in mid.
Did get stopped in. Ultimate backup for Fine, but the tidal wave is in, and fineokay is low, but adapting is even worse. Haddix takes down 1, Haddix takes down 2, and now it's Sheento to stand up to the Chad himself. Hurriwind gets the credit for that kill, and now it's only Ronngyu left to stand up against the Ravens. It's 10 seconds till PandaCat's back up. Then margins for the Highland Ravens with all 5 alive. How long can Ronngyu defend against the full force? Not very long. By the time PandaCat spawns in, he's just gonna stare down the Titan going out, and we're going to game number 5.
And we think about game 3 and kind of what happened in that game. It was basically the exact opposite of this game. It was from basically the start to the finish, it was all Levi's. This game, the exact opposite. It was basically all Ravens the entire time, and it's a complete switch up. And I think you got to highlight just how much better this Ravens comp looks in this game. The Scrurter is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, Myth highlighted a little bit on the desk, but that pseudo tank, pseudo damage dealer that he's allowed to be, he's allowed to play a lot more aggressive, and he's allowed to get more damage off and also be able to soak a bunch of abilities.
Also going to mention he didn't even go breastplate of Valor. He actually went breastplate of Regrowth. So didn't even get that super bloated item of Valor this time. Just wanted to move a little bit faster when he picked up those passive heals. And it worked out for him. I mean, this looked like a night and day difference for the Highland Ravens here in game number 4. They're able to tie up the set, push us to a game 5. And it may not have been the game 5 that a lot of people expected coming into this weekend, seeing some of the matchups. But it's a game 5 nonetheless. It's going to be a damn good one. Make sure that you stick around. In just a few minutes, we'll kick off that extreme game 5.
Well, it is a tie set here 2-2, which means Mifflin A, we're going game 5, and B, I can tell everyone out there, you know, if they want to look as good at playing these games, they should go to Skulls.
Did you say Skulls?
Yeah.
I love Skulls.
Not that kind of Skulls.
He's breathing so hard.
This kind of Skulls. They make really good jerseys, T-shirts, hoodies, and more. Here, you can,
I don't get it.
it's clothing.
Trick or treat?
He's been squatting
Yeah,
there for
man.
8 minutes.
There you go.
Bat!
Oh my god. Oh, dear god. Dude, I got for real scared, man. We have bats? Where'd you get a bat?
He turned into a bat. He's a vampire. That's like his whole shit. And then, okay, well, there's the fog.
Can the camera still see me? Because I can't see the camera. Take my shot. Yeah. I work here.
That's an average Saturday afternoon in Mifflin's living room.
Dude, whoa! Hey! They don't know that! Yo, chill!
Hold on, I forgot to put my hood on. Yeah, you should go to Skulls, pick up some amazing merch. I don't have the jersey anymore. He took it. It's going to be over there. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful jerseys that are lined up. Of course, you can represent your favorite team. I've got an Oni Warriors one now in my hand because that mysterious vampire turned into a bat and then turned into a human again to throw the jersey back at me. You can get this. You can get all sorts of hoodies. There's T-shirts for your favorite teams. All sorts of things that you can represent whoever you want out there, as well as a few things that are just like pro league general stuff. I really enjoy the baseball jersey, which I have now. I'm realizing I should have just left that with him because I just have to set it off to the side.
Well, here, let me see. And then it's gone.
And then it's gone. But you know what's not gone? Us yet, because it's game 5 coming up next. Miff, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to break this one down real quick for you.
You're going to do it for me?
I'm not all of it.
You want me
you
to
can
one?
go a little more in depth.
Aw.
But what I saw was like a deicide followed by a deicide followed by 4-kill. It was
4-kill.
almost a deicide.
Almost.
Except it wasn't like back and forth. That was all on just like one team that died a lot.
Yeah. Lot of PvP, not a lot of PvE, but when the PvP team wins all the PvP, you don't really need all that much PvE. It is essentially where I'm at with it. I saw a lot of Scream running it down, hitting priority targets every single time. I saw a lot of stuns happening and Ven following up. I saw a lot of Hurriwind getting hit by every bit of CC the Leviathans had and then simply rowing it down out of any sticky situation. I saw a lot of dunks from adapting that didn't result in kills or even really substantial damage. And I saw Shiba Lanke try real hard doing his Shiba best, and it didn't do a whole lot there. This one feels a bit like the Leviathans lost the thread real early, and the Highland Ravens just got fed a conveyor belt of kills. This was +1 gifted to the stat line, the year-long stat lines of just all the Ravens. Everyone's KDA went up by like 0.4.
And so, honestly, for some of them, maybe even more, right? I mean, you have up to that point an Undying came on Haddix, maybe ending Undying. I didn't even look over towards his. Yeah, so that works out well for him and for Hurry, who end up going Undying this entire matchup. Only 1 death there for Vin, who 8-1 and 5. I think also pads up the damage numbers. And Miff, that's what's insane about this is the damage numbers themselves aren't really that insanely high because they essentially just got it all done at once, killed everybody
all
on the
impact
Levi's.
damage, no poke.
Yeah, and then as such, you get the 5 kills, then you get the next 5 kills, and then you get the next 4 kills, and well, wouldn't you guess it? That typically leads to a very favorable spot. Unfortunately, a couple of goose eggs there in the kill columns, otherwise low numbers there for the Leviathans in the kill column, which leads us to where we're at now.
Yep.
Game 5.
All important.
I dare to say, I mean, is that one mostly play on field? Like, what's going wrong for Leviathans there? Was it anything in the draft?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because so much went wrong so quickly and stayed wrong the entire time that you could say, and maybe it's a bit of copium from the Leviathans there. Yeah, draft diff, doesn't matter, just whatever. Not an issue. Let's just go ahead and run it back. Execution on field needs to be better. Because when you look at it, a lot of the aggression starts with Surtur. Surtur's not exactly a high priority pick, not exactly ban-worthy, so you don't really want to dedicate too much attention there. Is Thoth just that good? Starts to seem that way, doesn't it, with Ven having the last few performances that he has. So maybe you just say set play draft diff, right? Our own individual meta seems to be dictating that Thoth needs to be addressed. The Leviathans might put some emphasis there. Otherwise, Game 5, I didn't see any one thing that caused a lot of issues. I saw some maybe wide sweeping decision-making errors. So as far as draft is concerned, I don't think there's really any particular god that needs addressed, barring the ones that have been addressed the entire time.
One of those Baba Yaga, one of those Opwash. That's what the Leviathans get rid of. Some of those have also been the, say, Chernobog, who also is taken out alongside a Ratatoskr. So a couple of bans heavy early on. Athena, Yemoja have been in that conversation. Raven's going to get rid of one. Leviathan's going to get rid of the other. So if we're kind of back to I'm not going to say square one, maybe square three. Raijin. Yeah, he's pretty much next best in slot. I know we've also seen a little bit of
word. Raijin.
So Charon,
yeah,
he's been picked a lot this set.
Sure has.
Both teams have gone to him. Do you like him up at the top?
I don't like him more than Raijin. I like him a lot, though.
Yeah.
I'm turning around on Charon now. It turns out just being allowed to stand in front of people for an entire team fight is actually pretty valuable, even if you aren't having standard initiation. The ultimate's on a low enough cooldown that you're probably getting at least 2 off on any substantial engagement around Fire Giant or Gold Fury. You've got really good poke. His boxing ability in lane is incredibly high. It also allows your ADC to stay active thanks to shielding. I'm a big Charon fan. Also, dot damage is one of the most annoying things at Smite, especially for junglers. If you want to blink, Charon is your worst enemy, especially because he's also just got ranged abilities. So he's good, but is he Raijin good? I don't think so.
Well, Raijin does get locked in just by the Leviathans in second pick. Alongside of Ganesh. Again, Ganesh we were talking about a little bit earlier. We saw him even banned, I think, last game, but that was in a field of supports. How does he fare against, like, Charon?
It can stop a lot of the aggression, can prevent that dash. So often we see Charon just, like, row it out of any sticky situation. Silence will stop it in its place. I was going to say, if the Ravens don't pick Thoth here, the Ravens don't get Thoth. I just gotta imagine that's the case. MLF locked in. Will more than likely go over towards that solo lane. Does have flexibility in towards mid, depending on whether or not the Leviathans decide to ban out enough mages that Ven feels like he needs to take that pick for himself. I don't care what the second ban is for the Leviathans. The first one needs to be Thoth.
And are you... So, Raijin we've seen flexibility. Something that has been real good for Sheento, but could go over to solo. Morgan Le Fay, we've already had this discussion. You want to see kind of just match up to Raijin wherever Raijin is. I was going to say, do you guarantee Leviathan still ban a Thoth worried about it? And the answer is yes. You had already said it.
Yep.
They've already done it. Hades goes in there as well, which admittedly is maybe to save that matchup with the Ama and make things a little easier for fineokay. Camazotz, Mercury get banned out, so a couple of shots thrown out over towards...
We can talk about this, guys.
Adapting.
Guys.
Now, Scylla's being hovered.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
There was about to be a wild discussion that came out. Adapting has played a lot of junglers. Ama has not been one of those junglers, so we'll see where that goes, but... The answer's solo. The answer's Thor.
Guys.
Locked in for Leviathans. And now you get to have the reaction again.
Everybody chill.
There's no way he gets locked in, right?
The Arachne's just, like, not good. Oh, there we go. That's a good one.
Yeah, but I guess into a Ama of Wukong's not bad. Wukong's not been having a great last couple weeks.
And you know what? I think that's on the people piloting Wukong, the ones that have been making the decision to take Wukong, as opposed to Wukong's relative value in the meta. He still has good damage. He's got great disruption. Okay. He's got maybe the best survivability of any warriors in the game, full stop. I'm a Wukong fan. I think that god's going to be good. So long as there is a target that needs to be shut down, in the team fight. And assuming we're looking at Raijin mid, which I think is a fair assumption as it stands, with Amaterasu locked in, that is a target that you want to jump on and stay on. And if you could force Taiko drums defensively, you have already done your job on Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong benefits from the additional part of it, because any warrior can force Taiko drums defensively. Wukong benefits from forcing it and then living because of Somersault Cloud.
That's the danger. He also has, you know, we've seen it, and while he's had quite a bit propensity to throw out some real stinker games,
He has.
he also, like, Oxform, like, Engage, he can really be a pioneer for his squad.
I compel anybody in chat or any analyst at home right now, anybody watching this game, to just compile what Sun Wukong does. Just list out the things that he does. Don't even go into, like, you know, don't you have to go crazy with it. You don't need to read out the entire ability. But knock up stun, flight, knock up immunity, CC immunity, and the ultimate self-sustain, long range of damage ability, a massive slow AoE around him. That's all good. That's all really good stuff.
Yeah.
The only thing that's hurting Sun Wukong right now is a wide sweeping issue with warriors in Smite, and it's that they just don't have great items.
We'll have to see. I mean, he's going up against Ama, right? If this is a lane for him to find success, that's going to be one of them. Now, we get Ullr locked in, and we had seen it a little earlier, Sheento piloting it. This time around, it looks like it's going to be PandaCat. So if we're looking at one-on-one matchups, Anhur versus Ullr, how are you liking that long lane and the propensity? It feels like they're going to fight.
Yeah, that is a very interesting 1v1 matchup. Both of those gods really want to force the engagement. It depends on range, and I think it's going to come into play really how often support is there. Ullr versus Anhur. Ullr likes to play the range battle. Would love to have Anhur running at him. If that's the case, you can kite him right outside of range. You've got a long range stun that's always guaranteed, whereas Anhur needs essentially either the best pillar placement possible or to be positioned in lane so that your back is to a wall. So conditional stun for Anhur as opposed to guaranteed stun for Ullr. Ullr longer range with bladed arrow and hail of arrows, also has sustain and kit. The difference is Anhur's great equalizer in that matchup is Desert Fury. If you're getting high value Desert Fury, and it's something you won't see super often, if someone's confident enough to just throw out that ability from range and say, I don't need the stun to line up my shots, Anhur should out DPS Ullr, but Ullr has a much easier time in the matchup.
It's, hey, Anhur no ult, I can take this fight. Oh,
Yep.
Anhur has ult. I guess it depends on how Zap's feeling at the time, if he wants to get aggressive. Looking at that, you know, Charon we've already talked about. Ganesh we talked a little bit about. I guess it's really going into some of the team fight, right? Putting Raijin back in mid this time, presumably up against the Morgan Le Fay, a matchup that has favored Morgan Le Fay slightly more. Do you like that with the 2v2 Raijin Thor, or do you prefer Morgan Le Fay Naja?
Oh, man. Thor has left a sour taste in my mouth just because of the last game, but I am still a massive Thor fan. I feel like you don't even need to have the all-in initiation. If you're just playing the laning phase at level 3, once both of these gods have access, or all 4 of the gods have access to all of their abilities, assuming they decide to level them all, Wall plus Raiju plus damage hammer or just hit the drums from range is just such a phenomenal poke tool that I feel like for the most part the Highland Ravens won't be able to all-in engage. There's not going to be a point where they say, yeah, we won the poke battle, so we have an advantage in the 2v2. It's, man, they made contact with us on the Leviathan side, now we can't fight anymore.
Plus, end of the day, it's still Thor. They're adapting, right, on top of that. So, like, it really is hand in hand. Feels like it should be good. Look, these two teams, this is the second time they've met, depending on how you want to slice. It's really the first true time they've gotten to take each other on. It goes to Game 5, so the only way to see what happens is to jump down into it with J-Mac and Inbound.
We no longer have a best of X number at this point, Bobby. We are now in a single game to determine who's going to win out between the Ravens and the Leviathans here on the final day, the final game of the last set of Week 6 of the SPL. And we still have 2 more days of SPL to go, and we're getting such great action here to close out our weekend. We see some switch-ups in the composition, and maybe more than anything, some priority changes in the picks and bans. We still see a lot of our normal top 6 style of bans, but seeing a Charon first pick from Hurriwind is not the pick I expected to see in that top slot.
Nor me. I was not expecting Charon or ever hearing Charon was first picked, unless he just gets massive buffs or anything. But I think Hurry just really was feeling himself after that last game, and he just said, yo, pick me Charon, and we win. And the team follows through, picks the Charon. Now we have to see if the second part comes through, where they win the game. But around this Charon, it is a slightly different style of comp. I think the Surtur looked a lot better than the Naja did. Even though they ended up winning both of them, the Surtur just looked a lot more dominant. And I think my only worry with this Ravens comp is I'm still just not, even though Myth sounded really confident in this Wukong, I'm still not too convinced that this Wukong is a great pick. I think Ama does a lot more. I think she provides more in team fights. And I think she even wins this early portion of the game.
Dash on the screen with the sash. Wow. Sheento, very small HP bar now, has some potions to resustain back up, but losing feeds on wave number 2 is not a great way to kickstart this game. Now Leviathan's mid laner on the back foot for the next 2.5 minutes. I think it's a Naja and a Morgan Le Fay. That is not a great relic to have removed from you this early on.
Definitely not, because now all you have to do, if you're Scream, all you have to do is if you're Venenu, you just have to hit 5, and as soon as 5 is hit, he
tried to sash that guy under a tower.
Scream
is on something.
that is a confident
He
play.
inhaled too much of the smoke machine whenever he walked by at that point. Like, that was a wild play he tried to make.
I'm glad he missed. I honestly am.
Same. Like, I almost feel good for the guy. Like, I don't know what he's trying to do with a play like that.
The only thing I can see is they're trying to poke him down even harder, and he aegises the tower shot, adapting, making play on Haddix here.
Adapting. Walls off the escape, but still had the 72 transformations into the Ox form. Haddix goes on the escape, and might as well throw a little bit of spam laugh at him. You thought you had me? Your wall just not quite on the mark this time. And an avoided death for Haddix. Keeps him alive over in solo.
And a close play, adapting, already trying to make his mark over there. Haddix got low, but he's got that TP, so he can just back, regen his health bar back up. But I think we have to talk about that in solo lane now, is we've not seen a ton of these warriors in a little while. I guess 2 of the warriors we do see, we see Wukong, we see Ama, we see Herc. But we've not seen too many warrior v warrior matchups. And teams have to be prepared for both of these teams, both of these players, to be rotating a lot more. Because when we saw fineokay on that Hercules, he was teleporting early, he was teleporting often, and we saw Haddix on a mage against that, and he was just never there. So now both teams have to keep that in mind with this teleport.
Yeah, I think that's a big point that you bring up, is seeing the warrior v warrior again. I think we saw one of those at the very beginning of our week, but outside of that, it's either been warrior versus mage or mage versus mage. It's kind of just been the solidified meta of the solo lane now. And a lot of that does dial back in from week number 5. That's where we really saw the mage takeover. Let's see how the assassin works out. Scream misses the sash. Ring toss will connect to fineokay. He just hits 5 in time to get the ultimate online. Will stun Scream out. fineokay should be fine off this rotation.
Wow, that was smart by fineokay. Try to hit 5. He recognizes he's not going to be able to run away, so he has to hit 5 if he's going to live. He hits 5, and he lives. Scream also trying to make his mark over in solo lane. And you compare it to the rest of these games, and it feels like now that we have warriors over here, it's both teams want to fight around the warriors. It's almost like warriors can fight well early, and you can play around those early warriors.
You're telling me warriors can do stuff early?
Somehow they can.
That's a wild statement. I've been seeing a whole lot of mages, more mages than warriors. It leads me to believe it may have been the opposite, but I think talking about these warriors and kind of their build paths a little bit. fineokay going into the shield, Berserker shield most likely, but Haddix seems to be opting towards a very early Runeforged hammer as opposed to defense. Any thoughts as to maybe what his reason on starting up this item would be?
Was curious to see if anything popped off there. Scream was kind of sitting around the corner. Figured maybe we'll give it a second, see what happens, see what transpires. But I think the Runeforge feels really good on Wukong. I think, yes, your survivability goes down a little bit because you either won't have Soul Eater or you won't have the defense item early. But your clear becomes better. Your setup becomes better. Your survivability is already very high as Wukong, as Myth highlighted. They actually 1v1 or 2v2 over here.
Scream's coming back in. Zapman uses the beads early, but PandaCat's still holding on to his. Scream brings him up to the sky, but on landing the atomic pillar, waiting for him, impale onto Panda, and the tidal wave comes through, and that's the kill. It's Hurriwind who snags it all the way from the jungle with the ultimate. It's the Highland Ravens with first blood.
And that's okay. Another fight, maybe? Adapting, not able to see something. Yeah, it looks like they're a little too far. I was going to say, that's why they first picked the Charon. That reason right there, get him that first blood, get him out going hot. Now, when you see that first blood happening in support, it is a big change because it's a different type of spike. The spike isn't like, oh, this character's going to do a lot more damage. It's the opposite. It's this character's going to be very tanky. And if we see him back early, he's already got this Thebes finish, and Ronnie doesn't. And he's also got that first blood now. Golden hand, 600, 700. If he gets another 100 gold, he backs. He's going to have his med upgraded at that point, too. And this is going to be a really big support differential.
I really have been seeing the heavy prio from Ronngyu to upgrading that meditation. Usually it is that level 7, level 8, or I think best way to put it, that second back more than anything. So we'll see if Hurriwind mimics that on the Charon here once more. Zapman is able to pick up his buff. And seeing the dual lane that was established here, you have Ullr versus an Anhur, feels like a very classic matchup of the dual lane. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing more fighting between them.
It's an exciting matchup to watch, too, because it's probably one of the highest skill matchups you can have. Both of them have pretty hard skill shots to hit. Yes, there is some semblance of one-shot potential on both of them, but they need a little bit of farm for it to actually happen. And I think it's we don't want to fight too much right now until these supports leave the lane. Once the supports leave the lane, I would be surprised if they continue to not fight. But Ronnie already coming back over here. Seems like at least Ronnie wants to put a little bit of pressure over here, play for the shield camp. But coming out of base, also Scream, ult back up. And, you know, Panda didn't use the beads in that last fight. He got taken up without using the beads. So he's still a little bit safe, but he's going to want to get back to base, get that trans finish so he can start spiking a little bit. Because that's what both of these dual lanes are. They're trying to get those spikes, the dev spikes for Anhur, the trans spike for Panda, and then the Thebes spikes for the supports.
Now, maybe paint me a bit surprised here, though, inbound. It's not a Runeforge hammer from Haddix.
Oh.
He goes Frostbound instead. Now, Frostbound, not quite the same that it used to be. It used to be just keep hitting in hands and they're just going to stay slowed. Now it's an internal cooldown with it. Still does the same thing, but now it's in an AoE when you hit it. What's the reason for a pickup like this compared to going for the more standard of the Runeforge?
I know this is a popular pickup for Wukong, but I've never been a big fan of it. It's like you have slightly better all-in potential onto the enemy ADCs. As we're talking about that and seeing that in solo lane, a near one-shot onto Venenu in mid. Beads don't even come out because this damage from Sheento from adapting is enough to just kind of kill him through his ultimate. So a nice little return kill. Maybe Scream finds him. He does not find Sheento in the jungle, but a nice little return kill there. And another fight over in solo lane.
Haddix walled off. He's got ultimate. He's got enough HP to his name thanks to the help of that Frostbound, as well as that tier 1 breastplate, keeping him alive. But all that was done without Adapting's ultimate. Now Adapting uses beads from the sash, misses the hammer on Scream. So Scream will be fine, does not need to worry about using the Aegis. But getting beads off Adapting, probably the bigger point for the Highland Ravens jungler.
And getting the blue buff away from fineokay too. Yes, it's not really a reliant god on the MP5, but it is still something you have to talk about where that's just farm that fineokay is missing out on. And it's just extra farm that Haddix and Scream are able to get. But going back to the Frostbound, it's just a slightly better... It's slightly better for survivability because it's more health. And it's slightly more better for 1v1 potential against someone on the enemy team because you can slow them a little bit more. You're not reliant on using your 2 for that extra slow. So you just have more slows and more chase potential. But I think when it comes down to that late game, that Runeforge shield or field that you get, it really makes it hard for your team not to be able to commit to that person because of the extra damage you're getting through that Runeforge. And especially when you upgrade that Runeforge, the rune breaking glyph that you're able to get, the one that reduces their damage or increases their damage taken and reduces the damage they deal. It just has such a big shift in those late game fights. I think that item is very good, very good.
So maybe surprising we don't see Haddix go towards it, but likes the Frostbound. See how the Frostbound works for him throughout the course of this game. For now, it's just used to get a little bit of poking and prodding at fineokay. We'll see how it works out in the team fights, though. As Zapman walks forward, runs into Ronngyu. Silence into knockup. And a jump by Panda, pillar out, ultimate from Zapman used, but now Adapting is on the way.
Wow.
Has actually the ultimate, but PandaCat's
goes
the one
in.
in trouble, and Adapting spins on top. Tidal Wave catches out PandaCat. Hurriwind shows up. Adapting goes to the sky, crashes on top of Zapman. That's one for Leviathans. It might be two. Hurriwind dashes forward, and now he doesn't have his CC. He doesn't have his safety. Matter of fact, all 5 of the Leviathans have jumped over to the left side of the map. They grab 2 during that and can go straight to the Gold Fury.
That was a great turn fight by Zapman. The ult, the impale, gets Panda super low. But then he jumped in, and at that point, it's all she wrote. He's going to be taken down, and like he gets taken down, the Gold Fury gets taken down by the Levis. And even though they get this game is still even. The Ravens have been just kind of out farming. It's been kind of like up and down, but this is an even game at this point.
Even Haddix recognizing that he's going to be too late to that party. He goes all the way over to the right side of the map instead. Steals away another blue buff from fineokay and just keeps the wave pushed up under tower. So getting the advantage in farm. In fact, fineokay, for his rotation, he didn't get anything. No kill, no assist. That was just a teleport, essentially for the sake of joining a fight and hoping for more. Does help get the Gold Fury, so there's the positive in that, but still comes up goose eggs at the end of the fight himself.
Maybe he chases out Scream a little bit, doesn't allow Scream to get involved in that fight, but even if Scream is there, Venenu didn't rotate, Haddix didn't rotate, so that's still at worst if fineokay doesn't rotate a 4v3. And because of that, actually seems like Haddix got a nice little advantage there with that blue buff invade. He's also getting a little bit of wave farm. He's got a slight lead over here. Just like that, game is at a pretty decent standstill now. Pyro's not up for a bit. Gold Fury's not up for a little bit. Game's probably going to slow down. See level 12 spikes come through, try to get that second relic. Curious if anything weird comes out, and something sticking out already is the Ravens are going for a bunch of tier 2 breastplates.
Yeah, 4 of them. Come on, Zapman, just join the party. Get a 5th one for yourself. You don't need all that in-hand damage. Just be tanky with the rest of your team. Probably not likely we'll see it. Also, again, Scream skipping upgrading it. He just buys an outright tier 3. This time, it's a little bit cheaper to get there, but he refuses to upgrade this thing right away.
And I think he just likes the spike you get from the breastplate. It's 1050 gold for, I think, 30 or 35 protection, so it's just a nice little spike. A little fight happening around Beacon here. Hurry ulting.
Does go in. Trades out ults with Adapting, which is a bit of a win for Hurry, but he's already half HP. Pops some meditation to resustain up. Adapting slams right down in. Hurriwind's trying to row away, but Sheento's got plenty of damage on the follow-up. Scream caught up by Ronngyu. Still doesn't have beats for himself. It's only the Aegis online for the junglers. fineokay crashes back into the scene. Aegis now for Scream. Thunder crash in by Sheento. Nearly takes down Scream, but it's not quite enough. Now it's Haddix back on the scene. Not enough damage to Ronngyu until he gets the cudgel on after. fineokay, though, turns it right back around. Haddix off the board, and now it's the Leviathans on the beacon point, able to help cap that one out.
And you see how tanky both of these comps are and how little damage they both kind of do to each other, because you see all these breastplates coming out. Breastplates on Sheento, breastplate on Ven. Both jungle, well, Scream has breastplate. Both supports going for more tanky style builds, expectedly. So you're not seeing a ton of damage actually dealt in these fights because of just how they are itemizing. And with that, Adapting maybe looking for something. It could just be the wave he's looking for. But they do see Zapman walking up.
No ult for Adapting. Oh, he gets it right as he gets back to base, so not going to see any pressure towards Zap just yet. 0-0-5 for Adapting. No kills to his name, but part of every one of them. Meanwhile, it's Sheento at 4-0-1. He's been the one getting all those kills, and what a nice and juicy bounty now afforded to his name. The Highland Ravens. And it's struggling a bit to get to Sheento. In fact, Sheento's been so comfortable in these fights, he's thunder crashing aggressively almost every time.
And I think that's a good highlight to have, because who on the Ravens is going to be able to take down Sheento, really? The Nausea's not really itemizing to be able to kill him. Yes, Haddix has the Frostbound, but that's not really going to help killing through the breastplate. So it comes down to the entire Levi's, or a lot of the Levi's team, has to be killed, or Sheento's going to have to really disrespectfully dash in for him to get taken down. He's already got that early lead, as you said, 4-0-1. He's already 3 full items deep, and he's already upgraded that breastplate glyph too.
Yeah, that's at a bare minimum 600 gold ahead of his lane opponent, Venenu. And in the net worth chart, you can already see what's reflected there.
Wow.
About 700-800 up for him. Most of that, again, just in the breastplate, but having a 4-0-1 mid laner this stage of the game, you'd almost expect Sheento to maybe be a bit further ahead than he is at the time. But maybe that does come down to earlier, as we mentioned, the Highland Ravens had the gold lead. Leviathans going for yet another Fury. It's only Fury this time. Scream's not even going to try for this one.
Charon ult?
The slow tidal wave, not there. The Ravens steal it away. It's Zapman. That's our second Anhur ult that's stolen a Fury from under the noses of the Leviathans. The Pyromancer's going to be their call now, and instead it's into the back line for Haddix. Diving on top of Sheento, but Haddix got to go on the somersault cloud to escape the damage. Meanwhile, Scream has picked up one, but on landing, there's no real follow-up, so fineokay is alive for now. The ult from Venenu's not enough damage, but Sheento and fineokay are low. Can't stick around. Adapting, slams on top of Haddix, but it's just to zone him away.
And after a big fight, nobody really dies, but a slight health experience, or health lead for the Ravens. They're pulling this Pyro. It's getting a little low.
Rongyu's got ultimate soon. The Leviathans say you steal the Fury, we steal the Pyromancer away. And it's PandaCat with the 3-1 combo. Grabs that one away from the Highland Ravens. So they don't get the benefit of a gold Fury, but at least they get a Pyromancer for themselves.
And whichever team is pulling these objectives is not able to confirm them. And you can see kind of on both sides, there's really not great confirm. I mean, you look at both mid laners, damage over time gods. Morgan wants to kind of 1, 2, 3 and then ult. And then you see Sheento wants to usually 2, 1 and then maybe Thunder Crash in. But those are channeled and slow DPSs. They're not instant. There's no Scylla ult, something like that. So that's something to keep an eye on as these games go on. Securing objectives, going to be a little bit more difficult for both teams. But the burn the side that the Levi's have with this Alma, and I guess it gets slightly worsened when you factor in an Ullr ADC instead of an actual auto attacker. So really both sides don't have great DPS on objectives.
Now we see the Ravens moving in towards Sheento and Ronngyu. Ring toss by Scream speeds them up, but Ronnie and Sheento already inside the jungle. So the Ravens can't close up that gap quick enough. fineokay was able to even out that lead that Haddix had earlier. In fact, for a short moment, able to actually take the lead. Back away from Haddix inexperience. Scream's still not upgrading his item. He still isn't upgrading just yet. Oh yeah, Runeforged. I guess if you can't just have one, you might as well take both. I don't understand.
The double hammer Wukong. Instead of going for the lifesteal mages, you're gonna have a Wukong who's gonna be dealing a lot of damage in these fights. I mean, he's sitting at almost 100 power when he gets low in his passive, and passive is only 60%. So eyes on the Wukong, maybe he actually will have enough damage to take down Sheento in these mid-game fights. But Beacon about to spawn, maybe a fight breaks out here. Scream kind of looking behind, but both solo laners still haven't teleported over.
Adapting gets spotted first. Beats for ultimate. Scream losing out on his relic as well. Leviathan standing firm on the point. Hurriwind rose away for the time. We don't see the soul laners for either team rotating over, so this one will just be capped by the Leviathans unless another fight breaks out. But going back to it, Haddix on the Runeforge, I mean, that's an insane amount of HP that he's had afforded to him from those two hammers. And maybe his benefit and his luck, there's not really a hunter that can benefit from a kin size to deal with it.
I mean, that's true. I think there is something to be said about Bluestone being percent HP, so it is kind of similar to it, but it's for sure not consistent damage, so even if that poke is a little bit more relevant, it's still only current HP. It's not percent, or it's not max HP, so the lower he gets, the less that percent is really going to matter. And I think that is something to keep an eye on, is will Haddix actually be able to get taken down? And especially with Sheento also going for this Reaver last that he's been going because he's going this breastplate, there really isn't that much percent HP for a lot of this game.
We're starting to see some of the breastplates finished up here.
Not Scream, though.
3 on the side of the Ravens. Not Scream. Definitely not Scream. And Haddix in danger, silenced out of his dash. But he's not going to use the ultimate just yet. Axe Toss goes through, and that's got to be the Somersault Cloud. But with 4 Leviathans around, Tier 1 tower not super healthy. Quick blink off the landing. Haddix might just be out of this one. PandaCat doesn't have the range, and Venenu and Scream are there to stop the path of Ronngyu. Haddix lives, Tier 1 tower down, and the Ravens respond with a Primal Fury.
And the Tier 1 traded out for that Gold Fury. About a pretty even trade, no real big advantage there. Maybe they could have gotten the kill onto Haddix. We maybe have seen a Fire Giant there, but with Haddix living, very little threat there. Pyro is going to be spawning soon. Last time we saw this fight, we saw the Ravens pull it, but Panda with the 3-1, he out-secured. And actually, Haddix, Scream over here, fineokay also sitting over here. Looks like another 5v5 shaping up over on this Pyro.
Pyro started by the Levi's. Scream.
Panda no beads.
Wrapping around the backside. The tidal wave from Hurriwind catches Ronngyu and Sheento, and Scream goes towards the support. It's Sheento up with the Taiko drums, trying to fire some damage into the backline. fineokay is low, and fineokay is getting CC'd. Has to use the beads and the dash. Scream gets an extra set of relics for himself. Takes away Sheento's beads with just the sash. Few ultimates down on the Highland Ravens, but nearly all of them, actually I should say all of the relevant ultimates down on the Leviathans. A great fight for the Ravens to pick up Pyro.
You don't think Ullr ult is relevant?
Well, not when it's on like a half-second cooldown.
Okay, that's fair. It's relevant though, right?
It is relevant to have that, because if he didn't have that ultimate, he wouldn't be able to go between the two stances.
And wow, he'd be a bad character. And Fire Giant actually looking like a little grouping for the Levi's here. Again, decent burn with this Alma, but not great.
Secure was been a problem for both of these teams around the objective. The Leviathans have the fire down to half, but Haddix and Hurriwind are going to start the fight now. Hurriwind's ult should be coming up soon. Haddix up into the cloud, staying alive for the time, forces the Levi's off, but the Ravens are going to pick it right back up. Now it's forcing the Leviathans to jump back into the fight, and they have done so already. fineokay, ultimate on to 3, gets the tidal wave out, adapting in the sky, adapting on the ground, and he's doing a lot of damage to Zapman and the rest of the squad. The entirety of the Ravens have to back away, but Venenu takes one with him, and all the while, the Leviathans pull the fire back out, and Scream does not get Sheento, but they also can't get Scream. The Leviathans got to run because Haddix is back to full HP, and Hurriwind is going to be the one to chase him down.
And the stun onto Ronnie, the slow, the Wingblade pickup does mean he's going to be able to get out. Actually, it's not even a Wingblade, he's just able to get out. A 5v4, 4v4 happening here with 1 dead on each side. Fire Giant barely sustaining up the Levi's side. But after that after that FG, 4 FGs on the side of the Levi's, everyone but adapting. Very, very close fight. But I think we have to highlight the disengage potential that this Levi's comp has is extraordinary with this Amaterasu.
And you see Fine on the Ama go right back in. They say, oh no, now they're on Fire Giant. Now I've got to step forward. And he held on to the ultimate that entire time as the Ravens were pushing in and saved it for just the right moment to close that fight out. A 1-for-1 trade, but losing adapting, not the end of the world, especially with how much damage adapting did in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, adapting is the reason that fight goes as well as it does. If he doesn't land when he does, where he does, and hits as many people as he does, we're talking about maybe more than just adapting dies. I mean, Sheento barely made it out. Maybe he dies. Panda maybe gets taken down also because he has to get peeled out also, but because of how adapting played that, how he landed, it's actually a really good fight for the Levi's, and they get 4 Fire Giants. But big point here, somebody's finished their breastplate.
Oh, he finally does.
He did
and he upgrades it all the way to the glyph. So we're at 4 breastplates for the Ravens, 2 finished for the Leviathans, 1 on the way for
Spectral?
Ronngyu. Could be Spectral with Zapman going into crit once more. Zapman has just loved this Demon Blade.
He has.
And his Hunters, nearly every single one he has played, it's either been a 2nd or 3rd item pickup.
And it's for no, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. If you see how much damage he's actually doing in these fights, a lot of it comes from that Deathbringer crit. I would not be surprised if last item fineokay does pick up that Spectral to, you know, stop the Najna's crits and Zapman's crit alike. But with this, game's kind of, you know, stalled out a little bit. They're not trying to rush down this left Phoenix too quickly. Still got a 1.5 minutes on that fire. The wave is dead. The wave is dead also. It's kind of coming down slowly but surely. Not a massive lead. They do have the Fire Giant, but still very close.
Leviathans taking their time around Tier 2. fineokay slowly whittling at the tier 2 in mid with Scream just trying to be a nuisance towards him. fineokay will take this tower up, make sure it goes down, so all of Scream's efforts on defense go for essentially nothing at this point. But it's the defense on the left side that's holding firm for the Ravens. Zapman's taking a bit of damage, maybe some of that coming from PandaCat's ranged poke. Now the Leviathans have realized they don't really have the push that they were hoping for on left. They'll back up, head to the Gold Fury and go for a reset. Still only 50 seconds left on this Fire Giant. Don't imagine that we see any further sieging from this point.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a reset, get this beacon, maybe try for Pyro while you still have the Fire Giant in your pocket. And everybody but PandaCat is kind of in this area. Panda probably coming out of base. And I think the big highlight for why they didn't go for that is Panda still didn't have Bluestone. The difference between Ullr with base Bluestone and Bluestone Brooch is night and day. That damage from that item is crazy.
Pyro for Leviathans. Haddix not there in time to steal that one away. So we'll get picked up into the pocket of fineokay, but now with the beacon going down, we will have Titan spawning up in about 15 seconds to start marching down the left lane. So that does leave open some option for a fight to break out around fire. We've seen some teams where they want to play up with the Titan, get that push, especially if it's on a good side like this, but we've also seen other teams just ignore the Titans, let them do their own thing, and head over to fire. Doesn't seem to be the call for Leviathans. They'll march up the left side of the map, clear out what jungle they have, and then start setting up for the impending fight that will happen there. But the Ravens aren't on the same page. They're the ones who are head over to right for the time being.
And the timing is a little bit off. The Titan isn't going to meet here until Fire Giant is spawning, so it seems like they want to try to pressure them down this lane so they can't actually threaten this Fire Giant. Scream so far the only one here. fineokay playing up a little bit, but he does have those beads available. Looks like a fight might break out here.
fineokay dash. Hurriwind rows away, joins in with their Titan. Panda taking a little bit of poke. Scream sash onto fineokay, but instantly fineokay turns back. Hurriwind goes in with the ultimate, but it's only going to clip PandaCat, who beats and jumps away. Sheento's ult does a lot of damage to Haddix and forced him to somersault Cloud out. And now the Highland Ravens on defense, while Leviathans knock away at their walking Titan.
And with Titan dead, and the enemy has to deal with their Titan, they back off and they try to get ready for this Fire Giant. Is the timing going to be enough? Are they going to have enough damage for this Fire Giant? Because that's the call right here. They're sprinting to this Fire Giant. They're trying to get the pressure here. Haddix, though, knowing that's an option, has already reset, walking out of base. Not great ward vision, I think, is a big highlight. There is very few deep red wards, so they don't know where they're going to be.
We do have the Leviathans starting up the fire. The Ravens a bit scattered to get to the objective, but Hurriwind and Haddix are on the scene already. Fire Giant down to 10% and it's down. The Leviathans get it, but Scream has gone into the fight, and with one breaking out, the Leviathans might just try and fight back. Let's take a listen in with the Leviathans.
Beat active.
Stay together, boys.
Stay
We can
together,
keep going. We can keep going.
Yeah.
We can go left.
We can go left. We can go left.
Go left, boys. Go left. Oh, nice try. Go left.
I got Nation ult. That's huge.
Yeah, I can.
Well, as soon as the fight breaks out, it peers out instantly. Scream's ult doesn't quite get the value that maybe the Ravens were hoping for, but Leviathans already have their clear game plan. They got fire, head straight over into what their lane is, would be the left lane.
And wise by the Levi's to not get baited into a fight there. A big thing that teams will sometimes do, which is a bad play, is to fight after getting this Fire Giant. No Sheento ult, no fineokay ult. They're a little low on ults here, and as you see, Scream's ult is coming up soon, so it could be a risky fight here.
Starting the siege up. They do not have a runic bomb for the Leviathans. Haddix ult is gone as well as Hurriwind, and fineokay is low. A couple more shots should take him down. He's walled off by adapting, and Hurriwind can crash the party and take him down. Now the Leviathans are forced back, but they might be going back in a body bag. PandaCat on landing. Big burst damage from the Ravens, but it's not enough to take him out yet. Zapman gets one, but Sheento is slamming everybody. Double kill for the Raijin, still alive, and maybe more. Now it's Venenu on the chopping block, and it's a triple kill for Sheento. It goes down to the damage of Haddix, who's picked up a double of his own. Ronngyu, the only one alive. It's a tank fest for the remaining survivors of the map. Ronngyu gonna go down to the damage of the Phoenix, and a deicide for the Highland Ravens. What a fight.
What an incredible fight by the Ravens there. It looked a little risky at some points where maybe they were chasing too far, chasing into Sheento, and Sheento was returning a ton of damage. Fortunately for them, Both sides were going too deep. Both sides were overextending. And at the end of the day, when you're overextending under the Phoenix, that is a big problem. Haddix gets off a ton of damage there, and he actually just gets a 500 pot too, so Haddix is going to be very powerful in these next fights. But just too deep by both of these teams. Take your picks and then play with those advantages. Don't just keep chasing.
So now, the Fire Giant that the Leviathans took away, nobody's got it. Nobody gets the benefit of the buff. We'll be waiting until Enhanced Fire Giant before we see that one around anyone's waist any longer. And just a wild fight under Phoenix. They didn't even get anything for it. What, you got 3 kills? That's cool. The Phoenix is still full HP. It's not like they took a Phoenix that opened up the door, now they're good for another objective.
They lost fire too.
Took the fight. They all lose Fire Giant. This power play doesn't really mean anything because there's no Fire Giant buff to power them up.
Wait, that differential was negative. That Fire Giant was bad by them. They're losing gold by getting Fire Giant. That is crazy.
Leviathans are able to at least grab a Fury. Bumps them up a little bit. Still ahead right now. 7,000 gold for the Levi's. But 30 minutes in, that gold's not meaning as much. Venenu is trying to get some of his gold stacked up to try and go back, get this next item. The Highland Ravens have some fight back in them. The help of that Phoenix gives them that second wind.
I think a big spike we should be looking at right now is also Zapman with that tier 2 Deathbringer. If he gets that finished and he goes into this next fight, you saw Fine doesn't have that Spectral. The only Spectral is on Ronngyu. And this is consistent auto attack damage with the build he's gone for. High DPS. The only slight problem is he's not going to shred the tanks with that kin size, but really good objective damage. He's going to have near one-shot potential onto Adapting if Adapting goes in. So this is going to be a very scary Anhur once that Deathbringer is finished.
The Levi's trying to sneak over to right Phoenix. Hurriwind's there. He knows that there's a team waiting for him. Leviathan's walking up and slowing this game down. The Highland Ravens defense the last time through. And we are so close to that next Fire Giant spawn. A play like that would have been risky for the Levi's.
Risky indeed it would have been, but a free Phoenix before going for that Fire Giant, especially when it's going to be an EFG, would have been a really nice call by the Levi's. Might as well look for it. Still got a little bit of time before this Fire Giant is actually spawning. And kind of at a little bit of a standstill here. People want to get their wards down. As you can see, a lot of wards around this Fire Giant pit, and both teams backed for actually more vision, so there's going to be even more vision, and Ronnie's backing for probably even more vision, so we're going to have a lot of wards around this map getting ready for this EFG.
Now as we wait for next fire to spawn in, the Ravens starting to group up. Ward vision is going to be important around this fight. Leviathans are slow to get to this objective, waiting for it to spawn back. And the Highland Ravens now going to group themselves up, going into this matchup, essentially dead even at the fire. The Ravens held firm on their last defense. Can they find their way to the objective before the Leviathans, or can they maybe find the fight ahead? Scream grabs Ronngyu for a moment, but it's turned right back around. Not the ideal target for your Naja to pick up.
And he's just kind of fishing right now, and I think this is what makes Scream really scary on this Naja, is he's fishing for anyone. If he thinks that he can bring up Ronnie and kill him with follow-up, he'll do it. If he thinks that it's just worthwhile trade, he will do it. He doesn't care if he dies because of it, and that's kind of what's so threatening with him and with Naja as a whole. But right now, a little bit of it just clearing waves in mid, both teams not wanting to risk too much, maybe playing for some spikes. See, Adapting still has that party punch. A lot of the other players on the Levi's side are fully statted out. Zapman puts up the obelisk, maybe getting ready for fire. No, not yet. Not yet.
Just keeping eyes on the enemy team. The Ravens have control in the pit. Deathbringer's up for Zapman. And now Adapting able to go back and pick up his Heartseeker. So 6 slots for everyone but the supports on the map. And the supports have been having such impact plays. Ronngyu, Hurriwind have been so crucial for both of these teams during this game. One good ultimate from either support can completely sway the game and really turn the tide of one of these team fights. But we are really tangoing around this Fire Giant. It's been up for a couple of minutes, but neither team ready for this pull yet.
And fineokay kind of wrapping around, looking to actually try to find something here. And this is a setup that happens a lot where solo laners try to find a flank, and it looks like it's going to pop off soon.
fineokay waiting for his chance in. Haddix has spotted him out, though. And what is Scream doing all the way on the other side? If he gets spotted out, we could see the fight break out. On the right-hand side of the map, Scream now rotating back over. He'll be able to join his team, the Leviathans, still biding their time.
And I think somebody we should keep an eye on in this next fight is Haddix. Wait, he just dashed in?
Goes in. Hurriwind, ultimate already. The Ravens have lost out on one ultimate. Now it's adapting up to the sky. We can take a listen on the Ravens. The team fight breaks out.
Thor in the back.
Thor
Thor.
careful, Haddix. You're a little bit late. I'm good. Good damage. Back up.
Almost one.
Blow fire now.
We got double bomb.
I'm tanking.
Bomb it at 4K. Double bomb at 4K.
Highland Ravens, they've got their game plan. They know their numbers now. Do they have the timing? Do they have the means to secure this Fire Giant? Haddix zoning Ronngyu. They called for a double bomb at 4K, and they both dropped down. Fire Giant to the Highland Ravens. And now they can all crash forward. Ronngyu caught out. Scream, his ultimate doesn't get what he was hoping for. And now it's the Leviathans on the back foot. Ravens, they find another session. Scream, but Scream has used both of his relics, and he's gonna go down to fineokay and Sheento, who picks up one. fineokay stuns out another in the wall from adapting. May have just locked out Zapman. fineokay dash in, takes him down. That's 2 for the Leviathans.
And that 2 kills, slow chase out here. They have the Alma damage. Venenu is quick, but is he quick enough to get away? fineokay opts to change stances, adapting, goes into the air.
And Venenu's gone. That's another one for the Levi's. Hurriwind's dealing with Sheento and Ronngyu. And with the Podarmic pillars down, Hurriwind has nowhere to go. Almost a kill on Sheento, but almost isn't good enough. fineokay is going to go back to base. He's got teleport. It's 30 seconds until the next one even comes back up. It's all going to be on Haddix for this defense.
Haddix actually looking for a play here quick. He spots out Ronnie, trying to find the cudgel onto Sheento. Sheento plays it a little bit safer. Haddix just trying to waste as much time as possible here. This is really good.
PandaCat misses the axe toss, gets the damage after, but you gotta focus on the Phoenix. 8 seconds to Scream, 14 seconds to Zapman. Can Haddix buy enough time to stop the Leviathans? A 1v5, 1 second for Scream. He's back up. The Titan is being pulled. PandaCat used his beads and his Aegis. Scream tries to get the ult, picks up one into the sky, but the Leviathans, there's just too many standing around. With Zapman back up, it's not enough. The Atlantis Leviathans in 5 take the set.
And I feel like we've had so many close end calls this week. That is so close. We're talking about maybe a half second on spawns here, half seconds on spawn here. We're talking about a completely different game. But that Fire Giant fight, Scream chases out too far, too quickly. His team is too far away, and he gets taken down. And unfortunately, his team is not there, and he actually kind of baits them forward also. And all of them get taken down except Haddix.
Haddix would have had 2 more seconds, just 2 more seconds on defense before they could get there. We might have been looking at another 5 or 10 minutes in that game. But the Atlantis Leviathans, they know their numbers. They know how much damage they can take, how much they can deal out, and just how to juke out anything that has been thrown their way. The Leviathans, you talk about a phase 1 transformation from this team, what PandaCat's helped with this squad. They're looking hot right now and definitely deserving of that top 3 spot for themselves. It's game 5 to the Leviathans and the set. That's it for me and Bobby. We'll throw it back over to Gore and Myth on the desk.
Look, it's got pretty much everything, Mifflin, that you could want, right? You've got all 5 games. You've got multiple deicides throughout this set. But in that last one...
Only 2?
Well, I guess steals.
Steals. We got back and forth. Phoenix defenses.
defense.
Fire
Right,
Giants going one way
I
or
stopped
the
the list way
other.
too
We
soon.
got quadra kills, I'm pretty sure. Could be making that one up. We got team fights. We got God picks, bro. We're 8 things.
Man,
At least 8 things.
my list was awful compared to yours. I'm going to let you do all the lists from now on.
God picks was one of my things, to be fair.
Oh, well, hey, you know what? Like, you're not wrong, though. It happened. Those did happen.
Stop me when
Well,
I'm
it's
wrong.
just phenomenal gameplay. But for the Leviathans to stand out on top, that last Fire Giant fight, it almost feels like it's not going to go their way. It's just maybe you want to call it an overcommit deep dive from the Ravens.
I do, yeah.
Also, just the Leviathans, the fight back they had was phenomenal.
I mean, we got to talk about the base defense. Really loved that. We got to talk about the Ravens maybe overcommitting after the Fire Giant dropped double bomb. I'm thinking to myself, okay, Fire's confirmed. Gonna reset, gonna play it slow, gonna play it smart. Scream sashed in. Oh my God, he's gone. And from there, the Leviathans absolutely shred them. The Highland Ravens, I mean, it's a great set, top to bottom. I mean, this was incredibly entertaining, back and forth. Maybe a bit slow in the early game for my liking, but that seems to be the case here in SMITE nowadays. but it's individual performances, I think, that really separate the day here. It's hard to say that one team was just outpacing the other consistently. One team had better macro play. One team did this or the other. It was Sheento had a really good team fight, or maybe Screammmmm setting things up on the Naja, or maybe Hurriwind's living a little bit too long, hitting a Category 5 4-man ultimate. Maybe Adapting's lining up walls perfectly. It's just these small micro decisions. I think the casters said it right. It's these close games that are decided by microseconds, decided by millimeters of ability placement. And that's really what SMITE's about.
Sheento goes 9-2-3. That always helps a little bit, right? When you want to win sprinkled out there. Raijin, Sheento, it's a pick-god combination that has gone hand in hand for years. And like you said, the Ravens, it's not even a bad look for them. It's just an unfortunate last fight after a very, very back-and-forth game, after a very, very back-and-forth set. Gives the Leviathans the 3-2 victory. And again, Mifflin, this has been a matchup that, yes, technically the Ravens and Leviathans played each other, but back then, Leviathans had Zap, right? Barra was playing. Sheento was on ping.
Were you seeing the stats here?
Which one?
I had not realized that Zapman was sitting at 9K on the damage charts.
That's pretty low.
That is quite low. He had crit. That's like 9 autos if you're hitting the right guy.
Yeah, maybe didn't hit the right guy in that case. And we saw it, a spectral pickup from Ronngyu. Maybe going a little the extra mile there towards the end. But realistically, again, as we highlight this set, and at least for me, looking at these two teams, while they did technically play at the beginning of the year, this is a very different form, I think, of both squads than what we saw in that Path to Masters way, way, way long ago. And that's the only time they're going to be playing this phase, right? If we're lucky, we get to see them play each other in Masters.
God, I hope so.
And get another set like that one. But a phenomenal, phenomenal set between these two teams. And so much that was really kind of, maybe not even as much, but some depending on it, behind the scenes, or not even behind the scenes, straight up on the scenes. 4 standings, things like that. But for a Leviathans win, that's a huge deal for them. A step forward, I think. And again, keeps them solidified up in the top. But of course, we're excited about that. I'm sure the players are excited about it as well. We got PandaCat standing by for an interview.
That's right. I've got PandaCat with me here for postgame. Congratulations on the Game 5 win here up against the Ravens. Season is now done for your regular phase at least. Now just waiting to see what happens for next week to kind of see where you place off and then towards playoffs. How's the team feel after a great phase?
I mean, and then that set in particular, I'm sure everyone's heart's racing. That was probably the closest end I've ever experienced in my life. I don't know. I'm in the air, then Sheento's telling me to end the game. I'm Naja ulted, and that was like super crazy. So for that set in particular, I'm sure everyone's very energized, very excited for the win. As for the season, I'm sure these guys are happy. Obviously, I mean, I was able to turn them around from, I don't know, 6th place or whatever they were before I joined the team. But everyone's hopes are high for the Worlds, for playoffs, Worlds, and everyone's just really excited to be in the position to win.
And tell me about your experience in particular. Take a little bit of time off playing the SEC for a bit, pulled back up now into the SPL, back into your carry spot, new support for the squad. How do you feel after a big phase with this team?
I feel, I guess accomplished, for lack of a better term. I feel like when I rejoined the league, I had a lot of things that I needed to do, big shoes to fill, and I think I've done my part for these guys. And overall, I'm really happy. It's kind of, went exactly how I expected it to go. I expected to join a dominant roster that meshed really well with one another. And that's kind of just what's been happening. So I'm happy.
There's a few allegations at the start of the game of maybe a little bit of zapophobia coming from, some of the other players out there. Would you say you more than overcame the fear here in this set?
I'm still shaking.
Still shaking.
Okay, what can I say? Lux and the Anhur sits in my tower the whole game, and what can I do? No, I mean, I've never really had any fear of playing against Steve. Steve's obviously gotten the better end of our matches in the past, but he's always just a great opponent to play. He plays relatively smart. A lot of times he does some questionable things, but you can never know what you're gonna get when you're playing against Steve, and I think that's it's a good quality and a bad quality. But for me in particular, it's a lot of fun because sometimes he just shows up and pops off and really, it's like a wake-up call. Like, dang, he still got it. So, no zapophobia. He is my son, but respect to him.
Well, Panda, congratulations on your big win. Congrats on a great phase for yourself and your team. I'll let you get back with that team to celebrate, and we'll throw it back over to Des to close it out.
That's right. They close this out 3-2. If you're still reeling from the interview.
He sunned him. He sunned him live on air in a 5-game set that went like 5 hours. He sunned him. You gotta hold that, bro. Zapman might got the record, but PandaCat got the last one. All right, that's crazy.
Unfortunately for I guess Zap in this case, he doesn't have a chance to
like half his
rebuff that
age.
for a while, because that is again the last time these teams are going to be playing this phase. Still have Saturday and Sunday next week, but of course this is how things shook out. Couple of 3-0s, 4 in a row, and then today 9 games. Gladiators unable to push the Hounds to that game 5. We're still able to find one. Unfortunately, still fall for them to the Hounds. Hounds keep things interesting for us next week based on where the Dragons are at. Levi's find this win on Mifflin, man. It is a fun one to watch at that. But again, that's just this week. Next week is a really big deal. Saturday, Sunday, some of the things are going to be changing standings. And the real place to keep your eyes a little bit there, I believe, in the bottom of the order division is really to keep your focus, right? Dragons, 3 and 5, 2 sets to play next week. Hounds, they are only going to be playing, if my math is correct, 1 set. That 1 set is against the Dragons. If the Dragons lose both of theirs, which I believe the other one is against the Warriors, if I remember correctly, then we have a whole different conversation over in the order division.
Go on, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a thing you said. I got stun locked.
Yeah, you're
he
still
sunned
stuck
him on the Sabbath. That is crazy.
Also, I lied. It was the Ferryman that they're
Nice.
playing, that the Dragons are
We
playing.
time to adjust some of that information out there. Oh my god! And he's still in here. He's still in here.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing the recap with him.
That's crazy. I'm such a PandaCat fan, man. That's crazy. Steven Zappas? That guy's like 32, bro. He got sunned in Smite? Year 10?
Damn, you really just came out here and was like, man, that guy's old.
Dude, I mean, I'm pushing 32. It's all right.
Yeah, okay, I want to clarify this, by the way, because this happened at dinner the other night. Mifflin's version of pushing 30 is that he is 25.
You round up. You round up. You hit 5. You round up.
And I have it on good authority from old, I'm going to, Miff, just to tilt you, I'm going to call them Smite greats, Dolson and Aggro, who did not stand by that when you said it.
Yeah, what do they know?
Yeah, well, and also there might have been some drinks that had been had by that point. And you had said 25. Round something. Dude, I'm turning 30 in like 2.5 weeks. I'm the one who's whatever you said.
Yeah, you're pushing 30.
I'm pushing 30, that one. That's the phrase you use. There's next week's schedule. On Saturday, again, a big one, Dragons, Ferryman, Warriors, Kings. And then maybe the biggest one, depending on how Saturday goes for the Dragons, Dragons and Hounds. And then, of course, to round things out, the last set of the Road to Worlds will be the Warriors taking on the Gladiators. That's going to get us through next week. Then we have a little bit of downtime, right? A couple of, what we call them media days, but that always sounds a little more boring than
We're hanging with the pros.
Hanging with the pros, playing with fans. This
vibing.
week, it's going to be Thursday, Friday. You can hang out with the Solos and then the Hounds. It's Thursday and Friday. The week after, I don't know, but I know it's also on Thursday and Friday, so you'll be able to tune in content while there's some downtime. And then the week after that, it's going to be playoffs. A couple weeks down, then we're back into Worlds conversation. Yeah,
right
and
after
also
that.
in December is where that ends up going. So I'm going to hit this button, Mifflin, and I'm going to say thank you from myself, from Mifflin,
I'm in my
everyone back
element.
in production, everyone here at Hi-Rez Studios for tuning in, and we'll see you next week. Also, happy Halloween!